Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do I do? Actually is I manage the relationship, but also I teach customers, engineers, developers how to use New Relic with your application. I also act as a bridge with our product management. If you have any feedback or ways we can help you to actually improve your instrumentation, I'll be the right person to actually reach out here in New Relic for Asia. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Steve, and today we have a really good topic. I remember nowadays we have so many platforms for you to actually host your application. Once you build it, you're spoiled with so many choices, including popular platforms such as AWS, GCP, and Azure. But this particular talk, we're going to focus on niche platform, which generally they are highly discussed, especially among web developers. So today, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinion on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel right here. So first and foremost, let's start with Heroku. You probably heard about Heroku either through some form of tutorial or maybe some form of article have you read online because Heroku has been around for a really long time. There's a reason why Heroku is widely known in the industry because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. So Salesforce is a really large organization and there's a high chance your organization is using some form of services by Salesforce too. Therefore, it's quite common to see this within the industry itself. Within Heroku, what they really offer is platform as a service. You have no control on the underlying infrastructure, like AWS or some of the popular cloud platforms, but at least you can control anything that's above the platform. So at least you can actually choose to actually deploy your services and some of the controls around it right there. Now, here's the thing with Heroku. The one that really made Heroku really popular is the concept of dynos. So that you can actually read a lot about dynos within Heroku, but that's the heart of the platform itself. What Dynos really is actually a virtualized Linux environment that actually it's actually well tuned and actually you can actually run your application relatively quick within the whole services itself. Within Heroku, there are a couple of things you need to be mindful of. First, if you're coming from a pure front end developer with not much information or background on backend, it might be overwhelming. But if you're coming with some knowledge of underlying backend knowledge, Heroku is going to be perfect for you because you're going to need some background knowledge because you need to actually do things like specify your package, your version, what do you need, and you're going to work across this thing called prop files. Proc files, in a nutshell, it's just a workflow script that you tell Heroku what to run, what command you want to execute. It's not that hard, but it's relatively easy to learn too. And also, some of the most common services, such as PostgreSQL, Redis, and much more, it is available to you if you want to connect to your web apps right there. Now, one thing you want to be mindful of is Heroku has a really strong backend support because, again, it just goes back to the underlying technology because it is platform as a service. You have much more control. Therefore, the control that you need for backend services is also better too. Now, one thing also you want to be mindful of, Heroku is very strong with enterprise features. The reason is because it has been around for a long time. It's used by a lot of enterprise companies around the world, and therefore it makes sense for them to offer you enterprise feature. And therefore, from a cost point of view, it's going to be much more higher compared to two other vendors I mentioned, such as Netlify and Vercel. I think personally it is fair because somebody has to pay the bills. Someone has to pay the developers that actually develop those services, and someone has to pay the bills to make sure the platform is working well. Just be mindful of that because of the enterprise feature that you can see within Heroku right there. Now, one thing you need to know, there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of guides out there that talk about Heroku, especially on the free plan. When you first deploy your application on Heroku, you're going to be okay, but later on, if you want to fire up an app, you need to be mindful of sleep time, which is the apps actually need to go through the startup process, actually running up. There is a time that's being involved. It's not a big deal, and I think it's actually fair too, especially on a free plan, but that's something that you need to be mindful of. If you're paying this or paid plan, you're going to be fine, and that's not a big problem. So that's actually on the Heroku that you actually can host your web apps right there. Now let's just go through and talk about some of the things you can expect in Heroku. Heroku, again, being the most mature of all of them, has been around for a long time. Documentation is very mature. They have a very good onboarding flow across different languages, very detailed, step by step, which is really not that hard. In fact, it's probably one of the earliest platforms that a lot of developers go to when they want to deploy web apps right there. Also, one thing I really admire about Heroku is there's a lot of resource that actually help you to fine tune your configuration, but also looking after apps that's hosted in Heroku right there. For example, we can see right here, for example, getting like memcache, how to use memory, how to do HTTP caching. There's a lot of good resources to help you as a developer to make sure your application is running well. Also, again, being more enterprise featured within Heroku, they actually have a proper operational UI that once you deploy an app, you can see some of the more operational metrics within the platform, which they offer, which is designed specifically for the developer target audience right here. So let's just move forward and start talking about Netlify. Netlify has been around recently, and they're probably the coolest kid around the block right there. But there's a good reason why a lot of people rave about Netlify, mainly because of the movement of Jamstack, JavaScript, API, Markdown. So if you've read about Jamstack or if you're looking into Jamstack, you're going to come across Netlify right there. So Netlify, it is available as a serverless platform. So serverless means it's one layer above the platform as a service, and it actually goes through a lot of serverless function characteristics underneath it right there. So what it really is with the layer of abstraction that's being extracted and the ease of use that you're going to get with serverless function, there is some limitation. You just need to be mindful with that trade-off. Again, not a big deal. If you're a developer, you just want to deploy apps, you don't want to care about backend operations, serverless platform actually can be a really good choice for you to actually consider. One thing I would say is, especially for Netlify, from my personal experience, it's blazing quick. Once you already have an application hosted on GitLab or GitHub, straight away you can see application that's really running in your environment right there. But partly because, why is it so quick? Because Netlify is really good for static apps. And also, if you're coming from a front-end developer, Netlify offers you a lot of front-end client-side features, which I think you appreciate when you use the platform right there. Now, one thing you want to know about Netlify is what made them also famous is this thing called Netlify Edge. Apart from deploying your web apps relatively quick, they also go through a CDN approach. Again, CDN, a lot of developer dread around it because it's not fun. When CDN is down, it's going to affect your web apps. But what Netlify Edge and what they did right here is made CDN good, easy to configure, and just a lot of location you can choose from right there. Now, one thing I also want to mention right here, Netlify has a lot of good resources on Jamstack. I mean, if you look at the screen right here with this stack, they have really cute logos right here. It just makes learning a bit more fun. And if you're interested in Jamstack, I think Netlify has some really good resources for you too. Again, with this conference, Cityjs, India, there's another talk specifically focused on Jamstack. Netlify can be a good complement once you develop application on Jamstack. Now, one thing to note, Netlify and Vercel, which I'll cover a bit more, Netlify tend to target more for front-end developers, but they are actually expanding on the back end. So it really depends where you're coming from. Each platform is right for the right target audience right here. Again, with Netlify and Vercel, it's actually hard to compare because they're quite unique in their own ways and they focus on different target audience. The only thing that probably is wildly debated and people talk about is commercial apps. So commercial apps is, can you actually host production paid apps with a free platform right there? Now, just one thing you want to be careful of, it is possible to do in Netlify, but if you want to do production or commercial apps on a free plan, my recommendation is you just have to be very careful with support and the response time that people are going to get back to you because they're always going to prioritize paid customers. Just be mindful with that considerations right there. Now, another one that you want to go through is just look at the onboarding right here where we can see, it's pretty easy to onboard an application here within Netlify. That's actually a very good step-by-step guide that's available to you. As mentioned earlier, once you have application hosted in GitHub or GitLab, Netlify can pick it up and deploy really quick. As mentioned, the one that really draw your attention is the Netlify Edge, which you actually can host in a lot of distributed or various locations on the CDN service right there. One thing you need to be mindful of is within the Netlify Edge, they actually have basic and high performance offering. Basic was the one that's free, high performance, which is the one that's paid. Again, I think it's a fair ask because within the high performance service, there's a SLA, but also there's an additional resource and configuration that's available to you, and also additional location too. So just to be mindful of that trade-off. But again, if you're just trying out a project, maybe just a quick MVP, basics is usually good enough right there. Now let's talk about Vercel. If you probably come across Vercel right there, mainly because of Next.js. Maybe you're hosting a React application and you're using in production and you're using Next.js as a framework, you're going to come across Vercel because they actually created Next.js. Again, Vercel operates on the premise it is serverless platform. It uses the characteristic and principle that what you can expect in a serverless function. Again, they made it relatively easy, but you just need to be mindful of the trade-off right there. Now, within itself, how Vercel really differentiate themselves right here is Vercel is best for dynamic apps. Dynamic apps is a bit more complex because you actually can do much more customization, and there's much more things you need to consider for dynamic apps. And also, one thing that Vercel do quite well, especially if you're the developer that have some form of infrastructure or backend experience, Vercel is going to feel much more home at you. The reason is because there's a lot of things that you can configure. It has much more backend controls, but you can use things like CI workflows that you're familiar with. You can actually use together with Vercel right there. Now, one thing that I really like about Vercel, and something that I'm paying very close attention, is this thing called edge functions. What edge function really is actually decoupling serverless function and put it at the edge. Another way of saying it, this is edge computing using serverless function. That's really cool. But one thing you need to be mindful of is there's much more backend infrastructure experience required because you're actually going into edge computing right there. It's very promising. It's really interesting. However, you need to configure middleware. So just be mindful of the operational overhead. But again, with that, I think it's quite worth it because you're actually moving your apps closer to your consumer or the people that you try to serve right there. One thing I also really like about Vercel is they have this thing called the production checklist. Production checklist is something very handy for developers. The reason I say this is because when engineers, developers, when we deploy app into production, we will pray and hopefully everything is going to be okay, right? So one thing that what they do very well is the production checklist actually go through, hey, if you're going to deploy this, did you do this particular step? This step is available in this particular UI, and this is what you want to look out from a configuration settings point of view. I think this is great. It just really reduced the mental load that we need to do as engineers when we actually use a specific platform right there. Now, going back again, one of the things that's slightly a bit different compared to Netlify is Vercel tend to target more for backend engineers or people that have backend experience, but they're actually actively expanding and actually offering features on the front end. Again, both Netlify and Vercel, they have different target audience they go for right there. One thing I want to be mindful of is, again, this is quite clearly stated, commercial apps or production paid apps is not possible. They stated very clearly with their statement, with their legal statement right there. Again, I think this is fair because especially for a paid production app, if something goes wrong, usually you need the support that you need. Again, you get what you paid. Just be mindful of the offering that you want to get when you actually go for Vercel right there. All right, just to go through again, with Vercel, with much more backend controls, so how do you actually model the application? You actually get it through logs on the backend, and they actually have really good resource and resource available to you actually get those logs out. As mentioned early, because we're going to edge function, you actually deploy a function by region, and there's much more configuration you need to be mindful of, which again, not a big deal if you're coming from backend. But if you're a front-end developer, just be mindful that additional configuration and knowledge you need to be mindful of when you're operating that middleware right there. So one thing is good about Vercel, which I think I really admire them too, is if you want to try out Next.js as part of your React framework, they actually have a catalog right there. You can actually try it out relatively easy within the Vercel platform right here. All right, just to sum it up right here is what's the difference between Netlify, Vercel, and Heroku. Netlify and Vercel, if you're starting out or you just want to do a really simple app, just want to see the results relatively quick, both platforms are a good option. Again, when the time is right, if you want to start scaling up, they can be a really good one. And they do have the right commercial offering and support structure for it. As mentioned, Netlify is targeting more towards front-end developers or back-end, while Vercel, it targets more towards back-end developers right there. back or developers with backend knowledge right there. Both resonates really well with the no ops movement, means no operation, which I want. What it really means is I don't really want to touch a lot of the operational side of maintaining apps. They actually resonate quite well with Netlify and Vercel right there. So for us in New Relic, if you want to go with Vercel or Netlify, we actually going to have integrations very soon. In fact, the Netlify that we actually have it right here, we actually just released our integrations where you can actually onboard the New Relic agent relatively easy if you want to use New Relic to actually instrument and have deep visibility within your web app itself. Vercel is coming up very soon. In fact, that's coming up next quarter. We're actually going to have guides and integration for Next.js and also Vercel right there. Next, I'm going to talk about Heroku. Heroku tends to be much more suitable for really large enterprise-grade application where you need enterprise feature. It makes sense because sometimes there are certain applications that requires those enterprise features. Heroku is really good for that. They have a free plan. You need to be mindful of the sleep period right there. With Heroku, because it is platform as a service, not like serverless function, there is some knowledge that's being required, especially from a backend infrastructure services right there. Again, from a Heroku integration with New Relic, there's a lot of articles out there. You can just Google them relatively easy, but also within this deck itself, I have links for you which you can jump straight into it and can see a lot of out-of-box integrations available for you, especially if you're using Heroku. Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do I do actually is I manage the relationship, but also I teach customers, engineers, developers how to use New Relic with your application. I also act as a bridge with our product management. If you have any feedback or ways we can help you to actually improve your instrumentation, I'll be the right person to actually reach out here in New Relic for Asia. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Steve, and today we have a really good topic. I remember nowadays we have so many platforms for you to actually host your application. Once you build it, you're spoiled with so many choices, including popular platforms such as AWS, GCP, and Azure. But this particular talk, we're going to focus on niche platform, which generally they are highly discussed, especially among web developers. So today, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinion on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel right here. So first and foremost, let's start with Heroku. You probably heard about Heroku either through some form of tutorial or maybe some form of article have you read online because Heroku has been around for a really long time. There's a reason why Heroku is widely known in the industry because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. So Salesforce is a really large organization and there's a high chance your organization is using some form of services by Salesforce too. Therefore, it's quite common to see this within the industry itself. Within Heroku, what they really offer is platform as a service. You have no control on the underlying infrastructure, like AWS or some of the popular cloud platforms, but at least you can control anything that's above the platform. So at least you can actually choose to actually deploy your services and some of the controls around it right there. Now, here's the thing with Heroku. The one that really made Heroku really popular is the concept of dynos. So that you can actually read a lot about dynos within Heroku, but that's the heart of the platform itself. What dynos really is actually a virtualized Linux environment that actually it's actually well tuned and actually you can actually run your application relatively quick within the whole services itself. Within Heroku, there are a couple of things you need to be mindful of. First, if you're coming from a pure front-end developer with not much information or background on backend, it might be overwhelming. But if you're coming with some knowledge of underlying backend knowledge, Heroku is going to be perfect for you because you're going to need some background knowledge because you need to actually do things like specify your package, your version, what do you need, and you're going to work across this thing called proc files. Proc files, in a nutshell, is just a workflow script that you tell Heroku what to run, what command you want to execute. It's not that hard, but it's relatively easy to learn too. And also, some of the most common services, such as PostgreSQL, Redis, and much more, it is available to you if you want to connect to your web apps right there. Now, one thing you want to be mindful of is Heroku has a really strong backend support because, again, it just goes back to the underlying technology because it is platform as a service. You have much more control. Therefore, the control that you need for backend services is also better too. Now, one thing also you want to be mindful of, Heroku is very strong with enterprise features. The reason is because it has been around for a long time. It's used by a lot of enterprise companies around the world, and therefore it makes sense for them to offer you enterprise feature. And therefore, from a cost point of view, it's going to be much more higher compared to two other vendors I mentioned, such as Netlify and Vercel. I think personally it is fair because somebody has to pay the bills. Someone has to pay the developers that actually develop those services, and someone has to pay the bills to make sure the platform is working well. Just be mindful of that because of the enterprise feature that you can see within Heroku right there. Now, one thing you need to know, there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of guides out there that talk about Heroku, especially on the free plan. When you first deploy your application on Heroku, you're going to be okay. But later on, if you want to fire up an app, you need to be mindful of sleep time, which is the apps actually need to go through the startup process, actually running up. There is a time that's being involved. It's not a big deal. And I think it's actually fair too, especially on a free plan, but that's something that you need to be mindful of. If you're paying this or paid plan, you're going to be fine, and that's not a big problem. So that's actually on the Heroku that you actually can host your web apps right there. Now let's just go through and talk about some of the things you can expect in Heroku. Heroku, again, being the most mature of all of them, has been around for a long time. Documentation is very mature. They have a very good onboarding flow across different languages, very detailed, step by step, which is really not that hard. In fact, it's probably one of the earliest platforms that a lot of developers go to when they want to deploy web apps right there. Also, one thing I really admire about Heroku is there's a lot of resource that actually help you to fine tune your configuration, but also looking after apps that's hosted in Heroku right there. For example, we can see right here, for example, getting like memcache, how to use memory, how to do HTTP caching. There's a lot of good resources to help you as a developer to make sure your application is running well. Also, again, being more enterprise featured within Heroku, they actually have a proper operational UI that once you deploy an app, you can see some of the more operational metrics within the platform, which is designed specifically for the developer target audience right here. So let's just move forward and start talking about Netlify. Netlify has been around recently, and they're probably the coolest kid around the block right there. But that's a good reason why a lot of people rave about Netlify, mainly because of the movement of Jamstack, JavaScript, API, Markdown. So if you've read about Jamstack or if you're looking into Jamstack, you're going to come across Netlify right there. So Netlify, it is available as a serverless platform. So serverless means it's one layer above the platform as a service, and it actually goes through a lot of serverless function characteristics underneath it right there. So what it really is with the layer of abstraction that's being extracted and the ease of use that you're going to get with serverless function, there is some limitation. You just need to be mindful with that trade-off. Again, not a big deal. If you're a developer, you just want to deploy apps, you don't want to care about backend operations, serverless platform actually can be a really good choice for you to actually consider. One thing I will say is, especially for Netlify, from my personal experience, it's blazing quick. Once you already have an application hosted on GitLab or GitHub, straight away you can see application that's really running in your environment right there. But partly because, why is it so quick? Because Netlify is really good for static apps. And also, if you're coming from a front-end developer, Netlify offers you a lot of front-end client-side features, which I think you appreciate when you use the platform right there. Now, one thing you want to know about Netlify is what made them also famous is this thing called Netlify Edge. Apart from deploying your web apps relatively quick, they also go through a CDN approach. Again, CDN, a lot of developer dread around it because it's not fun. When CDN is down, it's going to affect your web apps. But what Netlify Edge and what they did right here is made CDN good, easy to configure, and just a lot of location you can choose from right there. Now, one thing I also want to mention right here, Netlify has a lot of good resources on Jamstack. I mean, if you look at the screen right here with this stack, they have really cute logos right here. It just makes learning a bit more fun. And if you're interested in Jamstack, I think Netlify has some really good resources for you too. Again, with this conference, Cityjs, India, there's another talk specifically focused on Jamstack. Netlify can be a good complement once you develop application on Jamstack. Now, one thing to note, Netlify and Vercel, which I'll cover a bit more, Netlify tend to target more for front-end developers, but they are actually expanding on the back end. So it really depends where you're coming from. Each platform is right for the right target audience right here. Again, with Netlify and Vercel, it's actually hard to compare because they're quite unique in their own ways and they focus on different target audience. The only thing that probably is wildly debated and people talk about is commercial apps. So commercial apps is, can you actually host production paid apps with a free platform right there? Now, just one thing you want to be careful of, it is possible to do in Netlify, but if you want to do production or commercial apps on a free plan, my recommendation is you just have to be very careful with support and the response time that people are going to get back to you because they're always going to prioritize paid customers. Just be mindful with that considerations right there. Now, another one that you want to go through is just look at the onboarding right here where we can see, it's pretty easy to onboard an application here within Netlify. That's actually a very good step-by-step guide that's available to you. As mentioned earlier, once you have application hosted in GitHub or GitLab, Netlify can pick it up and deploy really quick. As mentioned, the one that really draw your attention is the Netlify Edge, which you actually can host in a lot of distributed or various locations on the CDN service right there. One thing you need to be mindful of is within the Netlify Edge, they actually have basic and high performance offering. Basic was the one that's free, high performance, which is the one that's paid. Again, I think it's a fair ask because within the high performance service, there's a SLA, but also there's an additional resource and configuration that's available to you, and also additional location too. So just to be mindful of that trade-off. But again, if you're just trying out a project, maybe just a quick MVP, basics is usually good enough right there. Now let's talk about Vercel. If you probably come across Vercel right there, mainly because of Next.js. Maybe you're hosting a React application and you're using in production and you're using Next.js as a framework, you're going to come across Vercel because they actually created Next.js. Again, Vercel operates on the premise it is serverless platform. It uses the characteristic and principle that what you can expect in a serverless function. Again, they made it relatively easy, but you just need to be mindful of the trade-off right there. Now, within itself, how Vercel really differentiate themselves right here is Vercel is best for dynamic apps. Dynamic apps is a bit more complex because you actually can do much more customization, and there's much more things you need to consider for dynamic apps. And also, one thing that Vercel do quite well, especially if you're the developer that have some form of infrastructure or backend experience, Vercel is going to feel much more home at you. The reason is because there's a lot of things that you can configure. It has much more backend controls, but you can use things like CI workflows that you're familiar with. You can actually use together with Vercel right there. Now, one thing that I really like about Vercel, and something that I'm paying very close attention, is this thing called edge functions. What edge function really is actually decoupling serverless function and put it at the edge. Another way of saying it, this is edge computing using serverless function. That's really cool. But one thing you need to be mindful of is there's much more backend infrastructure experience required because you're actually going into edge computing right there. It's very promising. It's really interesting. However, you need to configure middleware. So just be mindful of the operational overhead. But again, with that, I think it's quite worth it because you're actually moving your apps closer to your consumer or the people that you try to serve right there. One thing I also really like about Vercel is they have this thing called the production checklist. Production checklist is something very handy for developers. The reason I say this is because when engineers, developers, when we deploy apps, Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do I do?
How's everyone today? Are you excited? I want to hear some voices. I've heard that you haven't had a conference for 2.5 years in Singapore. Eh? Yeah, so make some noise. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Good, good. Okay, so let's start because we have a really long day, a lot of talks, and I don't want to keep you, waiting. There's like an amazing lineup that we have got for you today. Okay, so let me get my slide right. So, hello, I'm Aris. I'm the organizer and founder of Cityjs. And I'm a developer like you. And I organize meetups in London. I started this conference first organizing a meetup, and then there was this story I'm going to tell you. Like, I want to do like a talk for my meetup between Kyle Simpson and Dylan Seaman. And they told me, look, if you want to do this talk, it was like a debate for TypeScript versus JavaScript. You really need to do a conference. You cannot do a meetup. So I ended up doing Cityjs. Cityjs, the basics is that we are a community conference. We organize conferences not for to make a profit. We organize it to bring a community together, and the same thing that we are doing here today. We do events due to the pandemic. We got expanded. We started doing events around the world. I started this conference from a joint meetup, like a force of three meetup groups in London, and all the funds that we get, we give them for creating those events. So coffees, booking these venues, and fees for speakers. Hopefully this year we were not able to do it because the budget was quite low, but next year we can bring some really good speakers in Singapore. We support communities around the world. We already did a conference in Brazil, in Greece, where I come from, and in London, where I live. And here we are now in Singapore. This is all the places we've done so far. In March, we did it in February, we did it in India. In April, we did it in Sao Paulo. In March, we did it in London. And in May, we did it in Greece. It was actually the first JavaScript conference in Greece. There was no conference there before that. So here we are now in Singapore. This would never happen if we didn't have the support of our sponsors. So I would like to thank Turing. I would like to thank Storyblock, AWS, Vonage, Twilio. Make some noise for Twilio. Okay. Make some noise for Vonage. Okay, good, good. Auth0. Make some noise for Auth0. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. New Relic. Supabase. Make some noise for Thor and Supabase. I have to say that Thor helped me a lot. I wouldn't be able to find all this stuff without him. He's an amazing guy. You have to look after him. And Michael as well, that he's doing all the AV. Cloudinary. Make some noise for Cloudinary. They have some amazing unicorns. They're not many, so make sure you get them. Okay, and open government products. We had an amazing meetup with an amazing view here in Singapore. It wasn't the same as having the view of Acropolis, where I come from, but it was more a metallic Acropolis, but it was still quite good. Prisma offering the coffee today for everyone. And Decibase, they offer the pizza and they help us a lot with a meetup. DAZN, Pact, Manning, Cooper Press, Pact is twice. And this is some of the communities that they help us around the world. And I would like to thank all these communities for helping us to spread the word for accessible conferences, accessible knowledge, open source. That's all what we are all after. Okay. If you want to help us spread the word, please follow us on our Twitter, on our Facebook, and our Instagram. And now is the big moment. We have two amazing MCs for you, Sarah and Thor, and they will be your hosts for the whole day. This is it for me. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Aris. I think we're actually allowed to take off masks for speaking. It just feels quite strange. So I think, yeah, speakers, if you want, the government allows you to take off your mask. But also, if you're more comfortable keeping it on, whatever nowadays, just, yeah, keep it on if you want. Yeah, thanks Aris for bringing us together here. I think it took someone from outside Singapore to just, without sort of the knowledge of COVID in Singapore to like, hey, should we do something in Singapore? And everyone's like, should we? And so we were like, yeah, why not? So it's great to actually see people again in person. We have a really, really nice lineup of speakers. Some of the talks are recorded, so we have, in the breaks, we have some recorded talks as well. But I'm really happy to welcome my friend Thomas Gorissen, fellow German, to the stage. Thomas is actually a bit of an institution here in the developer scene in Singapore. So if you get a chance, definitely speak to him. If you've ordered something on Redmart a couple of years ago, you might have seen his work. So that's where he sort of made his mark originally in Singapore. But he's probably most well known for his work on JSConf Asia. So a fabulous conference here in Singapore. I still dream about the one in 2019. That was my first conference in Singapore. It was really nice. But so nowadays Thomas works on some very exciting storage stuff. Now that's not cloud storage. It's actually storage of precious metals. So if you get a chance, talk to him. Precious metals, gold and silver, I believe. Right. Now the beauty with metals is that they only have a few states, and most often they are solid. So
that's true. That's actually true.
But with our web applications, state is a little bit more difficult than that. Yeah. And so that is what Thomas is going to tell us about now.
No. But state, yes. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay? I hear my microphone, so I assume it's fine. Otherwise, I speak a little louder. Thanks so much, Thor. And like a round of applause to Aris for getting this all together. I mean, organizing a conference is a lot of work. Who does something like that? That's just not fun. So, yeah, I want to rant a little bit. It turns out if you're stuck for 2-3 years and just doing work, like accumulates a lot of anger inside of you. And like, like a lot of people actually don't know what I normally do for a living. So you might know me for that, the JSConf, like Thor mentioned briefly. But I have a normal job as well. I run a tiny consulting company here in Singapore that helps companies understand the web and wants to help them build excellent web applications that really work for the user. And so I've done that for a few companies in the past, and one that Aris, without really knowing, picked out of my biography was Redmart. So these are some of the clients. And Silver Bullion is the one I currently work for as well, which is the precious metal stuff. We can talk about that later. It's not part of this talk. But Redmart, because he picked it out, to label my name on the website, I found very curious because I didn't tell him to do that. But it was a long time ago in 2013, we started this project, and you can see that a company cares about web development if they literally put it on t-shirts. So that was the internal project name that we had. Raman, who helped me build some of it, is here too. So that's kind of my claim to fame initially in Singapore, was the original Red Mart, you know, the one that people liked before Lazada. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. So you can follow me here if you like. That's my Twitter. But then what do I want to talk about is state, or what actually should go into state. So there are a few simple things about state. It's the web is essentially a stateful rendering machine in a way, right? Like that's what it developed to with all the projects like React, Vue, Vuex, Redux, whatnot. Like I feel like developers do nothing else but converting a stream of actions into a certain state, like a rendered website, or the other way around, like a stream of user events back, right? And there are myriad ways of doing that, and there are myriad approaches of doing that. Some of them are listed here. I'm not going to go deep into that. There are a lot of opinions about this as well, on what tools to use to do all of that. I'm not going to go deep into that. There's loads of opinions as long as they're not React. So there's lots of opinions, but then there's obviously also fact, and I want to thank Raman for that insight. If you use spaces, you earn more. That's just science. That's just science. But it's old data already from 2017. I don't know how current that is today. Again, 2-3 years, a lot of anger. So I'm going to touch a little bit of bad habits of web developers and what actually should be done. And so whenever you see this slide, that's me sort of cursing. I don't want to actually curse because it's not fun. So I just use slides like that. State management. So really fun. Typically, that's where it all starts. You have some kind of information you want to render. And 3 questions you want to answer on the way. What should go into my state? How do I update my state? And where should I persist my state? These are typically what you go through as a web developer. And I would encourage every web developer to really go through these 3 questions whenever they actually do a more ambitious website. Now, did my screen cut out? No. OK. There are a few things. Like this is just very basics. What are we doing as web developers? We're taking information, structure, presentation. We punch it all through some kind of script, and then we have a pretty website. Right? We have hopefully done that before. And oftentimes, the point of a website is to provide a service or feedback from the customer. So we attach a bunch of user input to it, and they can interact with all of that stuff. And then you get interactivity, and the whole cycle works. And that's actually not quite correct. Correct would be that. So you have the state up here. You have JSX, sorry, Evan, up there. CSS on the right, and we throw this all together with some events, and then that's still not quite correct, but at least we have found the state already. So question answered, I hope. In case you were curious, where's my state? It's up there. It's actually more like that, right? So the events update the state. Now, why do I want to talk about that? Web is hard. If you're a bit like me and you get to put your nose into a lot of different code bases on a daily basis, because you have different clients with different backgrounds, and they typically only reach out to me once they realized how complex the web is and they want help with it, you get to see a lot of interesting things. Specifically that the web is actually quite complex. It is maybe the most complex development platform out there. In terms of comparison to native apps or others, we just have a lot more variables to work with because it works on pretty much every platform, on pretty much every device, oftentimes in multiple different browsers that have their own quirks and supports, and there's just so much stuff to deal with. And it's inherently super global. You can't restrict it just to one app store, right? So it's just a lot of complexity. I don't know, do you want to throw some in? When you render your initial state, you want to do a website, you want to render some information, show it to the user, what are all the things you want to consider, or you could consider, when you're rendering a website? And this is to wake you up a little bit as well, so feel free to just shout in and say that you're here. I'll start with one pretty obvious, is the information I want to present, right? That's number one. That should go into my state, I think. And then there are lots of others. So if you know any, authentication, right? Am I logged in or not, right? My sort of state of authentication. Do I render a website that's specific to a user, or do I render a generic website for everybody? More, there are lots. Right, so you're very typical web developers then. There's language and culture of your audience. There's obviously the window size, the device size, like responsive design is hopefully something that arrived in everybody's idea of web development. There's input methods like pointer and touch events that could be different based on which devices or audience you're targeting. There's feature support of web browsers. They're all a little different. User agent. Like, that might be important if you actually have a website that's sort of SEO relevant. Somehow the web works different, where we don't fill out an app store profile, but we have to somehow, I don't know, like call on ghosts and other myriad of ways to magically SEO our website so that like robots can understand it better. There's date and time. You know, do people predominantly open your website at night or in the day maybe, or is it something that's actually time critical or relevant because you have a calendar alert app or something like that? There's user location and other situational attributes. Where are they located? Country-wise, maybe there are regulations or other things that you might want to consider when you're building a really ambitious web app. The usability, like accessibility, device-specific limits, features. Now there are folds too. You know, the devices that fold in half, and then you can sort of react to when it's folded and so on. These are things you can consider if you want to. Network condition and speed. And then where do people actually come from? Did they come from Google or from another website? Maybe you want to pick up on that. It's a nice thing to do. And then there are lots of security requirements. If you run anything that allows users to contribute, to not have them put script tags in there so that you're not accidentally including third-party code. And then why did I say, well, you're very typical web developers? Because web developers look at this and are like, yeah, sure. That's the whole point, I'm doing the website. And from here on, it gets a little iffy. Well, like, language culture, it's like English, right? Window size, we start with desktop because mobile we can do later. Then feature support, nobody uses subgrids anyway. User agents, is extra cost for that. There's time and day, let's not get into time zones. User location, other attributes, it's like maybe later because kind of dark mode is kind of cool. User ability, really? That's so much effort. Then, you know, the device-specific stuff is just, you know, my boss uses an iPhone, so maybe we include the little bar on the bottom in what we do. Network condition and speed, I don't want to get into. Then refer in other context. Really? Security requirements? At least we do HTTPS, right? So there you go, web development. So, but all those things actually make a difference if you pick them up. And I'll show an example in the end that I've been working on over the last year as well, to just go through why these things are relevant. Okay, step 2. That was just rendering. That was just showing something to the user, right? Now we ask the guy to give us feedback, to interact with our website, and then things just go crazy because that's where all the mistakes can happen, right? Obviously, we should do this. If you offer a button, no matter if it's a checkout, a form submit, whatever it might be, right? It should do sort of what you expect. And it's very implicit, sort of something that you should know, ask your users about if that's actually working the way they expect it. All the stuff we talked about, well, it's also relevant if you ask users for feedback. If they type a number into the input field, you know, cultures use different decimal points. In Germany, we use commas for that. Here we use dots, right? Makes a difference. Check for type, completeness, formatting, boundaries. You know, is it within range? All these kind of things. Allow the user to review complicated submissions before they can submit them. Give them feedback if they do something wrong, especially if something goes wrong on your side. And use transitions to increase the context sometimes. You know, it's just really the upper echelon of awesome web experiences if you have that problem. And then we have web developers. Sure. That's so hard. And nope. I mean, come on, that's their job, right? That the backend should do all of that stuff. And then review, oh God, no. I have this awesome little tool that immediately tells you that you're wrong the moment you hit one character on your keyboard. Edge cases, we're not in the Figma design spec. I mean, have you seen it? And then transitions, it's like, nobody does that. But at least, please, do this, right? I mean, at least a little bit, and then do a little more, and a bit more, and really go through all the edge cases. I mean, this is sadly the only way I have found to make web experiences that actually work and feel cool, good to the customer is becoming sort of the customer and going through it and through all the edge cases. And if you do this manually, it's obviously a good start when you're small, but once it becomes really ambitious, you sort of want to have a process around that, and you should use tools, and one of those is Ulicious that I highly recommend. It allows you to essentially write tests in a much more hardy way. It's less fragile because it doesn't rely on CSS path or XPath selectors to find your elements, so it stays more consistent during updates, and just allows you to create sort of like we call it user journey tests or integration tests that test the whole thing as if we were like somebody on the computer. Relatively easy, and it's hosted, so you don't need to bother about running your own infra. But then web developers are like, right? In Singapore, we call this the happy flow, which is the kind of design spec where everything works and the user did everything right. And then you hit the submit button and everything is amazing. And I've tested that and it works, and everything else I don't care. So that's my response to that. But coming back to that, in the end, when the user gives us feedback and shares the input, well, we still have to update the state and do the whole rendering thing over again, right? And then there's that. Where do we put the state? Oh God, I found so many mistakes on people just storing certain bits of information in the wrong bit. Like, I mean, we have lots of choices. Where would you persist your state? Contributory. Tell me. Absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. I call it cloud database. Right? More. Where can you store state? Cookies. Awesome. Local storage. Amazing. Memory. Totally. Yeah. Maybe not great anymore. IndexedDB. Oh. Has anybody ever used that? I've not seen any real world finding. If you find some, let me know. But yeah, we start here. Component state, whatever. You might use React, which is a safe bet at this point. Sorry. Component state, big one. Global state, something like Redux that just keeps track of it. It's really cool if you go religious about it and you go from top to end all the way because of all the replay features and all that stuff. It's fun. I find it super cumbersome though, because for every update that you do, you need to touch like 1 million files. Context state. It's more like intermediate between component and global. You know, you can specify a certain area of your website to just be affected by that. It's just not a bad choice for certain things. You can send it to Supabase, I guess. Then sometimes you have sessions on the server side. So you might just want to persist something for a brief period of time. So there might be a different store for that. Then you have the browser session and local storage. Cookies, like we said. This is my favorite. This was the original intent of the internet, was that whatever website you're opening, you can reproduce by taking this URL thing, putting it into a different computer, clicking on it, and you get the same thing. Imagine. You wouldn't believe how broken this is today because so many people find it so hard on client-side implementations to really reproduce the state from the URL. Super difficult somehow. Browser history. One of my favorites. If you didn't know this, but in the Navigator history management, you can actually store JSON objects. Horrible, don't use it. Unless you want to target Android users because they have this annoying back button and they tend to use it whenever they feel like you took over too much screen real estate with something. and then they want to hit that button and make it go away. Really annoying. The browser database IndexedDB, hey, there's caching. Service workers, offline apps, they can host state. I'm not kidding. Like a hover is technically a state sort of in CSS-ish, right? Like you have some, like, I mean, there are people creating games in CSS. Like, I don't know if anybody has actually proven CSS to be Turing complete yet, but, you know. And then, yeah, no. And this is the example I want to get into for the next, wow, I bruised through this, 10 minutes. So, marketplace search. That was, for me, the toughest example that I had. And I mean, Redmart was one example of that, but then recently I got back into it with a property website that I help. They sell, or try to help agents sell properties in Australia. This is what it looks like. You know, you have a lot of things going on. Like, I'll mention a few. You have a multi-location search here. You have filters of sorts. Then you have your results. Then you have a map. And you can interact with all of that. So there's an enormous amount of state. Some is presentational state, like is the map visible or not? Where do we store that? Anybody has an opinion on that? It's like maybe, I would say component or context state. Doesn't need to go into your database, right? Unless you really want to save it as a user preference, then you might send it to the server so it can be restored when the user logs back in. But typically, I would say component or context state is a good bet, right? Then it becomes more interesting. Filters. Ooh. Where do we put that? URL is a good one, but it's actually more like 4 or 5 different situations, depending on what you do. Now, why is marketplace search hard? It's very information dense. We saw there's lots of stuff happening. You have relatively complex presentation, definitely compared to a blog or many other platforms. It's super interactive and dynamic, and you sort of want to do this client-side because it gives you this awesome snappiness where things just really happen instead of sending everything to the server and requesting a new state from there. But then it's still SEO relevant, so you sort of also want the server to do the same thing. So you're kind of doing the same thing twice just to get that ranking. And there's an enormous amount of user perspective on this. My favorite example is the Japanese national living in the US, like having an account looking at property in Australia with a user preference for New Zealand. This is why when I first opened the code base, very early days, I saw this variable. Oh. It was pretty tough. It's like, okay, what do you mean, right? Like, I'm swearing again. Is that the market you want to look at? Like Australian property or New Zealand property? Is that the location where the user is located, like IP lookup, or even, you know, geo from the browser? Is that the visiting location? Like, sorry, the difference, user location is where the user is residing, like where he lives, and the visiting location is IP location or lat long or whatever. Do you use it to infer the language or culture of the website out of this? Which can make sense sometimes, but doesn't need to. Singapore has like 4 languages just for its location. To infer currency or time zone out of this, which can be really relevant, specifically time zones. If you want to allow people to look like in an auction event for a property in Australia, and they're located not in Australia, you sort of want to show them the auction timing in their time zone, and then it's really important to know where they are. I mean, the browser should definitely give you that setting, but it's just something you have to sort of think about in these marketplace environments when everything starts to be a bit more complicated. Or do you infer the nationality or regulatory stuff? So working with gold and silver, lots of regulation. But here as well, it turns out that in certain countries, it's actually really easy to buy property in Australia. In other countries, you can't actually easily do that because there are no mortgages for it. Or Australia doesn't allow you to. So you might actually want to consider this stuff. And this is all thrown at you before you render a single result in a way, right? So that was one variable name where I sort of felt like scolding whoever implemented this because it doesn't tell me anything. It's like, be more explicit with your naming. Tell me what this is supposed to do. What is this country ISO code used for here? So that I can read more. So being explicit in coding, always a good idea. Then the other thing is the filters. You saw the bedroom, whatever it is, right? And I think when people start, they go out with good intentions and they write filters and they create the control and it impacts the query on what properties to get from the backend. Fair. And then you realize, well, we actually want to share that with somebody else and we should also put it in the URL. Also fair. And then you realize, well, we should save this as a user preference so when the user comes back, he actually sees it again, right? And then you're like, but that's hard, we do it in local storage first. But eventually you add it to the user profile as well, so when the user logs in, it overrides the local storage, right? That means there's a lot of serialization going on here. And specifically with filters, I found it that people underestimate the amount of string serialization that you actually have to do. So filters need to be sort of rendered into so many different ways. Obviously the filter control, where you can click the buttons or sliders or whatever the filter might be, becomes really fancy for location search. Sometimes a breadcrumb, so you can render a nice element somewhere on the side that tells you what the filter is that's currently applied. You can have a simple string. Tell me, how many bedrooms do I want to look for? 2 to 3. To title, well, it turns out SEO relevant strings sometimes need to be a little different than normal strings, so that's where title would come in. Obviously, you want to send it to the backend at some point, and depending on what lookup service you use, if you have an Elasticsearch or Algolia or so on, you might actually want to serialize it slightly different. So for every sort of backend you need to send this to, you have like a different serialization technique to write the same filter state and make it different query parameters. The query string itself that you write into the URL, just so that you can copy paste the same page to a friend and they can reproduce the same state. Sometimes to path name as well. Like supposedly certain search engines might still look at the path name string and consider that's more or less relevant for their search results. So certain filters might just need to be put into the path name instead or additionally to the query string. If you want to write it to local storage, maybe that's going to be useful. And I actually would recommend not using model objects for all this stuff, because model objects as JavaScript classes, especially on a website like this where you need to server-side render it, and you use, like we do, like a Next.js or something for that, these objects you can't transfer from the server to the client. Like the class information gets lost. You have to sort of put them to JSON and then read them back from JSON and recreate the class on the front end, which is a bit of a hassle. To user setting, right? You save it in your preferences on the back end in Supabase or wherever. And sometimes, or most often, to tracking data, because you sort of want to know in a third-party app somewhere on what are users actually doing on your website and which filters are they applying. And it's another serialization that you just need to do. So whenever you deal with filters, you actually have a lot of different serializations you have to do, and then the same problem backwards. How do you read from all of these things, right? So this would be an order that could be relevant, where you say, like, first try it from query string, and if that doesn't return anything, try the path name, and if that doesn't return anything, then try the user setting, and if that doesn't return anything, then read it from local storage. And if that doesn't return anything, have a decent default. And that default, again, could be informed by where's the user from, where's the user visiting from, which market did they actually open, based on other information. So you can make, like, decent guesses on what the user actually wants. But all of that, a lot of work. And all of that, if you didn't expect that complexity initially, very hard and makes me really, So coming back then, I mean, web is just hard. The whole talk is just sort of trying to make you appreciate the complexity that we're working with as developers. And I'll share the slides later, and I hope some of these slides you can sort of use as a checklist. Whenever you do something complicated and you have an ambitious project that has a lot of moving parts to it, you can open it and see, like, which of those should I consider right away, which of those could I potentially do later, add on, work with in another way, maybe go around for a while until eventually we pick it up. At least do it knowingly. That you can sort of estimate the amount of work that you have to put in later on. Adding an internationalization library at the very end, it's often very hard, actually a lot of work. So you might want to sort of have it established already so you can attach it later if you know it's going to come at some point. Saves you a lot of work. So all these things, use it as a checklist to make sure you have thought about everything at least for a minute and then go about to implement your work. Because most issues in web products stem from a disregard of the actual complexity we have to deal with. It's sort of always very easy until it's not, right? That's how the whole technical debt builds up, and like you end up with really nasty solutions sometimes, no matter how good the framework was that you started out with, and sometimes even no matter how experienced you were starting out, if you didn't have the time to do it or took a minute to think about it. So respect the complexity, and web development is your friend. Give in, don't find it. The complexity is large, but it is definitely finite. Thank you very much.
So we'll do a quick Q&A for Thomas. Any questions?
But also
In order to understand a headless CMS like Storyblock, let's break down both the front end, or the head, and the back end of development. Front end refers to the development of the visuals. In other words, it's what the client sees on web pages or applications. Back end refers to the functionality. It supports the front end and ultimately allows the visuals to load and work smoothly. Storyblock is a headless CMS, meaning we cut the front end out of the equation through the utilization of application programming interfaces, or APIs. An API is an interface or method of communication between software. Storyblock uses a variety of APIs to store, manage, and deliver content at extremely fast speeds. By this point, you may be thinking, what's the point of cutting out the front end?
No. Now? Yes, you can. Awesome. So good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Okay, see ya. Thank you. Okay, cool. So we're going to start with this. Who knows what this is? Fresh body, fit mind. Not developer. True that. So fresh body means, you should be active in order for your mind to be fit. So in light of this, please all stand up. Yep, it's happening.
Don't walk out the door, though.
Yeah, lock the door. Okay, so you're all standing up. I'll tell you, very simple exercise. Here's what you need to do. I'm sorry for showing my back, by the way. So you need to raise up your arm like that so that your elbows are at the level of your eyes. I'm watching, okay? And now, clap your hands. You may sit down, and I have this like, because some people are still standing like, what? And then, oh. So, thank you for the standing ovation. So what I do, I collect these pictures, send it to my boss, and I'm like, show me the money. Anyway, okay, so on a more serious note. So today, I'm here to tell you a story. I'm here to tell you a very, very visual story. Okay, so the one thing that I want you to know about me is that I love watches. Okay, I love quartz, automatic, manual, doesn't matter. I really like watches. So the other day, I thought I'm going to visit this. We shall not name which company's websites. I tried to do my best to sort of blur out the name of this company. And what you will see on this recording is my connection speed, the network requests, and then the experience, right? So imagine that I'm like, I just really want to buy a watch. I mean, I have a watch, but I wanted to get a better watch. And I thought, I really want to buy one of these. Like, I want to just, it must be so beautiful, right? I mean, you can already see the strap. The dial must be amazing. Oh, okay, so now I can pick one. So let's pick, I like that one. Okay, so we arrived. Okay, so I do some additional things, but just to make things faster, this is or was one of the problems, right? So you see what's wrong here. If you don't see what's wrong here, then you're in the wrong room. but what's wrong here, right? So they have these little containers of 300 pixels. The image is 3,000 pixels, and it's 1.5 megabytes. And they try to load into that space. So that's not good, right? No matter how fast your internet speed is, as you saw, it's just not a good experience for your users. And so what I'm going to say is, today we live in the world of the visual web, right? Every website that you visit is going to have some sort of an imagery. These days, there are lots of videos that you see, right? So in fact, I'm going to go as far as stating that we are no longer working with, hypertext, but much rather hypermedia, right? So it's just basically images and videos everywhere on the web. Now, in the past 2 years, I was involved in the Almanac project, the Web Almanac project. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's basically a report created by Google every year on the current state of the web. So they have a large database of I don't know how many millions of websites, and then there's chapters for each of the various topics. So there's a chapter for HTML, for JavaScript, for front-end frameworks, and there's also a media chapter. And then the two findings that I'm going to share with you today. One is that 95.9% of all the websites that were part of that, overall report contained at least one meaningful image element. Meaningful image element being like a picture or something that is visually trying to represent something. So that's pretty much, nearly all the websites. But then to take that a step further, 99.9% of all those pages or all these websites made at least one request for an image, which means we have images everywhere. So this was, I don't know if you know this, but this was apparently the first photo on the web. So that's 1992. So we went from that to last year, where at the 90th percentile on desktop, you have 70 images. That's 70 images on a page. That's a lot. So what does this mean for developers? Well, what it means is that you have to kind of figure out a way to work with images, right? Especially in modern UX design, if you think about it, you visit a website, normally you have a hero image of some sort, right? Or maybe a hero video or a video in the background. So every time when you visit such site, well, that's a large portion of that. Now, Google has also done some amazing things for us in terms of trying to, well, they've done it for the users, not for the developers, but never mind. So who here heard of Core Web Vitals? Most of you, okay. So Core Web Vitals, there are 3 metrics that Google basically created and announced that helps with the usability, the interactivity, and the speed of websites from the end user's perspective, right? So what that means for developers is that there are now 3 metrics that we need to adhere to so that we make sure that we fall within the boundaries that Google have specified in order to provide a great experience for the end users. Now, one of those metrics is called the largest contentful paint, or LCP for short. The idea of the largest contentful paint is that Google is going to measure how long the largest element it took for the page to load, right? The largest contentful element can be an image, or it can be text. It really doesn't matter, but as I said, most of the time, in modern UX design practices, it is going to be an image, okay? And that's the sort of criteria that you have. Whatever the largest element is on your page should load between 0 and 2.5 seconds. If you do that, then you're in the green. That's a good experience. 2.5 to 4 seconds, still okay, not the best, but you should work on it. 4 seconds and above, okay, that's just poor. The other important thing to note is that the results from these 3 metrics, so there's first input delay, which measures these kind of like the interactivity, cumulative layout shift, which measures how long the page elements are jumping, and then LCP is the third one. All of these are also taken consideration into determining the search page ranking. Okay, so if you have bad scores for any of these, then your site is going to be demoted, I guess, in the search page ranking. So our goal is to try to load the resource as fast as possible. Now, I'm going to show you this rule, which is the 40-10-40-10 rule. Most of the time, this is applicable to images, so when the LCP is an actual image. So what is this 40-10, 40-10 rule. Anyone knows, heard of it? Okay. So LCP itself, as a thing, consists of these 4 items. Changing any of these 4 items or reducing the time for any of these 4 items will ultimately result in you getting a much better LCP score. And the idea is that you take time to first byte, you try to reduce that at around 40%, resource load delay around 10%, resource load time 40%, and element render delay 10%. And if you do all of that, you spend a lot of effort on that, then your overall LCP score is going to be a lot better. So what are these 4 elements that make up the LCP? The first one is time to first byte. So time to first byte is basically the time that is measured from when a request is made for a resource and then receiving the first byte of that resource, okay? So one of your goals is to try to reduce this TTFB, or time to first byte. The question is, how do you do that? Now, allegedly as developers, this is the one item where we don't have a lot of control over, because these are things like, try to reduce how many redirects you do, or try to use HTTP2 or HTTP3. Now, some of you may be in a situation where you can actually control some of that, but most of the time, it's outside our control. You can use things like predictive prefetching. I don't know how many of you heard of Guess.js, which is a very interesting library. Basically, it takes Google Analytics data, feeds it into a sort of AI machine learning model so that the Guess.js will try to automatically predict, based on the Google Analytics data, what is the next page where the user is going to go. And it starts to sort of prefetch the data for that site automatically. The other thing that I'm going to say is, there's a lot of discussion these days with the Jamstack and then pre-rendering and static site rendering and so on and so forth. For you to reduce the time to first byte, you need to, or you should be using pre-rendering as opposed to server-side rendering, right? Because if you ask for a site to be returned by the server and the server needs to generate that HTML, that generation is going to just prolong your time to first byte because it's doing the job, right? Whereas if you have something pre-rendered, meaning that your static HTML files are in place, you make the request, the server just sends it back. It doesn't have to, build anything. So that's one, right? So you did that, great. Then we have the resource load delay, right? So the resource load delay is a delta between the time to first byte and the browser starting to load your LCP resource. Okay, and your goal is to try to eliminate or shorten this resource load delay. So the question is, how can you do that? Again, a very general rule of thumb is that the loading of the element that is considered to be the LCP element should start at the same time when you load the first resource. So let's say you load a CSS file or JavaScript file. At that point, you should also start to load the image or whatever is going to be considered to be your LCP element. Now, what happens with browsers is that they do, the browsers have this preload scanner, right? So the browser is going to take a look at your HTML and then automatically attach priorities to the various items that you are requesting, right? So it's going to say, oh, there's a font, there's an image, there's a CSS file, and it's going to say, the CSS should have a high priority, the JavaScript should have a medium priority, so on and so forth. And it does that automatically. But a new feature has landed in Chrome quite recently, which is this fetch priority hint, which means that you can add that to your elements and you can kind of poke the browser and say, well, I need you to treat that element with high priority. And then it's going to start loading that resource as soon as possible. Then we have, this is the third one, the resource loads time. Very simple, how much time how much it takes for the LCP element to load. Okay, and again, your goal is to try to reduce this load time. So how can you do that? Well, if you think about it, especially with images, the smaller that image is, the less time it's going to take for the browser to load that, right? So trying to reduce the amount of bytes that you're transferring through your network, okay? So it means you should have highly optimized images because, smaller image sizes will mean that they will come through the wire much faster. The one thing that I will also say here is, providing the fact that your LCP element is say a paragraph, and if you're using some fancy fonts to display that paragraph, the LCP calculation will also take into account the time it takes for your application to load the font. Okay, so then as opposed to trying to add the fetch priorities and whatever to the image, you need to also think about the font and how you get the font face. Okay, because as I said, it could potentially make that LCP score higher because the browser is waiting for the font to arrive. And then, last but not least, element render delay, which is the delta between the LTP resource being loaded, so the bytes arriving through the network, and then whatever that element is to be fully rendered in the browser. Okay, so that's the element render delay. Again, you need to make sure that you sort of shorten that time that it takes for the browser to do this job. And there are a bunch of things, and I'm pretty sure that if you work with the web, that some of these, inlining your CSS, resizing your bundle sizes, deferring non-critical CSS and JavaScript. These are the standard things. One very important point, and this is very interesting because a lot of time you hear that you should lazy load your images, lazy load that. If your LCP is an image, then don't lazy load it because, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. A lot of people are like, oh, but I was told I should lazy load everything. Well, yes, except the LCP stuff because you want that to arrive as fast as possible to get a good score. Now, if you sort of lazy load that, God knows when it's going to arrive, right? So just don't do that. Okay, so next I want to talk about my favorite topic, which is image formats on the web. Because again, remember, let's assume that we have an image that's the largest component. We start to fix some of these things that matter for LCP, and then we arrive to the point where we have one of these image formats, right? JPEG, WebP, whatever. Now, just to let you know, again, this is from the Almanac report from last year. JPEG has been and still today dominates the web, right? That's the most popular image format on the web, followed by PNG, GIF, WebP, and SVG, and the rest. And obviously, hopefully the reports this year will start to show AVIF in that as well, because that wasn't a very widely used format last year. But then when I say JPEG, which JPEG do I mean? There's baseline JPEG, there's progressive JPEG, it has lossy compression, however JPEG 2000 can be lossless. So there's lots of variations of the JPEG image format as such. And I just prepared a quick video, so what you will see here is the way a baseline JPEG is loading and the way a progressive JPEG is loading. So what I've done, I throttled the network very heavily. So what you will see in the baseline JPEG, it will load sort of line by line. But what gets loaded is already the high quality final version of the image. Then straight after that, we're going to load another JPEG, which is going to be the progressive one. So you will see that the first image that arrives in a second is going to be blurry, but then you will see that there's another iteration. So you see it's blurry, but then at some point in time, it becomes clear, right? So it loads progressively. So the benefit of this is your users will see something that they know, kind of can figure out what's there, and then behind the scenes, the browser will load it. What matters is that for the LCP, it doesn't matter, because LCP will measure when the entire image has arrived. PNG, some of you may use PNG. PNG is by default lossless, but for whatever unknown reason, every time when you save a PNG using one of these popular tools, like Photoshop and whatnot, they will produce a lossy PNG. Whatever, okay? But generally speaking, a PNG image would be larger compared to a JPEG, but there are some edge cases when that's not true, but just FYI. Then, GIF, GIF, doesn't matter. Don't use that, thank you. Unless you do that, and I'm not going to tell you what that is, that's your homework, okay? So you can take a picture of that, you can figure out what it is, but really, why would you ever want to use a GIF on a website? Just for animation. Okay, I've seen a website where someone used a GIF as a video, and it was 16.8 megabytes, and it was 6 seconds. Why? Okay, but I'm nice, so if you really want to do that, use that. Okay, so if you really want to get funny animations, use the video element, generate an MP4, add muted autoplayed loop attributes, and it will act like a GIF, but it's going to be a fraction of the size. Okay, so that's your solution right there. Okay, so we have WebP. So WebP is considered to be one of the next-gen image formats. So if you maybe seen a Lighthouse report, you get the use next-gen image formats. That's WebP. WebP is good. It was derived from one of the video codecs and all the video formats. It supports lossless and lossy, and very generally speaking, it's about 25. It's between 25 to 35% lighter than any JPEG would be, and it still provides the same visual quality. Okay. But do check browser support. Older versions of Safari do not support WebP, for example. And also, FYI, WebP 2 is currently being worked on by Google. Then we have AVIF, which is another image format that got derived from a video codec. It's great for lossy and low fidelity compression images. So you can get very sort of high quality images, but at a fraction of the size, again, if compared with JPEGs. It doesn't support progressive loading, which is very, why are you doing that? What? Show me again. GIF, the G is soft. We're at a conference. I'm not going to say what else is soft, okay? Okay, so I have no idea what I was talking about now, because I'm thinking about the soft G. Is GIF, G, it doesn't, Jesus Christ, sit in the back. No progressive loading. No progressive loading, yes. What that means is that even though an AVIF image is going to load fast, you're not going to see anything. It's just going to be a blank space. And the other thing is that you have to be aware of is the encoding and decoding time, especially if your image is very, very large. Then it takes a lot of time for, and if this is you're running something in your CLI or using a tool, if you take a lot of time to generate an AVIF. And then we have my favorite, JPEG XL. Who heard about JPEG XL? You're my man, one person. There's always like one person in the room. So JPEG XL is the latest version and iteration of the JPEG standard. And it's available in the latest version of Chrome behind the flag. So you have to go into settings and enable the JPEG XL flag. Very simply put, it's a renewed version of the original JPEG spec, okay? But taking all the great stuff from WebP and AVIF and others into consideration. So this image format is going to be really big. Not now, but maybe in 2-3 years' time, you will hear a lot more about this. I know you can't read this, but there's a link which you can get this from. So there's a battle of codecs, which basically using a few pieces of criteria, comparing JPEG, JPEG 2000, PNG, WebP, AVIF, and JPEG XL, where you see all those yellow and blue dots, that it can do everything. That's JPEG XL. Okay, so it's going to be a very important image format, hopefully very soon. So here's another video for you. So what I've done, I built this very great looking tool using all my CSS skills, where I have I allow you to select image formats, and then what I do behind the scenes, I take one image, I split it into 3 parts, and then I load the individual parts as based on your selection. So this time around, we will get a WebP, an AVIF, and then a progressive JPEG. And you will see that even though the AVIF is going to load first, it's going to be just this blank space in the middle, okay? So we kind of see what the other image formats are doing, and then the AVIF loads, and then the rest of the image formats also finish loading, okay? So just be aware of this and make sure that you know how these image formats are going to behave so that you can present this to your users. It may be that your users don't care to, stare at a blank space for a second or two, but, you may want to consider progressive JPEG. Let me just reiterate the fact that LCP it doesn't matter if it's progressive or not, it will always measure the entire load time for the image itself. So what can you do? You can use this differential loading technique. This is fairly common. So you have the picture element, which can have a bunch of source elements. where you have like a WebP, a JPEG, and then a fallback image element. This is good for situations where you want to support multiple browsers, right? And you have a WebP format or WebP image for situations where people visit your site that actually support WebP. Okay, so the browser will read this line by line. If it can render the WebP, it will never go to the second source element. Okay, but if it doesn't, it will go to the second source element, and then it will of course read the JPEG file. You could provide it an AVIF or many others. Or another option is of course to use an image CDN. So in the next sample, we have the same image. Who knows who this guy is? This is the second conference and no one knows who it is. This is very, I need to change this. Yes, thank you. J Balvin, it's a singer, doesn't matter. So we have the same image, right? You look at it and you think, okay, that's exactly the same, except one image is 200 and something, the other one is 100 and something kilobytes in size. So what is going on here? Well, let's take another test. There's a tool called Simulacra, which is, it's a C++ project. I did bring it to WebAssembly as well a couple of years ago, but basically what it does, it compares two images, and the way the Simulacra project was built is that it's not only looking at the image data, but it also feeds information, or it also uses information that was done based on user research. So we actually, and this is a Cloudinary project from probably 7 years ago. We showed two images to people and we said, do you see the difference? Yes, no. We marked the result. We did the same for other images, right? So basically this tool can determine if two images are really different in terms of their visual quality or not. And so it gives you a number. So if the number is anything above 0.1, it means that there's going to be likely visual deficiencies with the image, like pixelation, or it's just going to look bad. Anything that's below 0.01 is going to mean you can't tell the difference. So I ran these two images through that tool and I got 0.0063, so that's good. Now the only difference between these two images is the fact that I changed the access URL for, this is a Cloudinary URL which acts as an image CDN in our case. I just added Photo and Qauto to the second image. Photo is automatic format, Qauto is automatic quality, right? So with those two flags, I was able to generate an image because I opened this in Chrome, it gave me a WebP, and the Qauto flag automatically reduces the quality of the image in a way that is not visible to the human eye, which we also verified using that Simulacra tool. And the end result is that one image is 200 and something kilobytes, the other one is just pretty much half of that, okay? So there are, obviously, I do work for Cloudinary, so that's the only thing that you should use. But there are many other, such providers out there, so feel free to do your research. But what I'm going to say is that don't do what that watch website did. Don't try to load 1.5 megabyte images. Try to, shrink the images. And if you use the right tool, Cloudinary being one of them and many others, you can also change the width of the image right in the URL, right? So W_1200 means that I'm generating the 1200 width pixel image just by changing the URL. And of course, we have support for JavaScript as the various JavaScript frameworks, SDKs, so you can do this programmatically as well, and a lot more. So some additional quick tips. The first one is a very important one because I did that many times. So you can measure LCP using DevTools in Chrome today. So there's actually an overlay, but you can also use the performance and the new Performance Insights panel in DevTools to measure how long the LCP element takes to load and also what is the LCP element in your code. But make sure that you pop out the DevTools, because if you just open the DevTools, like on the bottom of your browser, LCP is going to be the LCP is going to be calculated based on the element that is visible in the viewport. So many times what happened, I opened DevTools, I got now, obstructed half of my websites, and then it said, oh, your LCP is an H1 element. And I thought, I'm sure I have a very big image there, what's happening? So just make sure you pop that out, and then you take a look at the entire viewport. Lazy load an LCP element, I said that. And also, for development purposes, it's good to use DevTools because it will show you, inside Lighthouse, you get all the performance reports. It will also give you LCP scores and other core Web Vital scores. But you should also use PageSpeed Insights, which uses real user data. So it's going to take data from people who visit your site and measure that, right? And that's how you should collect the LCP data, not from your sort of like synthetic lab environment. That's good for getting started, but you want to make sure that you collect real user data using PageSpeed Insights, and then you determine your LCP score using that. Okay, I'll leave you with a few links here. You can take a look at those, and that was me. Thank you very much. Do I get questions now as well? Okay, questions?
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Visual experiences connect people all around the world through our favorite websites and apps. Let's explore how this world works. From photo shoot, we can now quickly make updates, like changing backgrounds, hair color, and apparel color. The image is then instantly available on the website for users across the world. Want a closer look at that shoe? With 360-degree rotation technology, you can zoom in on all angles for a hands-on experience. The way we consume content has also changed. Real-time events are constantly at our fingertips. And now you can experience them perfectly for each screen. And the world is more connected with more personalized experiences. A couple can post a photo to a brand's website, and that experience can be transported from country to country. Digital technology is bringing us together, helping us all unleash the power of visual experiences. That's the power of Cloudinary.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors. And supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
Oh, how do I do that?
Want to see it as well?
I think mirroring is better. How do I mirror? Sorry.
Like that? Okay?
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Yes. Yeah. Hi everyone, thanks for the wait. So I'm SD. Today I'll be talking about building my side project with Supabase. So to introduce myself, I'm SD Tay. I'm a software developer at ThoughtWorks now, and also I occasionally write technical articles. So right now I'm also part of the Supa Squad, which is like a team of advocates for Supabase. Yeah. So a brief background about how this project idea came about. So I just started working like 1 to 2 years ago, and then I got my credit card. But it's only recently like I got like a late payment notice of like $150. So it was quite a big shock to me to know that the late payment is so big. Yeah, but because it's my first time, so I could apply for a waiver, thankfully. And then my mom just told me, next time you better set a reminder for it, don't do this again. And after that, she immediately did the same thing, not credit card, but rental bills. So I'm just like, I should do something or like build something to help people like us remember to track our bills better. So I started to think about like the concept of the bill, and because of how like ThoughtWorks projects are usually, we just think of all the entities, objects, relations that could happen in the system. So these are like just some things, like the amount to pay, recipient, frequency, and then the risk, what happens if you don't pay a bill, and how to pay it. But since we are just starting like a side project, usually you don't try to implement everything, even if you can think of like a lot of things. So I created a like simpler mockup for it. So this is done on Figma. Like the first screen, just see a very simple add bills, view upcoming bills, and then like the upcoming bills, you can see the bill cards. So like Singtel, you need to pay $178, and it's like telecommunications from the icon, and then you see that, oh okay, I got set reminder for this one. But the Gineco one, I didn't set a reminder, so I should probably do it. And then like the last screen is the typical add a bill or add an entity kind of form screen. So after I thought up the design for the app, I had to think about the icon design also because it's a mobile app. So these are just some random scribbles on Figma that I did like in 10 minutes. It's just like a green circle with BD letters around the circle forming like some kind of cube shape. And most people on Twitter like the middle one. So he's the winner, he's the mascot. So if you are keen, you can scan the QR code to check out the project. It's open source. Like right now, it's released on beta track also, so all of you can go to Google Play and download it to test it if you want to. But otherwise, before I release it on beta track like 2 days ago, usually I test it with my volunteer testers. So Google Play has like 3 you can use. So there's internal, alpha, and beta. So internal, I just test it with my mom and my partner. And then like the alpha track, I got like some volunteers on Twitter to help me test also. So that way I can get like more rapid feedback about how to improve the app. Okay, so enough. Sorry, hello. So these are some building blocks that I use for my project. So there are 3 types, front-end, back-end, and then others. So front-end, I chose React Native TypeScript because I was going to work on a work project React Native, so I chose that. And then like the UI library, I use UI Kittens, quite a cute library and quite easy to use. And then the Victory is like a common library to use for creating charts. So you can get to see that later during the demo. And Notify is the library that I use for creating notifications and managing them on your device. So all the libraries you see on this screen are open source. You can just import it, set it up, and then you can use it already. And of course for backend, I use Supabase. It's the awesome backend for frontend for me. So I will also go through like how you can use Supabase and how it's like after you set up a project for it. And for others, it's more like not part of the mobile app. So RPA Python is robotic process automation. Is a package. So I use it for scraping like data from the POSB website, don't tell them. And then like the GitHub action is something I use to like generate database type definitions for my project. Yeah, for those who are familiar with TypeScript. Fastlane is just a library to like help you automate your deployments to Google Play. Then this is a very simple state diagram, I guess. You just open the app and then I check whether the user is connected to the internet and also log into the account. If they are yes for both, then I'll just sync their existing cache to cloud. Otherwise, everything is cache. So this ensures like a offline first functionality. And that is one of the cool things about BD. I hope to build this app so that like most people, they just download it and then they can like use it even without being connected to internet or like even giving any information at all. This is something that I think is missing in a lot of apps because of monetization, ads, and so on. So I built this app for helping people like us and also like learning purposes. So I don't want to restrict it to like the usual standards. So yeah, you don't need to create an account to enjoy most features. You can create, read, update, and delete all your bills and notifications. Analytics of expenses is also a cool feature that I got the idea from Ariona from Supabase, because she's sharing with me like how expense tracking is usually done for her app. So there's also something helpful for SG workers, which is based on the script data I had. Later I can show you. The project is open source. Yeah. So if you are interested in any like particular implementation, you can just read the code, or like if you find any bugs, can create an issue and then I'll try to fix it. Or you can even create a PR, it's fine. Okay, so app demo. I'll be using Vercel to show you how the app is on my phone. Okay, can all of you see from the back? Is it big enough? Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay, so this is BD. And you can see this icon. You just click on like app bill, and then you can choose a payee, a category, as well as like the amount and reminders. So for the payee, you can see like all these building organizations. They're directly from the gyro list on DBS. If you want to click on them. Yeah, yeah. So they are pretty accurate for Singaporeans, but there's also like stuff like other custom pages that I inserted. But otherwise, you can like even type something like this, and then like yes, yeah. Then you can set the deadline. August maybe, and then like add a reminder. So a reminder you can set like hours, days, months. So I referred the design from Google Calendar. So this is how they also did it relative to like the actual event date. Then you add reminder, and you submit. So then you will see this card, and then you can mark it as complete, or like if you miss a bill, say and then like I can hear some laughter. Yes. So it will be like a missed bill because it's passed already, and then you can like archive it if you want to. Okay. So after you created all these bills, and because now it's local, right? You say if you log into another device, you can't see your bills already. So what you can do is like sign up an account, like say cityjs.com. So this authentication is also provided by Supabase. So it's pretty fast to set it up. Yeah, so I'm logged in, and then I still have the all the bills, and also you can see the last sync date. So in a nice way is that your user can use most of the app, and then they still get the state after they log in. Yeah. So that is one thing. Now I log out, and I also purge everything just to show you on like another account. Sign in. Oh no. Oops. I'm sorry. I tested this yesterday, but it was working. But things happen. But okay, I'll show you a screenshot of it later. So that's it for the app demo. Okay. Okay. Oh no! There's still more. There's still more. It's not over. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm going to walk through like the BD's backend for frontend, like BFF. So Supabase, and then sign in. So these are some of the projects I have, and click on BD. And then these are all the tables you can see. It's pretty nice that you have all this UI, and you can also see like authentication, all the users that are signed up. So there's a lot of test users here from my volunteers, and then like storage. And also this SQL editor is pretty nice. And click on the welcome, and they have like a lot of suggestions for the snippets that you can run. So say this create table, you can edit, and then like everything is there. You just change the name and get all tables and stuff. So even without having your own SQL program to access the database, you can just write the snippets and save it here. So something that I use is reset bill ID, because I like to delete stuff from my test database, and then it suddenly doesn't work anymore, so I just reset the ID. Yeah. And then there's also like this migration script that I created because I was converting a value from like I think date to date time. Yeah. So this is something you can do as well. In the database column, you can click on your existing tables and then modify them. So it's pretty straightforward. You also can enable row level security. Yeah. So one especially cool thing I thought about Supabase is like this API documentation. So say like after you created a table, they'll just generate this very nice JavaScript that you can use immediately. So that's what I've been like doing most of the time. So working with Supabase takes up like 5 or 10% of my project's time only. Yeah. So for example, to set up Supabase, okay. I think the Xcode is building again. Yeah. So on my BD project, this is the exact code. So you can just create a client from the Supabase project dependency with the URL and key, which I'm not going to show you. Then the cache, for React Native, usually the common cache system is async storage, but I was trying out MMKV, not sure if you heard of it. So it's like a 400 times faster kind of cache system. So you can use any other caching also, as long as you provide like the interface methods like get, set, and remove item. This is how Supabase stores the auth token in your local cache. So yeah, this is like an interface you can use. And then like this Supabase, I just use it in most of the service, like the bill syncing and stuff. Then you can see like this code, I literally copy pasted from the API docs and it works already. Yeah, so if you are familiar with the front end and you know like what you want to do for your project idea, you just spin up Supabase, it's very fast. Okay, then going back to the slides. Yeah, so the cool stuff is the database editor and SQL editor, as well as amazing API docs. For the less GUI people, there's also the Supabase client. You can download it and then run stuff in your terminal to get the same functions working. Yeah. So the features in BD that are powered by Supabase, I've mentioned most of these already. But for future features would be like using their storage to upload documents. Like say, after you created a bill, you want to refer to the receipt or invoice for it. So you can like upload there and then just refer it back. Then for sign without password and reset password, so they have a lot of authentication methods available. You can just use it pretty fast. And personalization. So right now, because I'm showing all the Singapore appealing organizations, it's pretty long-winded. Like in future, I will let them set whether they want these options available or not, or even set their country, because not everyone is from Singapore. Yeah. So these are some GitHub repositories if you are keen. So the generate Supabase database types GitHub action, you can use it for your project as well. And the build organization scripter if you're keen on how the RPA works. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for ST? Maybe I have one question.
Okay.
Working with Supabase, what was maybe the toughest part, or what didn't work? What can we fix?
There was a problem that I encountered, which is upserting documents. So because the way upsert works for Postgres is not similar to like other SQL DB. So like say, because I want to sync cache to like the cloud, right? I was thinking, okay, as long as the IDs are the same, I just throw my entire cache over. It should work, right? Because it's upserting. But it wasn't working because of how Postgres works. There's an issue that I can refer you guys later. It's quite complicated, yeah.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. All right, I'll take that. Thanks so much, SC.
Thank you.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies. I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about
relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company, is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at The Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined The Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do? Actually is I manage the relationship, but also I teach customers, engineers, developers how to use New Relic with your application. I also act as a bridge with our product management. If you have any feedback or ways we can help you to actually improve your instrumentation, I'll be the right person to actually reach out here in New Relic for Asia. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Steve, and today we have a really good topic. I remember nowadays we have so many platforms for you to actually host your application. Once you build it, you're spoiled with so many choices, including popular platforms such as AWS, GCP, and Azure. But this particular talk, we're going to focus on niche platforms, which generally they are highly discussed, especially among web developers. So today, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinion on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel right here. So first and foremost, let's start with Heroku. You probably heard about Heroku either through some form of tutorial or maybe some form of article have you read online, because Heroku has been around for a really long time. There's a reason why Heroku is widely known in the industry, because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. So Salesforce is a really large organization, and there's a high chance your organization is using some form of services by Salesforce too. Therefore, it's quite common to see this within the industry itself. Within Heroku, what they really offer is platform as a service. You have no control on the underlying infrastructure, like AWS or some of the popular cloud platforms, but at least you can control anything that's above the platform. So at least you can actually choose to actually deploy your services and some of the controls around it right there. Now, here's the thing with Heroku. The one that really made Heroku really popular is the concept of dynos. So that you can actually read a lot about dynos within Heroku, but that's the heart of the platform itself. What dynos really is actually a virtualized Linux environment that it's actually well tuned, and you can actually run your application relatively quick within the whole services itself. Within Heroku, there are a couple of things you need to be mindful of. First, if you're coming from a pure front-end developer with not much information or background on backend, it might be overwhelming. But if you're coming with some knowledge of underlying backend knowledge, Heroku is going to be perfect for you, because you're going to need some background knowledge, because you need to actually do things like specify your package, your version, what do you need, and you're going to work across this thing called proc files. Proc files, in a nutshell, it's just a workflow script that you tell Heroku what to run, what command you want to execute. It's not that hard, but it's relatively easy to learn too. And also, some of the most common services, such as PostgreSQL, Redis, and much more, it is available to you if you want to connect to your web apps right there. Now, one thing you want to be mindful of is Heroku has a really strong backend support, because again, it just goes back to the underlying technology, because it is platform as a service, you have much more control. Therefore, the control that you need for backend services is also better too. Now, one thing also you want to be mindful of, Heroku is very strong with enterprise features. The reason is because it has been around for a long time. It's used by a lot of enterprise companies around the world, and therefore it makes sense for them to offer you enterprise feature. And therefore, from a cost point of view, it's going to be much more higher compared to two other vendors I mentioned, such as Netlify and Vercel. I think personally it is fair because somebody has to pay the bills. Someone has to pay the developers that actually develop those services, and someone has to pay the bills to make sure the platform is working well. Just be mindful of that because of the enterprise feature that you can see within Heroku right there. Now, one thing you need to know, there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of guides out there that talk about Heroku, especially on the free plan. When you first deploy your application on Heroku, you're going to be okay, but later on, if you want to fire up an app, you need to be mindful of sleep time, which is the apps actually need to go through the startup process, actually running up. There is a time that's being involved. It's not a big deal, and I think it's actually fair too, especially on a free plan, but that's something that you need to be mindful of. If you're paying this or paid plan, you're going to be fine, and that's not a big problem. So that's actually on the Heroku that you actually could host your web apps right there. Now let's just go through and talk about some of the things you can expect in Heroku. Heroku, again, being the most mature of all of them, has been around for a long time. Documentation is very mature. They have a very good onboarding flow across different languages, very detailed, step-by-step, which is really not that hard. In fact, it's probably one of the earliest platforms that a lot of developers go to when they want to deploy web apps right there. Also, one thing I really admire about Heroku is there's a lot of resource that actually help you to fine-tune your configuration, but also looking after apps that's hosted in Heroku right there. For example, we can see right here, for example, getting like memcache, how to use memory, how to do HTTP caching. There's a lot of good resources to help you as a developer to make sure your application is running well. Also, again, being more enterprise featured within Heroku, they actually have a proper operational UI that once you deploy an app, you can see some of the more operational metrics within the platform, which is designed specifically for the developer target audience right here. So let's just move forward and start talking about Netlify. Netlify has been around recently, and they're probably the coolest kid around the block right there. But there's a good reason why a lot of people rave about Netlify. Mainly because of the movement of Jamstack, JavaScript, API, Markdown. So if you've read about Jamstack or if you're looking into Jamstack, you're going to come across Netlify right there. So Netlify, it is available as a serverless platform. So serverless means it's one layer above the platform as a service, and it actually goes through a lot of serverless function characteristics underneath it right there. So what it really is with the layer of abstraction that's being extracted and the ease of use that you're going to get with serverless function, there is some limitation. You just need to be mindful with that trade-off. Again, not a big deal. If you're a developer, you just want to deploy apps, you don't want to care about backend operations, serverless platform actually can be a really good choice for you to actually consider. One thing I will say is, especially for Netlify, from my personal experience, it's blazing quick. Once you already have an application hosted on GitLab or GitHub, straight away you can see application that's really running in your environment right there. But partly because, why is it so quick? Because Netlify is really good for static apps. And also, if you're coming from a front-end developer, Netlify offers you a lot of front-end client-side features, which I think you appreciate when you use the platform right there. Now, one thing you want to know about Netlify is what made them also famous is this thing called Netlify Edge. Apart from deploying your web apps relatively quick, they also go through a CDN approach. Again, CDN, a lot of developers dread around it because it's not fun. When CDN is down, it's going to affect your web apps. But what Netlify Edge and what they did right here is made CDN good, easy to configure, and just a lot of location you can choose from right there. Now, one thing I also want to mention right here, Netlify has a lot of good resources on Jamstack. I mean, if you look at the screen right here with this stack, they have really cute logos right here. It just makes learning a bit more fun. And if you're interested in Jamstack, I think Netlify has some really good resources for you too. Again, with this conference, Cityjs, India, there's another talk specifically focused on Jamstack. Netlify can be a good complement once you develop application on Jamstack. Now, one thing to note, Netlify and Vercel, which I'll cover a bit more, Netlify tend to target more for front-end developers, but they are actually expanding on the back end. So it really depends where you're coming from. Each platform is right for the right target audience right here. Again, with Netlify and Vercel, it's actually hard to compare because they're quite unique in their own ways and they focus on different target audience. The only thing that probably is wildly debated and people talk about is commercial apps. So commercial apps is can you actually host production paid apps with a free platform right there. Now, just one thing you want to be careful of, it is possible to do in Netlify, but if you want to do production or commercial apps on a free plan, my recommendation is you just have to be very careful with support and the response time that people are going to get back to you, because they're always going to prioritize paid customers. Just be mindful with that considerations right there. Now, another one that you want to go through is just look at the onboarding right here, where we can see it's pretty easy to onboard an application here within Netlify. That's actually a very good step-by-step guide that's available to you. As mentioned earlier, once you have application hosted in GitHub or GitLab, Netlify can pick it up and deploy really quick. As mentioned, the one that really draw your attention is the Netlify Edge, which you actually can host in a lot of distributed or various locations on the CDN service right there. One thing you need to be mindful of is within the Netlify Edge, they actually have basic and high performance offering. Basic was the one that's free. High performance, which is the one that's paid. Again, I think it's a fair ask because within the high performance service, there's a SLA, but also there's an additional resource and configuration that's available to you, and also additional location too. So just to be mindful of that trade-off. But again, if you're just trying out a project, maybe just a quick MVP, basics is usually good enough right there. Now let's talk about Vercel. If you probably come across Vercel right there, mainly because of Next.js. Maybe you're hosting a React application and you're using in production and you're using Next.js as a framework, you're going to come across Vercel because they actually created Next.js. Again, Vercel operates on the premise it is serverless platform. It uses the characteristic and principle that what you can expect in a serverless function. Again, they made it relatively relatively easy, but you just need to be mindful of the trade-off right there. Now, within itself, how Vercel really differentiate themselves right here is Vercel is best for dynamic apps. Dynamic apps is a bit more complex because you actually can do much more customization, and there's much more things you need to consider for dynamic apps. And also, one thing that Vercel do quite well, especially if you're the developer that have some form of infrastructure or backend experience, Vercel is going to feel much more home at you. The reason is because there's a lot of things that you can configure. It has much more backend controls, but you can use things like CI workflows that you're familiar with. You actually can use together with Vercel right there. Now, one thing that I really like about Vercel, and something that I'm paying very close attention, is this thing called H functions. What H function really is actually decoupling serverless function and put it at the edge. Another way of saying it, this is edge computing using serverless function. That's really cool. But one thing you need to be mindful of is there's much more backend infrastructure experience required because you're actually going into edge computing right there. It's very promising. It's really interesting. However, you need to configure middleware. So just be mindful of the operational overhead. But again, with that, I think it's quite worth it because you're actually moving your apps closer to your consumer or the people that you try to serve right there. One thing I also really like about Vercel is they have this thing called the production checklist. Production checklist is something very handy for developers. The reason I say this is because when engineers, developers, when we deploy app into production, we will pray and hopefully everything is going to be okay, right? So one thing that what they do very well is the production checklist actually go through, hey, if you're going to deploy this, did you do this particular step? This step is available in this particular UI, and this is when you want to look out from a configuration settings point of view. I think this is great. It just really reduced the mental load that we need to do as engineers when we actually use a specific platform right there. Now, going back again, one of the things that's slightly a bit different compared to Netlify is Vercel tend to target more for backend engineers or people that have backend experience, but they're actually actively expanding and actually offering features on the front end. Again, both Netlify and Vercel, they have different target audience they go for right there. One thing I want to be mindful of is, again, this is quite clearly stated, commercial apps or production paid apps is not possible. They stated very clearly with their statement, with their legal statement right there. Again, I think this is fair because especially for a paid production app, if something goes wrong, usually you need the support that you need. Again, you get what you paid. Just be mindful of the offering that you want to get when you actually go for Vercel right there. All right, just to go through again, With Vercel, with much more backend controls, so how do you actually model the application? You actually get it through logs on the backend, and they actually have really good resource and resource available to you actually get those logs out. As mentioned early, because we're going to H function, you actually deploy a function by region, and there's much more configuration you need to be mindful of, which again, not a big deal if you're coming from backend. But if you're a front-end developer, just be mindful there's additional configuration and knowledge you need to be mindful of when you're operating that middleware right there. So one thing is good about Vercel, which I think I really admire them too, is if you want to try out Next.js as part of your React framework, they actually have a catalog right there. You can actually try it out relatively easy within the Vercel platform right here. All right, just to sum it up right here is what's the difference between Netlify, Vercel, and Heroku. Netlify and Vercel, if you're starting out or you just want to do a really simple app, just want to see the results relatively quick, both platforms are a good option. Again, when the time is right, if you want to start scaling up, they can be a really good one. And they do have the right commercial offering and support structure for it. As mentioned, Netlify is targeting more towards front-end developers or back-end, while Vercel, it targets more towards back-end developers right there, or developers with back-end knowledge right there. Both resonates really well with the no ops movement, means no operation, what it really means is I don't really want to touch a lot of the operational side of maintaining apps. They actually resonate quite well with Netlify and Vercel right there. So for us in New Relic, if you want to go with Vercel or Netlify, we actually going to have integrations very soon. In fact, the Netlify that we actually have it right here, we actually just released our integrations where you can actually onboard the New Relic agent relatively easy if you want to use New Relic to actually instrument and have deep visibility within your web app itself. Vercel is coming up very soon. In fact, that's coming up next quarter. We're actually going to have guides and integration for Next.js and also Vercel right there. Next, I'm going to talk about Heroku. Heroku tends to be much more suitable for really large enterprise-grade application where you need enterprise feature. It makes sense because sometimes there are certain applications that requires those enterprise features. Heroku is really good for that. They have a free plan. You need to be mindful of the sleep period right there. With Heroku, because it is platform as a service, not like serverless function, there is some knowledge that's being required, especially from a backend infrastructure services right there. Again, from a Heroku integration with New Relic, there's a lot of articles out there. You can just Google them relatively easy, but also within this deck itself, I have links for you which you can jump straight into it and can see a lot of out-of-box integrations available for you, especially if you're using Heroku. Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do? Actually is I manage the relationship, but also I teach customers, engineers, developers how to use New Relic with your application. I also act as a bridge with our product management. If you have any feedback or ways we can help you to actually improve your instrumentation, I'll be the right person to actually reach out here in New Relic for Asia. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Steve, and today we have a really good topic. I remember nowadays we have so many platforms for you to actually host your application. Once you build it, you're spoiled with so many choices, including popular platforms such as AWS, GCP, and Azure. But this particular talk, we're going to focus on niche platform, which generally they are highly discussed, especially among web developers. So today, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinion on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel right here. So first and foremost, let's start with Heroku. You probably heard about Heroku either through some form of tutorial or maybe some form of article have you read online, because Heroku has been around for a really long time. There's a reason why Heroku is widely known in the industry, because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. So Salesforce is a really large organization, and there's a high chance your organization is using some form of services by Salesforce too. Therefore, it's quite common to see this within the industry itself. Within Heroku, what they really offer is platform as a service. You have no control on the underlying infrastructure, like AWS or some of the popular cloud platforms, but at least you can control anything that's above the platform. So at least you can actually choose to actually deploy your services and some of the controls around it right there. Now, here's the thing with Heroku. The one that really made Heroku really popular is the concept of dynos. So that you can actually read a lot about dynos within Heroku, but that's the heart of the platform itself. What dynos really is actually a virtualized Linux environment that it's actually well tuned and actually, you can actually run your application relatively quick within the whole services itself. Within Heroku, there are a couple of things you need to be mindful of. First, if you're coming from a pure front-end developer with not much information or background on backend, it might be overwhelming. But if you're coming with some knowledge of underlying backend knowledge, Heroku is going to be perfect for you, because you're going to need some background knowledge, because you need to actually do things like specify your package, your version, what do you need, and you're going to work across this thing called proc files. Proc files, in a nutshell, is just a workflow script that you tell Heroku what to run, what command you want to execute. It's not that hard, but it's relatively easy to learn too. And also, some of the most common services, such as PostgreSQL, Redis, and much more, it is available to you if you want to connect to your web apps right there. Now, one thing you want to be mindful of is Heroku has a really strong backend support, because again, it just goes back to the underlying technology. Because it is platform as a service, you have much more control. Therefore, the control that you need for backend services is also better too. Now, one thing also you want to be mindful of, Heroku is very strong with enterprise features. The reason is because it has been around for a long time. It's used by a lot of enterprise companies around the world, and therefore it makes sense for them to offer you enterprise feature. And therefore, from a cost point of view, it's going to be much more higher compared to two other vendors I mentioned, such as Netlify and Vercel. I think personally it is fair, because somebody has to pay the bills. Someone has to pay the developers that actually develop those services, and someone has to pay the bills to make sure the platform is working well. Just be mindful of that because of the enterprise feature that you can see within Heroku right there. Now, one thing you need to know, there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of guides out there that talk about Heroku, especially on the free plan. When you first deploy your application on Heroku, you're going to be okay, but later on, if you want to fire up an app, you need to be mindful of sleep time, which is the apps actually need to go through the startup process, actually running up. There is a time that's being involved. It's not a big deal, and I think it's actually fair too, especially on a free plan, but that's something that you need to be mindful of. If you are paying this or paid plan, you're going to be fine, and that's not a big problem. So that's actually on the Heroku that you actually can host your web apps right there. Now let's just go through and talk about some of the things you can expect in Heroku. Heroku, again, being the most mature of all of them, has been around for a long time. Documentation is very mature. They have a very good onboarding flow across different languages, very detailed, step-by-step, which is really not that hard. In fact, it's probably one of the earliest platforms that a lot of developers go to when they want to deploy web apps right there. Also, one thing I really admire about Heroku is there's a lot of resource that actually help you to fine-tune your configuration, but also looking after apps that's hosted in Heroku right there. For example, we can see right here, for example, getting like mem. Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do? Actually is I manage the relationship, but also I teach customers, engineers, developers how to use New Relic with your application. I also act as a bridge with our product management. If you have any feedback or ways we can help you to actually improve your instrumentation, I'll be the right person to actually reach out here in New Relic for Asia. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Steve, and today we have a really good topic. I remember nowadays we have so many platforms for you to actually host your application. Once you build it, you're spoiled with so many choices, including popular platforms such as AWS, GCP, and Azure. But this particular talk, we're going to focus on niche platforms, which generally they are highly discussed, especially among web developers. So today, I'm going to share my thoughts and opinion on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel right here. So first and foremost, let's start with Heroku. You probably heard about Heroku either through some form of tutorial or maybe some form of article have you read online, because Heroku has been around for a really long time. There's a reason why Heroku is widely known in the industry, because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. So Salesforce is a really large organization, and there's a high chance your organization is using some form of services by Salesforce too. Therefore, it's quite common to see this within the industry itself. Within Heroku, what they really offer is platform as a service. You have no control on the underlying infrastructure, like AWS or some of the popular cloud platforms, but at least you can control anything that's above the platform. So at least you can actually choose to actually deploy your services and some of the controls around it right there. Now, here's the thing with Heroku. The one that really made Heroku really popular is the concept of dynos. So that you can actually read a lot about dynos within Heroku, but that's the heart of the platform itself. What dynos really is actually a virtualized Linux environment that it's actually well tuned, and actually you can actually run your application relatively quick within the whole services itself. Within Heroku, there are a couple of things you need to be mindful of. First, if you're coming from a pure front-end developer with not much information or background on backend, it might be overwhelming. But if you're coming with some knowledge of underlying backend knowledge, Heroku is going to be perfect for you, because you're going to need some background knowledge, because you need to actually do things like specify your package, your version, what do you need, and you're going to work across this thing called prop files. Prop files, in a nutshell, is just a workflow script that you tell Heroku what to run, what command you want to execute. It's not that hard, but it's relatively easy to learn too. And also, some of the most common services, such as PostgreSQL, Redis, and much more, it is available to you if you want to connect to your web apps right there. Now, one thing you want to be mindful of is Heroku has a really strong backend support, because again, it just goes back to the underlying technology. Because it is platform as a service, you have much more control. Therefore, the control that you need for backend services is also better too. Now, one thing also you want to be mindful of, Heroku is very strong with enterprise features. The reason is because it has been around for a long time. It's used by a lot of enterprise companies around the world, and therefore it makes sense for them to offer you enterprise feature. And therefore, from a cost point of view, it's going to be much more higher compared to two other vendors I mentioned, such as Netlify and Vercel. I think personally it is fair, because somebody has to pay the bills. Someone has to pay the developers that actually develop those services, and someone has to pay the bills to make sure the platform is working well. Just be mindful of that because of the enterprise feature that you can see within Heroku right there. Now, one thing you need to know, there's a lot of tutorials, a lot of guides out there that talk about Heroku, especially on the free plan. When you first deploy your application on Heroku, you're going to be okay, but later on, if you want to fire up an app, you need to be mindful of sleep time, which is the apps actually need to go through the startup process, actually running up. There is a time that's being involved. It's not a big deal, and I think it's actually fair too, especially on a free plan, but that's something that you need to be mindful of. If you are paying this or paid plan, you're going to be fine, and that's not a big problem. So that's actually on the Heroku that you actually can host your web apps right there. Now let's just go through and talk about some of the things you can expect in Heroku. Heroku, again, being the most mature of all of them, has been around for a long time. Documentation is very mature. They have a very good onboarding flow across different languages, very detailed, step-by-step, which is really not that hard. In fact, it's probably one of the earliest platforms that a lot of developers go to when they want to deploy web apps right there. Also, one thing I really admire about Heroku is there's a lot of resource that actually help you to fine-tune your configuration, but also looking after apps that's hosted in Heroku right there. For example, we can see right here, for example, getting like memcache, how to use memory, how to do HTTP caching. There's a lot of good resources to help you as a developer to make sure your application is running well. Also, again, being more enterprise featured within Heroku, they actually have a proper operational UI that once you deploy an app, you can see some of the more operational metrics within the platform, which is designed specifically for the developer target audience right here. So let's just move forward and start talking about Netlify. Netlify has been around recently, and they're probably the coolest kid around the block right there. But that's a good reason why a lot of people rave about Netlify. Mainly because of the movement of Jamstack, JavaScript, API, Markdown. So if you've read about Jamstack, or if you're looking into Jamstack, you're going to come across Netlify right there. So Netlify, it is available as a serverless platform. So serverless means it's one layer above the platform as a service, and it actually goes through a lot of serverless function characteristics underneath it right there. So what it really is with the layer of abstraction that's being extracted and the ease of use that you're going to get with serverless function, there is some limitation. You just need to be mindful with that trade-off. Again, not a big deal. If you're a developer, you just want to deploy apps, you don't want to care about backend operations, serverless platform actually can be a really good choice for you to actually consider. One thing I will say is, especially for Netlify, from my personal experience, it's blazing quick. Once you already have an application hosted on GitLab or GitHub, straight away you can see application that's really running in your environment right there. But partly because, why is it so quick? Because Netlify is really good for static apps. And also, if you're coming from a front-end developer, Netlify offers you a lot of front-end client-side features, which I think you appreciate when you use the platform right there. Now, one thing you want to know about Netlify is what made them also famous is this thing called Netlify Edge. Apart from deploying your web apps relatively quick, they also go through a CDN approach. Again, CDN, a lot of developer dread around it because it's not fun. When CDN is down, it's going to affect your web apps. But what Netlify Edge and what they did right here is make CDN good, easy to configure, and just a lot of location you can choose from right there. Now, one thing I also want to mention right here, Netlify has a lot of good resources on Jamstack. I mean, if you look at the screen right here with this stack, they have really cute logos right here. It just makes learning a bit more fun. And if you're interested in Jamstack, I think Netlify has some really good resources for you too. Again, with this conference, Cityjs, India, there's another talk specifically focused on Jamstack. Netlify can be a good complement once you develop application on Jamstack. Now, one thing to note, Netlify and Vercel, which I'll cover a bit more, Netlify tend to target more for front-end developers, but they are actually expanding on the back end. So it really depends where you're coming from. Each platform is right for the right target audience right here. Again, with Netlify and Vercel, it's actually hard to compare because they're quite unique in their own ways and they focus on different target audience. The only thing that probably is wildly debated and people talk about is commercial apps. So commercial apps is, can you actually host production paid apps with a free platform right there? Now, just one thing you want to be careful of, it is possible to do in Netlify, but if you want to do production or commercial apps on a free plan, my recommendation is you just have to be very careful with support and the response time that people are going to get back to you because they're always going to prioritize paid customers. Just be mindful with that considerations right there. Now, another one that you want to go through is just look at the onboarding right here where we can see, right here we can see it's pretty easy to onboard an application here within Netlify. That's actually very good step-by-step. Hey everyone, my name is Steve. I'm the developer relations lead in GitHub or GitLab. Netlify can pick it up and deploy really quick. As mentioned, the one that really draw your attention is the Netlify Edge, which you actually can host in a lot of distributed or various locations on the CDN service right there. One thing you need to be mindful of is within the Netlify Edge, they actually have basic and high performance offering. Basic was the one that's free, high performance, which is the one that's paid. Again, I think it's a fair ask because within the high performance service, there's a SLA, but also there's an additional resource and configuration that's available to you and also additional location too. So just be mindful of that trade-off. But again, if you're just trying out a project, maybe just a quick MVP, basics is usually good enough right there. Now, let's talk about Vercel. If you probably come across Vercel right there, mainly because of Next.js. Maybe you're hosting a React application and you're using in production and you're using Next.js as a framework, you're going to come across Vercel because they actually created Next.js. Again, Vercel operates on the premise it is a serverless platform. It uses the characteristic and principle that what you can expect in a serverless function. Again, they made it relatively relatively easy, but you just need to be mindful of the trade-off right there. Now, within itself, how Vercel really differentiate themselves right here is Vercel is best for dynamic apps. Dynamic apps is a bit more complex because you actually can do much more customization and there's much more things you need to consider for dynamic apps. And also, one thing that Vercel do quite well, especially if you're the developer that have some form of infrastructure or backend experience, Vercel is going to feel much more home at you. The reason is because there's a lot of things that you can configure that has much more backend controls, but you can use things like CI workflows that you're familiar with. You actually can use together with Vercel right there. Now, one thing that I really like about Vercel and something that I'm paying very close attention is this thing called H functions. What H function really is actually decoupling serverless function and put it at the edge. Another way of saying it, this is edge computing using serverless function. That's really cool. But one thing you need to be mindful of is there's much more backend infrastructure experience required because you're actually going into edge computing right there. It's very promising. It's really interesting. However, you need to configure middleware. So just be mindful of the operational overhead. But again, with that, I think it's quite worth it because you're actually moving your apps closer to your consumer or the people that you try to serve right there. One thing I also really like about Vercel is they have this thing called the production checklist. Production checklist is something very handy for developers. The reason I say this is because when engineers, developers, when we deploy app into production, we will pray and hopefully everything is going to be okay, right? So one thing that what they do very well is the production checklist actually go through, hey, if you're going to deploy this, did you do this particular step? This step is available in this particular UI, and this is when you want to look out from the configuration settings point of view. I think this is great. It just really reduced the mental load that we need to do as engineers when we actually use a specific platform right there. Now, going back again, one of the things that's slightly a bit different compared to Netlify is Vercel tend to target more for backend engineers or people that have backend experience, but they're actually actively expanding and actually offering features on the front end. Again, both Netlify and Vercel, they have different target audience they go for right there. One thing I want to be mindful of is, again, this is quite clearly stated, commercial apps or production paid apps is not possible. They stated very clearly with their statement, with their legal statement right there. Again, I think this is fair because especially for a paid production app, if something goes wrong, usually you need the support that you need. Again, you get what you paid. Just be mindful of the offering that you want to get when you actually go for Vercel right there. All right, just to go through again, with Vercel, with much more backend controls, so how do you actually model the application? You actually get it through logs on the backend, and they actually have really good resource and resource available to you actually get those logs out. As mentioned early, because we're going to edge function, you actually deploy a function by region, and there's much more configuration you need to be mindful of, which again, not a big deal if you're coming from backend. But if you're a front-end developer, just be mindful that additional configuration and knowledge you need to be mindful of when you're operating that middleware right there. So one thing is good about Vercel, which I think I really admire them too, is if you want to try out Next.js as part of your React framework, they actually have a catalog right there. You can actually try it out relatively easy within the Vercel platform right here. All right, just to sum it up right here is what's the difference between Netlify, Vercel, and Heroku. Netlify and Vercel, if you're starting out or you just want to do a really simple app, just want to see the results relatively quick, both platforms are a good option. Again, when the time is right, if you want to start scaling up, they can be a really good one. And they do have the right commercial offering and support structure for it. As mentioned, Netlify is targeting more towards front-end developers or back-end, while Vercel, it targets more towards back-end developers right there, or developers with back-end knowledge right there. Both resonates really well with the no ops movement, means no operation, what it really means is I don't really want to touch a lot of the operational side of maintaining apps. They actually resonate quite well with Netlify and Vercel right there. So for us in New Relic, if you want to go with Vercel or Netlify, we actually going to have integrations very soon. In fact, the Netlify that we actually have it right here, we actually just released our integrations where you can actually onboard the New Relic agent relatively easy if you want to use New Relic to actually instrument and have deep visibility within your web app itself. Vercel is coming out very soon. In fact, that's coming up next quarter. We're actually going to have guides and integration for Next.js and also Vercel right there. Next, I'm going to talk about Heroku. Heroku tends to be much more suitable for really large enterprise-grade application where you need enterprise feature. It makes sense because sometimes there are certain applications that requires those enterprise features. Heroku is really good for that. They have a free plan. You need to be mindful of the sleep period right there. With Heroku, because it is platform as a service, not like serverless function, there is some knowledge that's being required, especially from a backend infrastructure services right there. Again, from a Heroku integration with New Relic, there's a lot of articles out there. You can just Google them relatively easy, but also within this deck itself, I have links for you which can jump straight into it. You can see a lot of out-of-box integrations available for you, especially if you're using Heroku.
Yes, this is a very tough spot right here because it's right before lunch. Honestly, I really hate talking before lunch because everyone is like kind of losing control, like losing concentration. And me too, I haven't eaten anything, so yeah. So let's do it a little bit fast. So testing. First question, anyone here ever done any testing in your app? The right question is that anyone here ever not done anything to any test in the app, but you know, it's kind of common question, so I reverted. So anyone that didn't raise your hand, you better go and do some testing. So, but as usual, just a little bit about myself. So I'm Maya Shavin, and I'm a senior software engineer in Microsoft. What I'm doing in Microsoft, I'm technically writing code, and that's what I do most of the time. So I'm also a book author, core maintainer of Storefront UI, a core component library written for e-commerce on Vue.js. I'm also a GD and media developer expert from Cloudinary over there. So if you want to grab some unicorn, go over there and grab it before I run out. Okay, that's enough for myself. I found it just now, so I have to add it into my slide the last minute. Yeah, on Twitter today, I think for one of the talk, right? So yeah, test. Seriously, test. That's my talk. That's it. You can. No. Okay. I'm sorry to say, but that's not just my talk. That's someone else's talk. So when we talk about testing, there's a lot of methodologies, there are a lot of terms, there are a lot of approaches about that. And I would say there's the three main layers of testing that most of us probably already know. So we have unit testing, we have integration testing, and we have end-to-end testing, which is like bottom-up approach, right? So anyone know what exactly unit testing? Come on. Why so quiet? I'm not judging you, you got it wrong. Well, technically, unit testing is, can you see what I'm saying right here? I hope. So unit testing is more like a bottom-up approach where you test the lowest level of your code, which is very isolated, very simple. You just test whether it works, if else, and so on. Integration testing is after you already finished testing your minor logic. You combine them together. You put it like a function, like connect them together. So you do integration tests to make sure that they flow to one to another fluently and will not break anything in the middle as expected. And then lastly, you go to end-to-end test, which, of course, now you have all the flow going, but more of the flow you actually testing with mock data. You don't really think what is going on right there, out there for the user. You only think, okay, good, I can send a request to the server and I expect to receive this back. Awesome, but this is mock data. How the user actually interact with your applications, how would expect, well, how it happen if your user click on this, what will be expected? That is end-to-end test. You're not testing unit test on end-to-end test, you're testing the whole flow, the layer and the view. And yes, it's a lot because it's three different things. Just the unit testing would take around 100 tests, if you depend on how big your application is. But 100 tests for unit testing, 100 tests for integrations, and end-to-end tests, that's a lot, right? But we all know that testing is important. Just like the screenshot before, you need to test. Why? Anyone know why testing is important? We always say testing is important. Come on, raise your hand. I can give you a unicorn if you answer my question correctly.
Just to make sure that whatever you build functions properly as you plan.
That's good, but why do you want to make sure that that work according to what you plan? You know, you can say that it's break, we can fix it, right? See, this is the, sorry. You're right anyway. But yeah, he knows how to work with project manager. But anyway, everyone knows that's important. Well, anyone ever say this in your life as a developer? Oh, the rest are like, I love testing, for real? Wow. Okay, well, technically, this is me a lot of time. When I start a project, I always say, oh yeah, we need to have testing. Along the projects, I was like, oh no, I hate testing. Why do I need to write tests? Especially when I have a PR that I finish a very long component, very big component, and I just want to merge it. But then the PR just didn't allow me to merge because I don't have testing. I don't have enough coverage. And that's why we have the dilemma of testing. What it means when you have a code base, and your code base is very big and complex. Let's say if you have a monorepo, that you have a lot of different projects inside the monorepo. Some of them are C#, some of them in JavaScript, some of them in Java. How are you going to test it? There's no single pane of test, right? And then when it's time to test your component, your project, your features, if your projects have already a testing framework installed, you still need to know how to use it. If you don't have a testing framework, now it's time for you to choose a testing framework. And that comes to the next one. What the learning curve? I want to test, but well, if anyone ever look at the testing framework documentation and say, what the heck? Like, I look at the document and like, how am I supposed to use this? I just want to expect this to be done, but the whole documentation of JS is like super long and scrollable indefinitely. So yeah, that's another dilemma of learning. And then when you finally learn how to write the test, you come to coverage, which is like a sweet barrier for your code, but it's also a bitter barrier because let's say your code have about 10 lines, and then it's just telling you your coverage is 89%, while your barrier is 90%. How are you going to do 1%? You will just look at what test do I need to write in order to make sure that it meets 90%. Who the heck did ever decide that this needs to be 90% coverage? It works. We don't need to test it. And lastly, writing tests take time, not time. And when you write tests, you have to learn, you have to write correctly, you have to run the test to see the test writing correctly, and then you need to modify the test to make sure it works. Yeah, all of this come down to time consumption, and that time is money, and it's costly. So how do we overcome this testing dilemma? Anyone knows? Well, planning ahead and making things simpler. Well, the first part, planning ahead, I'm sure that every one of you know about it. In Google, in Stack Overflow, everyone talk about how to plan your test ahead. You have test-driven approach. You have a different approach that making sure that you will write your test accordingly, coverage, but still it doesn't help. And the last one, writing tests simpler. Not everyone knows, and not every framework will give you that. So, but first, as usual, because this talk is about how to play it right, so I need to say how to plan your end-to-end test. But we don't go too deep in that. Anyway, so in order for you to first and foremost, in order for you to do any good testing, you need to design the test case. You need to understand how your application actually works from end to end, which means how the backend is supposed to send the request, how the front end is supposed to receive it, how the UI was supposed to display. What happened is user click on the button to move from one place to another. These are the overall of your application in order for you to write a good test. And what are the needs? Do you need to support Internet Explorer? Anyone here still need to support Internet Explorer 11? Oh, good, no. Or Firefox, or Chromium, and so on. Chromium, most people have to. But Firefox depends. Safari is another IE, but yeah, we're not talking about Safari. Prioritizations. What are the prioritizations for your testing? Because, like I say, we have a lot of tests. So either if you have, like in my group, we have a lot of tests. We have like almost 8,000 tests to run for just a single project. And so with us, what important is speed. And what important, another thing is that how we can run the test in parallel. And these are the two prioritization when we choose, when we plan for our testing. So you need to also think what is more important for your project. Just don't follow whatever written on Google, because depending on the use case, you'll find that it's more matched to you. And of course, keep the test in order. You have the layer, the parameters, so you have unit tests, integrations, and end-to-end. Don't mix them together. I've encountered several times that people trying to do component testing, and they actually test the logic inside the component instead of split them into two. And that caused a lot of trouble, because in the end, when we have a bug where something fails, we cannot really figure out which one go wrong, because it's all in one chunk. And automate, whatever you can, automate it. Don't think that you can do it manually, because once the code base grows bigger, you cannot run your manual tests locally or manually, because you will probably waste your time waiting for it to run. Just automate it and then move on, go to another one. And the next thing is the main course for our talk today, making the writing test simpler. How? By using Playwright. Yep. This, I don't know why they have this logo with the smiley face. Creep me out, but never mind. So Playwright is modern. It's hard to remember exactly. I'm from Microsoft, so I cannot say wrong thing about this. But anyway, so Playwright is a reliable end-to-end testing for modern web app. I would just say it's actually a very good test runner, very fast. What it does give you is it has cross-browser and platforms, which means you install one, you can use it in, it's support in every device and on the browser, including Safari out of the box. And it's free, unlike Cypress. Anyone use Cypress? You should change to Playwright. Oh my God. Editors, don't stream it on YouTube. Anyway, so Playwright provides a single API, but it supports multiple languages, which means it supports TypeScript, it supports Python, C#, Java, so you can actually use it at the single place for testing for on your projects if you have a lot of different languages in your code base. And it's isolated with authentication, which means you only need to do authentication once, and it will be safe and it's run for the whole app. It has a very good tools which we'll explore later, which is CodeGen, Inspector, Trace Viewer. Hopefully I'm doing okay, so I can show you more. And parallel testing, because isolating, so it allows you to run several tests together. And this saves a lot of time in running. It helps like reduce the time for testing by half. And that's very important, because I remember before we used Playwright, it took us about a whole day just to run the automation test on the pipeline. After we used Playwright, we cut it by half, so it's only like 8 hours. Still a lot, but yeah. And lastly, it's fast executions and have auto wait, meaning you don't have to use set timeout. You don't have to set timeout to wait for the user interactions. It comes automatically, and you can configure to wait for interactions for how many seconds you want to. And to install it, you have using VS Code. Anyone here using anything other than VS Code? No, don't raise. Are you raising your hand? No. If anyone haven't used VS Code, again, use VS Code. It's open source, so don't worry. And it's cool. It have also view built-in. It have also not view built-in. They have extensions on the extension there. I have Playwright extension there. It's great. you can install it, and then you can, after you install it, you just need to install Playwright. But here you can see here we have two different things here, record and refresh. This is for to record your test for auto-generate the next text, which is the code generator that we're going to explore next. And after you install Playwright, you can choose what browser, what headless browser, what browser you want to support. And that's it. Now, after you install, it will generate like any other testing framework. It gives you a test folder, a test example, to-do app. I'm not sure I like that, but never mind. I never use to-do app. So. And of course, it has a config file where you can define how you want to config your testing pipeline, your workflow. And if you have a GitHub, if you enable GitHub workflow, it will also generate a YAML file for the GitHub workflow on com inclusive. That's simple. So that is about Playwright in general. So when you want, let's talk about CodeGen. CodeGen is the auto-generate test by recording user actions. What does it mean? It actually uses AI to record your action interaction with the browser and then generate the test according to that. Talk is a lot, so let's take a look. Okay, so here, you can see mine. I have a demo here built in Vue and Pinia. It's just a pizza store here. And here, when I'm using, let's say I'm using Playwright, CodeGen, it will give me a Chromium browser and an inspector next to it. And now it has all this, you don't touch it. Now what you need to do is go into this one, copy it, put it right here. Oh, you can see here it's a await page go to. So the moment you stop pressing enter, it's already auto-generated. Now next, let's just move it so you can see it's happened on the side. And they really need to fix it because it's not responsive. Anyway, so here you can select any, here let's say add to cart. I click, you can see here, it say, and here you can see they say await page locator and click on it. So now what next? Well, I will say I want to, because I already add something on the cart, now I want to go to the cart and I want to make sure that here is have at least one. No. See, it's the AI. It's a bit smart, but it's a bit stupid also, I would say, because I want to make sure that this one have an element. So anyway, so you can see here it generates expected page to have a URL that is navigate from the home page to the cart. When I click one, which means I click the button that have one item inside. And now you can copy all of this, record, stop the recording, and you can copy all of this and go back to here, open the example spec, all of this paste, and now you have the first, so now you have the first test done. How long did it take? Come on, give me some clap here. It's like this. You can also do a little bit. Let's say I want to make sure that the locator here. Why do I have the locator like this? I want the locator here to be equal to be visible, I think. I actually don't. Oh, expect. Okay, so now next, run, how we're going to run locally. So you can see here, if you install the extension, it will have a small icon right here, say you can click to run. And then when you click on run, you can have a panel here, a side panel, which it will show you on the test what is done inside. So if I go to here and I write test adding item to cart and move to cart page. Okay, and now I will just rerun it. Then you can see here it suddenly say, so you can see the test, which one test, and it's all the tests nested together, organizing. So any things that break, you will see immediately right here. So let's make it something break, shall we? So here, if I'm going to, I'm not going to this, I'm going back here, and I want to click on this item. So let's just take this item. You can actually inspect the Chromium when you are. So I'm going to click on that. Let's say I'm going here. Instead of clicking on this one, I'm just doing like a web page locator and image RNT, right? Thing like this. Click. Okay. So now if I click on that, I will expect it to fail. And when it's failed, it will show you exactly where it's failed. I failed because I cannot trigger the query selector. It's not a valid selector. But then I can go here and let me see. Where is the inspector? Oh, not here. Never mind. I don't know where the inspector is. Okay. So here you can see that it's failed right here, and it's also tell you what failed, what run failed, how long will it take. Oh, by the way, if you look at the sign here, you can see the number of milliseconds it takes. So we know what test that it, how much time they take, and what tests that take longer than the others to go. And this is how will you break it. So now you can fix it, of course. Let's just move back. Okay, what's next? So that's it. Okay, so we've done this already. Oh, iframe. So in our group, we have a lot of testing with iframe because we build kind of components, and it will be reused as a single entity, a single, like a more mini app inside another big app. So we have a lot of iframe. And to test iframe is, end-to-end test iframe is a little bit troublesome. So for Playwright, for testing iframe, it's pretty simple. Let's say I don't want this. I will just say, go to my website. Okay, hopefully it works. And let's go back here. Don't know why it lost this one. Okay, now. So now it's at my, ooh, that's cute. Anyway, so you can hear here, and then when I click on it, so you can see here, it's actually know what to take, what frame locator to take. And then inside the iframe, it's also know what locator, which means what element it needs to inspect. And of course, it's kind of not so smart because it's click instead of I want to verify that this button exists. But you have the idea how the iframe works right here. And debug. Well, you can always debug it by, let's say, by putting a breakpoint here, add a breakpoint, I guess. Oh, no, not a breakpoint right here. Here. And let's say, oh, here, if you do, I think I can, so Playwright, let's see, what do I have here? Debug. Should have the debug options. Yep, so debug mode. Why did it, oh, test. Then you can have a, let me see if I can do a debug mode right here. what's going on here? Oh, it stopped right here because I added debug mode. Oh yeah, here you can see it is actually stopped because it's paused because I added the debug mode breakpoint. So you can also use the inspector to play around with it and debug the test. Okay, and lastly, view the result. This is cool. So let's say I will show the result. Why I never remember the name. Show report. Oh. And when you run the command, you can see here we have the show report, and you can have all the tests. It's listed here. It gives you a very simple dashboard. That's one of the downside of Playwright, that you need to build your own dashboard if you need more than just this. But if you just want to see how it works, whether it's which one it failed, so this should be enough. And okay, we have 3 minutes. Hopefully, so next, tracer. So tracer is what you can record the snapshot, the screenshot. Let's say if you have a test that failed, and on the client side or when you do the running of the pipeline, not all the time you can verify it. So what tracer will help you is it will record the failed test, the whole series, and then you can review it and see which part of which action that caused and what happened in that page that caused the failing test. And how that works, you just need to run the command of Playwright show trace. And in the config, you have retry 1, which I say that it will retry at least only one time. And you can trace, turn it on first retry, which means it's only turned on after it's retry. Or you can put it on, which is always trace on your test. So let's go here, and I will just turn it on, because I never got it to work for me from the first try. I don't know, maybe I do something wrong here. Okay, so let's try. And I want to run the test. Okay. Come on. There's 3 tests. How long will it take? Okay, so now you can see they have an attachment here that you can see that it have the trace, the zip file. So now I'll just need to take the zip file, and I'll do npm and trace. Wait, this is trace, right? Sorry, show trace. And this should open up browser, and here you can see the screenshot, and you can actually see which one failed. Okay, so it couldn't locate the waiting for selector result visible, and it's have on the lock here, so you can see what the problem with which lock it is, and you can also inspect it. So basically, it's like a mini browser, so you can inspect the item here to see which one is problematic, and you can also look at the routing here. It have all the snapshot, so you know which one locator, which one failed. So it tried to locate something here and it couldn't, so it doesn't work. And this is just this is actually the iframe, so you can inspect it. Oh no, it's not an iframe, it's a def. Okay, so I went wrong. So it also have a def tool right here, so you can also debug your own snapshot. And yep, and that's the trace. And lastly, DOM snapshot. So this is the one that you can actually see the snapshot I just showed just now. So you can see the snapshot, you can inspect it, element. And the last one before we finish, good, component test. Know what is component testing? We tried component testing before? Okay, anyone here work with React? Oh, you were lying when you say that you work with Vue. No, I work with both, so I understand. Anyway, so we have component testing with React, Vue, and Svelte. Forget about Angular. No one cares about Angular. So it's only on preview beta right now, but you can try it. What exactly is component testing? It actually allows you not to load the whole web page, but it allows you to test your component as a single component with CSS, with everything like visually. So how we use it? Let's say here we can just copy this file, and then in this one we just init, which means we install it. Whether TypeScript and JavaScript, I don't feel like TypeScript right now. And let's say Vue. Of course, Vue. Well, and now you can, okay, so here it will generate for you a folder called Playwright. It's the Playwright folder, which is have a very simple HTML, and it will load the index.js. And the index.js, you can actually also import the CSS style if you have some CSS outside of your component, so it will render correctly. And now what you need to do is you go to source, and I want to test just the home page. So I'm adding a file here called home spec.js. Okay. And let's just copy the component. Here you go. No, not this one. Oh, yeah. So I'll just copy all of this. Here. And of course, I'm going to copy this because I'm lazy. And I need to copy all of this also. No, it should be test. Not test. Should be. Where the fuck? Oh yeah, you go. Well, the naming of the package is too long. It's challenging my memory. I have so many things I need to remember, so I don't want to remember it. Plus, I have documentation. That's what it's for. So here I can test it, and I'll just do it like this. Oh, no. I will just mount it by adding home. Okay. Do I need to put it in JSX? I think so. Probably. Anyway, so here I'll just say home view component. Okay. Away. Yeah. And contain the text. Let's say what the text do we have here. I'll just delete this. And text, welcome to Pizza Store. Okay. And that's it. Now let's run this test. Yeah. Will it works? Oh, now, wait, what? Okay, wait, now, testing. So this is the component, containing root. Oh, of course. I haven't imported the file. How do I expect it to work? And click on it again. No, still not working. What's going on here? Okay. Now this is some troublesome. Let's see. Oh, maybe I cannot run the normal one. Let's see. I cannot. What? Invalid end tag. What the? Yeah, I think I broke the component. Oh, why? The iframe. You see, it tells you exactly where you fell. It does work. It tells you exactly what's wrong with it. Okay, no. So no, this one is okay. I just have a problem with the expected thing in the other test. So let's see, we want to show the result. Oh, it's still running. And okay, here you go. So here, this is the component test. And you can see here it's test in Chromium, Firefox, and WebKit, and that's it. That's the component. You don't need to do the whole page, it's just a component. And it's in preview, so have a lot of bugs, as usual. So anyway, to try it out, you can try it out now. I believe that the team is already do a very good documentation right now. So yep, so what's next? Lunch. Just what next? Well, we have to plan first, code later. As usual, everyone know that, everyone hear that, no one do it. Anyway, try to do it. Using meaningful locator, you can see here that I do, it auto-generate the locator for you, but the locator is pretty simple. I'm not saying that it's not smart, it's pretty simple. Like button, the button have a text. But that means if you have several buttons that have the same text, then you do. So provide some meaningful locator. Don't just assume that it works like this, copy it. Try to play around with it and edit your locator. And of course, you need to know how to use selector, HTML selector. Component testing, try it. And it will save you a lot of time in testing the whole view in the actual app, because now you can break your flow into component. Either way, I still don't understand why you do that. Testing sound to me like unit testing for component, but it's still, we call it end-to-end, so let's just call it end-to-end. Yeah, and lastly, write test first, code later. This is something that I found recently when I tried to develop a new project, and we have a lot of bugs afterwards, because when we start with saying, let's make it work, and then we build on top of what we make it work. We never add any unit tests or stop to add any testing inside it. And in the end, when we actually release it, what we got back is the whole list of bugs that we never think that will happen, but it happened. So yeah, try to write the test first, and then you can really identify how you should write your logic according to what you want the outcome to be. Lastly, if you haven't done accessibility testing, try to integrate Playwright with accessibility testing. Score is the awesome package. We use it in Microsoft for accessibility. So we combine them together, and this way we have fully coverage for accessibility at least, without the screen reader, but with the normal area label and so on. It's pretty simple. And let's have lunch and Playwright. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have her ask questions while she eats lunch. That's going to be fun. Thanks so much, Maya. Now, before we get to the lunch treat, we're going to have another treat from Vonage. If you just want to come up and let us know what the treat is. I think I was talking too much about Superbase, so the other sponsors got jealous. No. Vonage, yes, maybe tell us a little bit about your treat.
Okay. Before I do that, I want to get a free T-shirt, so I have a JavaScript joke. Okay?
Oh yes.
Yep. Okay. Double XL. Okay. So the joke is, how do you deal with JavaScript developers having problems? No one?
That's easy.
Okay. Second joke.
There's another one.
Is that a common joke? Anyway. Okay, there's another one. How do you help introverted JavaScript developers communicate? No? Okay, so the answer is you use Vonage. Yeah, okay, so I'll give it to my colleague, Clarice.
Hi, so we have a booth over there, and we are running a raffle today. So if you come by our booth, sign up for a developer account, and you get a chance to win this, a Nintendo Switch. So drop by. I think the rest are also having some competition too, so I'll pass it over. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks to Onage for sponsoring as well. And now we get to the treat that the sponsorships also made possible. We will have lunch. So during the lunch breaks, we'll play some more recordings for you, but you can mingle around or you can sit down and watch, whatever you prefer. When you take lunch, please use the gloves provided. Otherwise, we'll get scolded by the government, and we don't want that. So yes, please use the gloves, enjoy the lunch, and we'll see you after lunch break. In-person talks will resume at 2 p.m. Okay, thanks so much.
Hey there! Hope you all are having a wonderful day. My name's Sam. I'm a JC student who loves open source development and hackathons. I wish that I could have joined you all in person. However, I'm currently staying in Burlington, the US for the summer to work at Hack Club. Oh, and the accent, that's the Australian part of me. Anyway, I'm an Australian who lives in Singapore presenting a talk from Vermont. Glad we got that out of the way. So let's get going. So Jamstack has surged in popularity over the past 2 years as an approach to building websites. And as developers are building Jamstack sites, finding a well-integrated method to interact with a database can be a major stumbling block. Today I'm going to explore how Prisma integrates with the Jamstack and why it's a great solution for databases in JavaScript, TypeScript, Jamstack projects. So let's head inside to dive into the details.
So what makes a Jamstack site a Jamstack site? Jamstack sites serve static pre-rendered content through a CDN and then generate dynamic content through microservices, APIs, and serverless functions. They're commonly created using JavaScript frameworks such as Next.js or Gatsby, and static site generators such as Hugo or Jekyll. Jamstack sites often use a Git-based deployment workflow through tools such as Vercel and Netlify. These deployment services can be used in tandem with a headless CMS such as Strapi in the Jamstack. And the goal of all of this, the Jamstack, is to build a site that is high performant and economical to run. And these sites achieve high speeds by pre-rendering as much content as possible, and then by caching responses to dynamic content. And then they try to execute as much code as possible on the edge, which in English terms basically means executing code on servers as close as possible to the user. For example, if we're serving a Mumbai-based user, we would, instead of serving them from a server in San Francisco, we'd serve them from a server in Singapore to get them a faster response. So Jamstack sites are also more economical to run, as they don't require using a dedicated server as a host. Instead, they can provision usage from cloud services and CDNs for a lower price. So these services are set up to scale in a cost-efficient manner without developers having to change their infrastructure, and it also reduces developers' workload alongside the cost. So, the other tool that makes up this combination is Prisma, an open source ORM, object relational mapping, built for TypeScript and JavaScript. So Prisma is a TypeScript JavaScript tool that interprets a schema written in Prisma's standards and then generates a type-safe module that provides methods to do the CRUD: create records, read records, update records, and delete records. So Prisma handles connections to the database for you, including pooling and also database migration. So it can handle connecting databases. I think it's currently Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server, SQLite, and MongoDB. So to help you get a sense of what Prisma is kind of like to use, here's some basic example code to understand the CRUD for a user's database. So here we have just creating a user. So we use prisma.user.create and we can pass in some data. And then if we want to get back all our users, we use the findMany method, user.findMany, which is our read-in. Then to update them, we want to provide the parameters to find the record to update. Because email is a unique parameter, we provide where email is sam@sampoto.com, my email. We can then provide some data to update. And then lastly, for the delete, the D, await prisma.user.delete, and then also provide where to delete that. So, the associated project's Prisma schema would look like this. So you can see we define what our data source looks like, just saying it's Postgres. And then we provide the model, and we've only got one model, one table here, which is the ID, email, and name. Alrighty, so armed with a knowledge of how Prisma operates, let's now kind of explore where we can use this with our Jamstack project. So data is important kind of in two aspects of the Jamstack, both pre-rendering site pages and on API routes. So these are tasks often achieved using JavaScript tools, such as Next.js for static pages and Cloudflare workers. And obviously, as Prisma is a JavaScript tool, we'll be focusing on that in this talk. There are, of course, Jamstack tools and frameworks that don't use JavaScript. Jekyll, for example, uses Ruby, but today we'll be focusing on JavaScript. So, onwards. A very common use case for Jamstack is a blog, and where Prisma might come in handy for a blog is to create a reaction system. I'm sure you've seen websites where you can click a heart or a thumbs up or a celebration emoji to react to someone's blog post. So to do this, you use two API routes, with one that would fetch and return the reaction count and another that would register a new reaction. So to achieve this, we would use the create and find many methods of Prisma from the section before. So we can put those into the API route and then use them. And another common use case for the Jamstack is a landing page, and there's nothing better than a landing page with some awesome stats. So in the Jamstack, we could pre-render these pages with stats pulled from our database, and you'd find this in like the get static props if you use Next.js, for example. And then we could achieve that using Prisma's reading methods. But sometimes there are times where Prisma can be slightly overkill for certain tasks. Now, I'm certainly guilty of this, and I'd recommend avoiding using Prisma and relational databases in general for the solutions that really only need a single database table, as it adds additional and often unnecessary development complexity for you. So an example that comes to mind is, I think it'd be a bit overkill to use Prisma for an email newsletter sign box or a contact form, in my opinion. But yeah, so what are some alternatives to Prisma? So we could see how Prisma can be used for these tasks, but there are also a plethora of tools I imagine that you're all thinking of that could also be used for these tasks. So let's go through some of these tools and think about, I'll try and convince you why Prisma, and let's look at three. So let's start off with cloud databases and services. So services like Airtable, which are incredibly popular in the Jamstack space. I myself have used them a ton. Us at Hack Club use Airtable almost religiously, though we are transitioning to Prisma on a couple of our projects, which is very exciting. So they provide you with a database-like platform that you can then access through a REST API. So it's kind of like, Airtable's a bit like a spreadsheet. They're good fun to use and prototype with. However, Prisma is arguably a better choice for Jamstack projects, especially when you're doing more complex stuff. So firstly, with cost being a major factor in Jamstack's appeal, you may want to avoid some of these services. So for example, at Hack Club, all our finances are transparent. We spent $671 last time I checked on an Airtable Pro subscription for our small team. That bill's probably gone up as we are growing, but yikes, that is a lot of money to spend on databases. On the other hand, hosting an equivalent PostgreSQL database on Heroku's platform costs $9 a month, and that's actually slightly more generous with limits. So there's certainly an argument to make for these cloud services based on their UI and API. The reason we use Airtable a lot is because it gives us that front-end UI that's really easy to edit our database. But I would respond to that by pointing you to Prisma Studios, which is Prisma's front-end UI that you can use. I'll pop the image up on the screen to read all the records from your database, update them. It's also a bit like a spreadsheet. And then another benefit is that these APIs can be quite handy, but especially compared to writing pure SQL. I would respond to that by pointing towards the JavaScript TypeScript client, which is even a better improvement on top of the API in my opinion, which is really nice to use. And then lastly, cloud services also suffer from a performance issue, especially considering that you as the developer don't have the ability to change or improve the performance in any way. The cloud services you're providing basically put a middleman between your program and the database that you're using, slowing down how fast you can get to the database. However, with Prisma, you can make direct calls to your database from your program, which reduces the time to query or modify the database, which just makes your program a lot faster, or your web project a lot faster. And considering one of our goals of the Jamstack is high performance, that's certainly something you'd like. So then the second kind of alternative I put down here is writing pure SQL. So if we're going to use a PostgreSQL database directly, why not just use the Node Postgres module, for example, or any other database's equivalent driver? And I'd argue that the developer experience of using Prisma's client makes it worth the slightly increased bundle size, which is probably the main drawback to why you might want to use Node Postgres. So where Prisma really shines is its typing. So the module generated for you by Prisma is fully type safe. So it interprets the types from your Prisma schema, strings, integers, for example, and then it helps you prevent type errors within your database. Furthermore, for projects using TypeScript, Prisma auto-generates type definitions that reflect the structure of your program, making things easier to debug and quicker to develop. And then Prisma also uses these types to validate database queries at compile time to ensure they are all type safe. And even if you aren't using TypeScript, Prisma offers autocomplete, IntelliSense, linting and formatting through its Visual Code Studio, Visual Studio Code extension, and then there are also community-built, maintained plugins for Emacs, NeoVim, JetBrains, and Nova, all which implement the Prisma language server to achieve autocomplete and code validation. And then syntax highlighting is also available on a wide array of editors through plugins. Too many for me to mention, but all of them are covered really. Well, the main ones, and you can always build your own. That's a wonderful part about open source. And then there are other ORMs. That's a third alternative I put down. And Prisma is of course not the only ORM available for JavaScript, TypeScript. So for example, Type ORM is another high quality ORM for JavaScript projects. And in this case, it's going to come down to personal preference. And I'd encourage you to just try a range of ORMs to find your favorite. I personally chose Prisma to use for most of my projects for 3 main reasons. The extensive documentation, especially the CRUD page on Prisma's website, which is a lifesaver. The additional tooling within the Prisma ecosystem, for example, Prisma Migrate, which handles your database migrations for you, and Prisma Studio, the UI I mentioned earlier. And then the active community around the tools. Prisma Day and Prisma Slack are examples of that. So that's ultimately why I chose it over some other ORMs, but I would explore and make a personal preference. So if I'm looking to use Prisma in a Jamstack project, how do I do that? So Next.js is growing. So let's go through 3 examples. And Next.js is going to be the first one. I've mentioned a little bit in this talk already, and it's going to be a very popular framework. I'm sure you've heard a lot of it already at the conference, and we'll hear a lot more about it. It's going to be a very popular framework in the Jamstack space, and Prisma is a perfect fit for it. So the examples flash up on screen a bit. Serve as pretty standard examples that you can kind of transfer into other projects using different JavaScript, TypeScript, Jamstack tools, for example, Gatsby. And the main rule of using Prisma within Next.js is that it must be used in the server-side setting, which applies to everything. It has to be used in a server-side setting. That's to keep your database credentials private, of course. This means it can be used in get static props, get server-side stops, and in API routes when it comes to Next.js. So this code on screen here is taken from a demo app I made for a talk at Prisma Day 2021, Virtual Sticker Wall, and what you can see is this is just retrieving all of what they call redemptions here of stickers. And what you can do is you can see we're using a find many, and then there's a database, some JavaScript manipulation, and then sending it back. This is an API route, so we send it back. And what you can see is the database call here is incredibly simple. You can see we've been able to achieve a fairly complex call in a pretty simple manner. And what this kind of shows is just how nicely Prisma integrates with the Next.js project. Now, the next example I've put down here to talk about is Redwood. Now, Redwood's a bit of an anomaly in this section because it isn't necessarily a Jamstack framework. It began under the banner of bringing full stack to the Jamstack, but it's kind of transitioned to being inspired by Jamstack instead. But I've chosen to include it here, however, as it takes an interesting approach of including Prisma directly within the framework. So we'll look a bit more at like implementation here. So it starts as always with creating a Prisma schema. This is in api-db-schema.prisma, which Redwood adds to every new project you make. However, to query and modify the database, you don't use Prisma's default client. Instead, in Redwood, you use GraphQL mutations and queries. So, for example, in Redwood's example to-do app, I'm just going to pull up this code. This is a GraphQL mutation used to create a new to-do. So you can see how, and then you can see how it's created as a GraphQL mutation instead of the standard Prisma client way. And in this case, the Prisma model for a to-do is this. You can see how they match up, but it's just achieved in a different way, different format. And then to trigger the GraphQL mutation, you use the use mutation function, which is based on Apollo's GraphQL client, and then you can import that from Redwood.js-web. You can see we're achieving the exact same thing we achieved with the Prisma client, but instead doing it through GraphQL. So, kind of, I found this quite an interesting approach, so I just wanted to bring it up. And then with Redwood, you don't have to worry about setting up the GraphQL schema, the SDLs, after creating your Prisma schema. So you can just use Redwood scaffold command to convert the Prisma schema into the GraphQL services for you. And I've written that down. That's yarn rwg SDL to do in this for this example app. So it's an interesting approach that they take, and it shows how flexible Prisma can be with different styles of projects. So you can use it within GraphQL instead. We'll now go back into more Jamstack. So let's talk about Cloudflare Workers. So Cloudflare Workers is a popular platform for hosting Jamstack APIs, especially on the edge, because it allows you to put your code on the edge, and they were sort of, I guess you could call them pioneers in that sort of framing of it. But the platform does have its limitations, which includes a lack of TCP support, which has always made connecting to databases a bit of a pain in the neck on Cloudflare Workers. But the traditional Prisma client uses TCP. So for quite a while, you couldn't actually use Prisma on Cloudflare Workers. No fun. Big holder back for Jamstack sites. It's important. But now, through a thing called the Prisma Data Proxy, it is possible. So kind of how the Prisma Data Proxy works is all your database requests kind of go through a middleman called the Prisma Data Proxy on something called the Prisma Cloud Platform, which we'll go through in a bit. And then you just use the Prisma client as usual, but it has to go through this middleman. It's not a perfect setup, but if you're looking for database connections on Cloudflare Workers, it's a relatively good solution. So to use it, you'll create a Prisma Cloud Platform account, which is currently free. And once you follow the setup process, you have to make sure to enable Prisma Data Proxy. You'll be provided with a connection string that provides with Prisma, a ::, and then you can use that Prisma connection string in your .env file, just as you would with a normal database URL when using Prisma. And then you can generate your schema, and then there you go. You're using this, it works just as usual to the developer, but everything is just being proxied through because of Cloudflare Workers lacks of a TCP support. So those are three implementations of how you can kind of use Prisma. So you've got the standard sort of approach with Next.js, using the proxy with Cloudflare Workers because of some limitations, and then how Redwood does it, which is really interesting, how they embed it, kind of bake it into the framework.
So there we go. To wrap up, if you're looking for a way to connect Jamstack applications with a database, I wouldn't look further than Prisma. Thank you for tuning into my talk today. Have a wonderful conference, and good night from Vermont.
Hey everyone! In this talk, I would like to share my learnings and strategies on how to build and maintain a fast-growing web product. So let's start with an introduction about myself. I am a software developer at Microsoft. I'm specialized in UX, and I'm a founding member of the Edge shopping product that drives more than $1.5 billion in savings. For my educational background, I have a master's in computer science, more specifically computer graphics, and I'm from Brazil. That's where the accent comes from. From this talk, what I want you to remember is a set of ideas and tools on how to maintain a high product and code quality on a 10x fast-growing team and product. And let me talk a little bit about the product that I'm talking about. As a shopping assistant, default on Edge browser and finds you deals and makes sure you have the best price when you're shopping. I would like to share a quick commercial on the product so you have a better idea on what it's about.
Meet the Turner twins. They chill. They compete. They cruise. They do everything together. Except... Wait, this isn't mine. You don't use Edge to shop? Microsoft Edge is the best browser for shopping. Download it yourself.
Cool. So a little bit about our history. We started in March 2020. We had 4 devs and 2 features. The 4 devs, including my manager that had the idea of this. And the 2 features are coupons and price comparison. So basically, if you are on a shopping product page, we would show the same product in different retailers, so you are sure you have the best price. And at first, we were a Chrome extension. Because we're in a prototype phase, we wanted to show that the idea would work and it's nice. So after we passed that, we became default on Edge. So fast forward to July 2022, we have more than 10 devs and more than 20 features in our little canvas. So that became a lot of growth challenges for sure, because we went from 0 to more than 35 million users using it monthly. And I selected some of our main challenges here, and I'll go into details on all of them. First one is popularity. Second, code maintenance, performance, accessibility, localization, and finally testing. So let's start with our first challenge, which was popularity. After it became default on Edge, not only we reached millions of external users, we also reached many teams at Microsoft too, and everyone wanted to collaborate and bring new scenarios on our canvas. However, that meant constant changes to our code base and experience. And to make sure we are going on the right direction, we always use data. That was also helpful to justify to leaders why we're not shipping something. They so often want to put the designer hat. People that worked on UX might understand me on this. We would get a lot of opinions and ideas and suggestions and features, and that is really nice. But we want to make sure we were going in the right direction, and that was possible through experiments, A/B testing. We are shipping this because user likes this. We are not shipping this because users don't like it. It's simple as that. And as a team grows, communication needs to grow even more. Having regular syncs on goals, priorities, and ideas helps align those. One of the exercises that we did in our team was a brain writing exercise, and that was really cool. It's similar to a brain dump exercise where everyone gets to share ideas they have for the product, but this one allows for everyone to have a voice. So introverts are thankful on that. So instead of speaking out loud your ideas for, like the product, a feature, and etc., you actually write down. So if you search online on brain writing, you might find guides on how you can create those sessions in your team. And that should include everyone. Developers, PMs, designers, leaders, everyone will have a different perspective on what the product might need. And just to give you like a more visual example on the communication problem, here's an illustration of how communication links can grow with the amount of people. So observe that with 10 people, we have 45 lines. So if there isn't an active communication and alignment among people, it's hard to maintain a fast-growing product with quality. One aspect that is usually an afterthought is documentation. And I get it. It slows down development time. It's hard to keep up to date. It's hard to keep up to date, etc. However, it's been proven critical for a faster onboarding and for team members. And we even encourage new team members to actually expand and collaborate on the documentation, because they might catch something that people that are longer in the product might not, or might be used to and don't feel like it's important anymore. Also, like by making new hires, actually collaborating with the documentation helps them also onboard faster. Moving on to the next challenge is the code maintenance part. Just to give you a brief idea of the main technologies we use, so we understand some of the challenges and the solutions. For this talk, I'll be focusing on the UX side, so we are able to finish in 25 minutes. Our server portion gets the deals and the data and sends all of that to our UX code, which will get all this data and render the experience. For that, we use TypeScript, web components, the famous pair, HTML and CSS, and we send all our telemetry or logs to our Custo database. So let's start with some strategies we did to support the fast growth in our code base. First, we made sure our entire code base was following the same patterns by using lint. This way, the code is cleaner and easier to understand. Yeah, definitely want to go to Singapore this year in person, but unfortunately I couldn't. But yeah, there is the code to pretend I'm there. The next is modularization. This means that our HTML has a slot of all the different UX parts, like the menu header, the content header, and the sections. In the code, all the modules inherit from the same base class. So that allows us to call the same methods for each module. So it basically do a for loop, calling the same methods for every module that we have in our flyout, and renders them in series. So likewise, we can send standard logs, which leads me to the third strategy, which is fail one instead of all. If in that for loop I mentioned, one module throws an error, we send a log and move on. The goal is to show something to users all the time. For many cases, the user won't even notice that the experience is broken. However, it's important to keep an eye on the logs to see if a specific module is failing. Also, we refactor the code base every 6 months. If you're moving on a fast pace, it's likely that the code base will start to get ugly. That is due to many things, like new people joining the team, you give priority to ship something or fixing a bug, new technologies come up, architecture change is needed, and so on. Refactoring the code will always be necessary, and it's important to take a break and focus on that with your team members. Of course, you don't need to be as drastic as this example here, but you got the point. You don't have to throw your code out in the window. Just, like make some good improvements. Another good way of creating a robust code is to use web components. In our team, we use Fluent UI, which is based on React, and that brings many advantages. For example, the components easily adapt to different interface systems. So when changing from light to dark, or high contrast, no high contrast, the styles are being taken care of. Another interesting aspect is that you can shoot components from external styles. That's because components use shadow root. That makes styles local to that specific element. So if you try to access an element inside a shadow root, you won't be able to with a basic carry selector. You have to access the shadow root first. And that shields a lot of styles and a lot of our components. You don't necessarily have to use Fluent or Fast components for that. You can start to incorporate shadow root into your code. And of course, reusing codes makes development a lot faster. So we have many core components that are shared among different view modules. So, I think that's well known. If a change is needed, you can just change one place instead of changing everywhere it is referred to. Moving on to the next growth challenge is the performance aspect. Initially, we had one JS file with all our code base, and soon enough, we started to hit our size limit for it. So to allow further growth, we had to make an architecture change that resulted in 6 JS files containing 6 different bundles. This way, we could cache the files per bundle, which meant that files that don't change very often, such as the vendors bundle, wouldn't get fetched all the time, so that would improve our performance time. And for caching those files, we used hashing in the file name. So every time the file is updated, the hash is updated, and then the browser understands that it needs to fetch it again. This was all using Webpack, so it's free. It's in the Webpack documentation, very useful, and help us a lot on the performance too. We also started using CDN, so we could store those JS bundles in different locations, and users would fetch, the browser would fetch from the closest location. That also helped the fetch time, since now we had more files to fetch. Now, we've done some important things in terms of performance, but we haven't done any work in terms of render time. It was a long journey. I started looking into our render time performance, and as my goal was to reduce render time. As you can see in V1, we were okay. It could be better, and that is the 95th percentile. The numbers are just mocked, but the idea is what happens here. So basically, I was doing a lot of performance best practices and studying this kind of things and implementing some things that would, in theory, improve the code. But as I was releasing new versions, I would see the performance going up instead of down. So I got very confused. I didn't understand what was going on. And what made me realize and what made me figure out was what was really happening was after I modularized the performance metric. So instead of having just a total performance time, I would break down the log to every module that we had. And that helped me find out that we had a module that was doing other changes at the same time I was doing the performance improvements. And that's a growth challenge, because many people using the same code base can lead to things like that. So a module was doing changes at the same time I was doing the performance improvements, and the module changes negatively affected performance, so it would counterbalance my changes. So it was really important in this experiment and this journey to really modularize the performance metric, and that led to eventually more than 50% improvement in performance at the end. And that was because we really know, we're really targeted on what needed to be changed and what the bottlenecks were. Moving on, the next growth challenge is accessibility. In Microsoft, accessibility is very important. So in order for us to ship our features, we need to pass some accessibility tests. And after a few reviews with experts in the area, my favorite tools and strategies to have an accessible UX are the Accessibility Insights tool. The use of fast and fluent components, as I mentioned, it takes care of a lot of things out of the box, so you don't have to worry about. And of course, relying a lot on the W3C documentation, especially for some components that are a bit tricky, like the interactions are not very straightforward. We usually relied on that documentation. That was really helpful. It's better to think of accessibility sooner than later. And with time and practice, you start to optimize that by default and even question design decisions that don't have accessibility in mind, which avoids a lot of rework. We also create many utilities methods to handle more tricky components in terms of accessibility, such as menus and tooltips, for example. Now, if you want to grow to other markets, you also need to worry about localization. Some strategies that we did to make this work easier is to have all strings in one place. That means that code should not have any hard-coded strings, and all new strings should try to get the localized value from our data first. Unit tests were added to enforce the latest, but hard-coded strings are still a challenge as it's the fastest implementation. So that is more like of a communication problem, again, coming back. We also automatically detect if a string needs to be updated in our localization system. But since the process takes some time, like to do the localization itself, we always fall back to the local string, the string that we have. We always fall back to a string that we want to in English. So if you are in the US market, we can use that string, and this way we can update and experiment with different strings a lot faster. So let's go to our final growth challenge, which are tests. Tests are important safeguards to guarantee things don't collapse. I think everyone would agree with that. However, it's hard to have unit and end-to-end tests up to date on a fast-growing web product. So even though we have unit tests, it's not enough compared to the amount of code we have. And usually we fall back to the famous spot testing, aka you open the experience and verify if it's working. As well as telemetry or logs. So for every issue we have in the code that leads to an error, we send a log for that and we monitor the logs constantly. So we have versions in our file, so we know which version caused an issue. Also, instead of sending the code directly to production, we make sure everything is working on a staging phase that has less users. So less users will be affected, and we can make sure like we catch the errors before it goes to the general public. So, like what can we do to make people add unit tests for every method and for every feature, and make sure visual parity and end-to-end tests are added as well, because that is what is going to guarantee really that, like an issue is not being sent out to production. We don't. That's why we started using two new tools that I'm going to share here with you that makes this process a lot easier. The first one is Storybook. So for those who don't know, Storybook is an open source tool for building UI components and pages in isolation. So I started adding our modules to Storybook with the goal of influencing other people to add their modules as well. The only reason it's working is because of three things. One, I made it easy to add a new modules to Storybook. Two, I'm consistently showing the benefits of easily spot check and issues in different modules. And three, designers, PM, and leaders can easily check scenarios that are trickier to trigger in production. So they can also push for having modules in Storybook as well, so they can always easily check, the changes. Another advantage is that you can have add-ons to include unit tests, visual parity tests, accessibility tests, etc. But one step at a time. Let's first add our modules in there. The second tool is Clarity. Clarity is a free, easy-to-use tool that captures how real people actually use your site. It allows us to use heat maps, screen recordings, rage clicks, and more. It's really nice. That led us to many insights and also identification of UX issues that were not captured in the telemetry. Finally, I would like to summarize my conclusions and takeaways from this talk. First, people need to be aligned on priority and goals, and that should include everyone. It's not just leaders, it's devs, PMs, researchers, designers, and of course leaders. But that kind of alignment needs to be an active effort to really create things and understand what other people want, what are the priorities of the team, and all of that. Second, data is your friend. Always lead with data. So on a fast-growing project, you want to try new things, and people will suggest new things and collaborate. And it's important that you lead with data on the decisions you make, so you are sure that you're growing on the right direction. Third, modularize everything. And I uppercase everything here because it's well known that create modular code is good, but also make sure you modularize other components such as logs, such as performance metrics, and so on. So you have this kind of metrics also modularized. I have issues speaking this word and I keep trying to speak it. The next one is create best practices and safeguards that make sense to your team and product. In theory, there are a lot of things that make sense and that will bring the best results. However, that is not always translates to your team and product, especially if you are on a fast growing team with a fast growing product. So make sure you have, like the best practices and safeguards that apply to your team. And for that, you can, research a lot of tools and try out new things and keep the things that work. Next one, don't try to convince or change a culture. Instead, show an example, make it easy, and promote the benefits. That will make sure that people start to get the new ideas or the new tools naturally instead of someone enforcing those changes, because that not always work, especially on a very big team. The last one is your product will never be perfect, so don't be afraid to experiment. It's nice and it's always like illuminating for me to see experiment, A/B testing, user research, and realize that my assumptions were totally wrong. So make sure you do that often, and I'm sure you have very interesting results. Finally, I just wanted to leave you with the phrase, with big growth comes big responsibility. So thank you so much, and I will be taking questions.
Hello and welcome to my talk, How to Secure Your Software Supply Chain, Practical Lessons.
Hey everyone, in this talk, I'd like to share my learnings and strategies.
Hello and welcome to my talk, How to Secure Your Software Supply Chain, Practical Lessons to Protect Your App. My name is Firas, and I'm the founder and CEO of Socket, an open source supply chain security company. Hello and welcome to my talk, How to Secure Your Software Supply Chain, Practical Lessons to Protect Your App. My name is Firas, and I'm the founder and CEO of Socket, an open source supply chain security company. And I'm also an instructor at Stanford University, where I teach the web security course, as well as the creator of hundreds of open source projects, which are downloaded 500 million times per month, including Standard.js, a popular community JavaScript style guide, and WebTorrent, the first browser BitTorrent client. In the past, I also used to be a board member of the Node.js Foundation, as well as a consultant for the Silicon Valley TV show, which was a pretty fun job. A little bit about my company, Socket. So Socket is a cybersecurity platform that protects companies from software supply chain attacks. We're auditing every open source package to detect supply chain attacks, such as malware, typo squats, hidden code, and misleading packages, and to block it in real time. Customers include thousands of top tech organizations. Now let's get started. So let me tell you a story. On January 13th, 2012, over 10 years ago, a developer named Faisal Salman published a new project to GitHub. It was called UA-Parser.js. It was a user agent string parser. Lots of people found it useful. And over the next 10 years, Faisal continued to develop the package with help from many open source contributors, publishing 54 versions. And the package just continued to grow in popularity. Eventually, it grew to 7 million downloads per week, and it was used by over 3 million GitHub repositories. Let me tell you a story. On October 5th, 2021, on a notorious Russian hacking forum, this post appeared. A hacker was selling the password to an NPM account that controlled a package with over 7 million weekly downloads. If you hadn't made the connection, that's the same package as before. So 2 weeks later, UA-Parser.js was compromised, and 3 malicious versions of this package were published. Malware was added that would execute immediately whenever anyone installed one of these malicious versions. So what I want to do now is actually jump into that malware and give you a peek to see what it did. So this is the package.json file that makes up the package, and I'll draw your attention to the new version here, as well as the pre-install script on this line. And this script is just simply running a file called preinstall.js, which is where the malware lives. So if you open up that file, this is what it looks like. The first thing you'll notice is that different code is running on each platform. So Mac, Windows, and Linux have different code paths there. Mac users are lucky, and nothing actually happens on that platform. But on Windows, this file is executed here, preinstall.bat, and on Linux, a similar file, preinstall.sh, is executed. So let's open up those files and dig in. So the first thing you'll notice is that the user's country of origin is fetched based on their IP address. And if they come from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, or Kazakhstan, then the program actually just exits and nothing happens. Now, this is actually pretty common in malware, and it's done presumably because the attackers actually live in one of these countries, and they're attempting to not antagonize their local law enforcement. If you're not in one of these countries, then the malware continues, and you'll see here it's looking to see, using pgrep, whether the application is actually running. If it is, then it'll end. Otherwise, it'll actually download the malware and then prepare it for execution and execute it. And if you look at the arguments here, you'll notice this is actually a cryptocurrency miner, specifically the Monero miner. And so what this is going to do is it's going to use up the resources on whatever machine is unlucky enough to install this, whether it's your personal laptop, your build server, or maybe even your production server. On Windows, the malware is very similar. It follows a very similar process of downloading this miner, but it also downloads an additional file here, this DLL file. And after starting up the miner, it will also register that DLL, which turns out is pretty nefarious. So that particular file will actually steal passwords from 100 different programs on the machine, as well as anything in the Windows credential manager, which includes the user's passwords. So this is pretty bad, and obviously not something you want to run on your machine. So the aftermath of this was that the maintainer, apologized and sent a message to NPM support to get this package taken down. It was published for a total of 4 hours, and anyone who installed the package during this time period was compromised. So that means any software builds that were done in projects were compromised. Anyone who updated to this version or merged a pull request to this new version would have been compromised. So, a very unfortunate incident. This was big news in the JavaScript world. You might have even heard about this back in October. A lot of libraries that are used by big companies, created by big companies like Facebook, were actually affected because they depended upon UA parser.js. So this is actually just the tip of the iceberg, though. This one incident drew a lot of attention to this issue in October, but there's been many incidents since. In November, there was another similar incident with a cryptocurrency miner. In January, there was an incident with a maintainer sabotaging his own packages. In March and April, there have been incidents with protestware, which is basically people sabotaging packages in order to make political statements. So this is really just the tip of the iceberg. We've seen 150 different packages removed for security reasons in just the last 30 days alone. So this trend seems to be accelerating, and attackers are really taking advantage of the trust in the open source ecosystem. So one question you might ask is, why is this happening now? And I think it comes down to really 4 reasons. So the first reason is that 90% of an app's code comes from open source. So really, open source has won. Open source has enabled teams to build powerful applications in days or weeks instead of months or years. Open source works because anyone can inspect the code, anyone can contribute, anyone can publish a package. And open source communities are trusting by default. Good contributors are rewarded with recognition and eventually publish rights. So this is also the reason why your npm node modules folder is often one of the heaviest objects in the universe. The other reason is we have lots of transitive dependencies. So the way we write software has really changed in the last decade. We use dependencies a lot more liberally, and that leads to thousands of dependencies in most projects. So let's just take one example here. So let's look at Discord, a popular chat application. So Discord is an Electron app, and it's built on a massive amount of open source. As you can see here, it's around 19,000 total packages, and with code contributions from 300,000 different contributors from 206 different countries. So just a mind-boggling amount of open source in an app like Discord. This is aided by the sort of the way that the packages are written in the modern times. So a 2019 paper found that installing an average npm package introduces an implicit trust on 79 third-party packages and 39 maintainers, creating a really surprisingly large attack surface. So we actually at Socket made this visualization here to kind of give you a sense for what a dependency actually looks like. So this is the Webpack dependency that's very, very common. It's probably building your front-end server right now if you have one. What you see here is every gray box is a package, and every purple box is a file within a package. So you'll see here as we're sort of peeling back the layers, taking off the gray, opening up the gray box to sort of see the files inside, and also the nested packages within that. As you can see here, there's just a lot of code and a lot of different packages to make up the Webpack package. The other kind of reason is, no one reads the code today. So, basically what we're doing is kind of crazy. We're downloading code from the internet written by unknown individuals that we haven't read, that we execute with full permissions on our laptops and servers where we keep our most important data. And when you think of it like that, it's actually a miracle that this system works at all, and that it's continued to work for so long. Another kind of problem with the reason why people don't read code is that npm doesn't make it easy. So if you open up the website and you just go to this Explore tab here, you can't actually even see the code that you're going to be downloading when you're selecting a package. So developers actually have a pretty hard time to make good decisions and to actually read the code here. They often have to resort to clicking on the GitHub link and going to GitHub to read the code. But attackers can publish different code to NPM and GitHub. Often the code is different in the associated GitHub repository, and attackers actually know this and will take advantage of this fact. NPM does not guarantee that the code on GitHub matches the code on NPM. So no one is looking at the code. Hopefully, you might think that's okay. Linus Torvalds has this quote, about how given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. And to some extent, this is true. But if everyone is relying on someone else to read the code, then who is finding the malware? So this is maybe why on average, a malicious package is available for 209 days before it's publicly reported. This is from a 2020 research paper. And I personally find this number very shocking. Another paper in 2021 found that similar results, including that 20% of malware persist in package managers for over 400 days and have more than 1,000 downloads. Finally, the last reason why this is happening now is that popular tools give a false sense of security. So it's very common to use vulnerability scanning tools to tell you whether open source is safe or not, but scanning for known vulnerabilities is not enough. The entire security industry is obsessed with scanning for known vulnerabilities, an approach which is too reactive to stop an active supply chain attack. Vulnerabilities can take weeks or months to be discovered, and in today's culture of fast development, a malicious dependency can be updated, merged, and running in production in days or even hours. And this really isn't enough time for a vulnerability report to be created and to make its way into the vulnerability scanning tools that a lot of teams use. So really what it comes down to is supply chain attacks and vulnerabilities are very different, and they need different solutions. So vulnerabilities are accidentally introduced by open source maintainers, and it's sometimes okay to ship these to production if they're low impact. Supply chain attacks, on the other hand, are intentionally introduced by an attacker, and it's never okay to ship such code to production. It's never okay to ship malware to production. You must catch it before you install it or depend on it in your application. So vulnerability scanners will not catch the next supply chain attack. So now that we kind of understand why supply chain attacks are happening now, let's dig a little bit into kind of how a supply chain attack actually works. So there's kind of two types of things I want to talk about. So there's attack vectors as well as attack tactics. So vectors are kind of how the attacker tricks you, and tactics are what the code actually does when it runs. So let's start with attack vectors, how the attacker tricks you. So the first and most common attack technique is hijacked packages. So these are often the source of a lot of the headlines that you see in the news around supply chain attacks and open source packages that have been compromised. This is the same thing that happened in the example that we started this talk with in UA parser.js. Packages get hijacked for a number of reasons. Could be that the maintainer chose a weak password. That's what happened in the case of UA parser.js. It could be the maintainer themselves gives access to a malicious actor by mistake. Maintainers can become malicious themselves. That actually happened in January. Maintainers can also use their packages to protest. And maintainers could also just get malware on their laptops. And all of this is exacerbated by the fact that NPM doesn't enforce 2FA, though this is starting to somewhat improve in recent times. So the next tactic is typo squatting. So typo squatting is a pretty nefarious trick. So if you look at these two packages here, one of them is real and one of them is fake. But you might be hard pressed to guess which is real and which is fake. I'll just tell you. The first one is real. The second one's fake. And if you were to make the mistake of installing the fake package, you would get greeted with a nice supply chain attack. So what you have here is the contents of the fake package, and as you'll note, the line here says that a script is going to run automatically. If we open up that file to see what's inside, we're greeted with a completely obfuscated file. So even without being able to decipher what this code does, it's very clear this is not something that you should be running on your machine or on production. This is not going to do anything that you want to do. That's good. So let's talk about the next tactic. So dependency confusion. Dependency confusion is closely related to typo squatting, but instead of relying on the user making a mistake about the specific dependency that they install, this attack works when a company publishes packages to their own internal private NPM registry, and they use a name that hasn't been registered on the public registry. And so an attacker can come along and register a package with the same name, but on the public registry. And then later, some internal tools may get confused and use the public version of the package instead of the internal version. And so that's why it's called the dependency confusion attack. There's been plenty of examples of this recently. Many companies affected. Just looking through the recently deleted NPM packages, we found a bunch of likely dependency confusion attacks. Most of these had malicious code in them. And all of these packages have names which appear to conflict with likely internal package names. So you can see here all kinds of organizations were affected, including really large companies, the federal government, and there's even more on this page here. So this is really quite a widespread problem. This also isn't helped by the fact that NPM recently had an issue where they lost kind of data on these private package names and leaked them, and so that even made attackers' jobs even easier to pull off this attack because they could just pull a list. All right, so now let's talk about tactics. So what does the attack code do? So once this code's running on your machine, what's it actually going to do? So the most common thing by far is install scripts. Most malware is in an install script. This is because if you're an attacker, why wouldn't you want your code to run automatically the moment that the user installs the package? So a 2022 paper found almost 94% of malicious packages had at least one install script. And unfortunately, install scripts have legitimate uses, so it's not an easy solution to just disable them. So this is again we've seen already many examples of this, but this single line here is enough to cause malware to automatically execute. Now let's talk about the second tactic, so stealing data. So this is very common in a lot of the malware that we see on NPM. So if we take that last example again and we dive into these scripts here that it's attempting to run, this is a very common example. This is a very, very frequent example of a piece of malware that you'll see on NPM. So you'll see it's making an HTTP request, and the data that it's sending from your system is going to this domain here. And the data that's actually being sent is process.env, which is your environment variables. So that means your tokens, your keys, whatever environment variables are in the environment are going to get exfiltrated by this script here. There's different techniques that attackers like to use. So sometimes an HTTP request can get blocked by a firewall, and so there's also a DNS technique. So this uses a DNS lookup to exfiltrate the data. It puts it into the subdomain of the URL, and it sends the environment variables off to the attacker. And the attacker can, of course, use this data however they like. They can post it online. They can use it to break into your systems or whatever they feel like. And finally, the last tactic is to delete or to ransom your data. And some examples of this are the recent protestware that we've seen, Peace Not War, and Node IPC. So we'll actually take a look at that example here. So this is a piece of malware written by some activists who wanted to make a statement about the war in Ukraine. And so they included this code in their package, and if you take a close look at it, it's it's a little bit obfuscated here, but the key line is down here, where it's basically going to iterate through all the files on your machine and write garbage data over them. So effectively deleting all your files. Not a friendly piece of software, not something that you want to be running on any machine that's yours. So how can you protect your app? This is where we talk about actual potential solutions to these problems. So the first thing you can do is to choose better dependencies. If you ship code to production, you are responsible for it. So we really need a mindset shift as developers. Node or the process that's running your code doesn't care whether that code was written by you as the developer or whether it came from open source. This mindset of it's not my problem because it's an open source needs to change, because ultimately it's all going to run in the same program, and and Node doesn't care who wrote the code. It's all part of your application once it's bundled up and running in production. So really we need a mindset shift around this. And if you look at the actual open source licenses that are part of all the open source packages that you consume, the most popular license, the MIT license, literally says this. It says open source is provided as is, without warranty of any kind. In no event shall the author be liable for any claim, damages, or liability. So, this is actually the truth. So you're ultimately responsible for the code the open source code that you take and that you run on your production servers. So we need to do a better job picking dependencies. So how do we do this? So most of us aren't going to look at the actual code. So we look at heuristics. We look at signals that give us an indication as to whether an open source package is quality and trustworthy. So we look at things like, first of all, does it get the job done? Does it have an open source license so we can use it? Does it have good docs? Does it have a lot of downloads and GitHub stars? Does it have recent commits? Does it have types? And does it have tests? And this is good stuff to look at, but it doesn't really dig deep into the package, and it's not really going to give you an indication about whether a package has malware in it or not. So most of the time this is going to work, but occasionally in those rare cases where a package is compromised that you've been depending on, it might check all these boxes, but it still could get affected. So we really need to dig a little deeper. So I'm going to show you an example of a tool. This is the tool that we build at Socket that can actually dig into the contents of a package and tell you what it does. There's probably other tools out there, but this is a good example of what you can do with really good static analysis. So here we have a package buffer util, and you can see that it's going to run code automatically on installation, and it's going to run some native code. It's called out right there on the package page. This package actually turns out to be totally benign, but what about something sketchy? What about a package that's doing something kind of weird? What would that look like? So here's a package. It's quite popular, and it puts a little overlay on the page. It's a React overlay component. So it's a web component. But if you dig into its dependencies, you'll find that it's actually doing quite a lot of interesting things. So you'll see here that it has code that runs automatically. It has telemetry, which means it's sending tracking code back to the maintainer. So it's tracking who installs the package. And it does a bunch of other things like run shell commands and access the network. So this is worth digging into a little bit further. And if you click in here, you can learn a little bit more about what this package is actually doing. Now let's take a look at an actual piece of malware. So here's a piece of malware. If you were to look it up on Socket, you'd see that we've detected that it's going to run code on installation and that it accesses the network. And if you click in to the alerts there, you'll actually get jumped straight to the line of code where it actually does the given behavior. So you'll see here that it's the package is accessing environment variables on this line here. And you'll see here it's just sending it off to some server on the internet. So typical kind of data theft attack. So make sure to take a close look at the dependencies that you use. The next tip is to kind of update dependencies at the right cadence. So a lot of us are using bots like Dependabot to stay on the latest version of code, and that's usually a good security practice. However, the quicker that you update your dependencies, the fewer eyeballs that have had a chance to actually look at the code. And so there's really a trade-off here. So how quickly should you update? This is a really tough question. So if you update too slowly, then you're exposed to known vulnerabilities, and that's not good. If you update too quickly, though, you're exposed to supply chain attacks because now you're running code that no eyeballs have looked at, no one has seen yet. So it's really there's no good answer here, and there's really just trade-offs all around. But this is something to at least think about as a team and kind of come up with a policy for what you want to do here. Okay, so the third thing you can do, so use automation to audit every dependency. So how closely should you actually audit a dependency? Again, there's kind of a trade-off here. So you can do a full audit. Full audit means read every single line of code of every dependency in your project. If you do this, it's thorough, it's the best-in-class thing you can do, but it's a lot of work. It's also slow and time-consuming and therefore expensive because it takes a lot of time to properly audit that much code. On the other hand, a lot of teams are doing nothing. And if you do that, then you're vulnerable to supply chain attacks. You're just running code that you haven't even audited or looked at in any way and hoping that it's good. So this is risky, and it can be expensive in a different way. It could be expensive in terms of PR cost to the company or in terms of breaches. So really the happy medium here is to lean on automation. So what we recommend is using static analysis to audit every dependency and detect indicators of packages doing suspicious things, such as using privileged APIs like the file system or the network, or containing obfuscated code. If you detect packages doing these things, then you can manually audit just those packages, just the most suspicious packages. And that way you can spend security team resources on the highest impact tasks instead of doing it all or nothing. And if you do this and you put the security information directly in pull requests so that developers can see it, then you empower developers to solve security issues before they're deployed into production. And you can find these attacks before they affect your users. So our final recommendation, and I know I'm biased here, is to consider using Socket to do this. So you can use the tool, as we showed earlier, to research packages. So this is a free tool, free to the community. Anyone can use this. You can look up packages, and all this data is open and accessible. Feel free to do this when you're considering which packages to use or when you're auditing an application. We also have the ability to monitor pull requests for bad dependencies. So this gives you kind of an active way to monitor for bad dependencies before they're merged in. So this is what it looks like. It's a bot. It will come to your pull request and leave a comment telling you what issues are present in this dependency, and give the developer that information that they need to really make an informed decision about this dependency. So if you're interested in this, you can install it for free at socket.dev. And I want to end on a kind of positive note here and just say that I want you for supply chain security. I think developers and security practitioners and really entire teams need to change the way they think about dependencies in order to solve the software supply chain security crisis that we're in right now. We need a mindset shift around dependencies, and we need to think of them as part of our apps, and they are part of our apps, and we need to really understand the threats that are out there and what steps we can take as teams to protect ourselves from this emerging threat. And with that, I'll end. So thank you for having me here. I appreciate it. My contact info is here on the slide if you're interested in reaching out, and also just shout out that we're hiring developers at Socket. So thanks.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Visual experiences connect people all around the world through our favorite websites and apps. Let's explore how this world works. From photo shoot, we can now quickly make updates, like changing backgrounds, hair color, and apparel color. The image is then instantly available on the website for users across the world. Want a closer look at that shoe? With 360-degree rotation technology, you can zoom in on all angles for a hands-on experience. The way we consume content has also changed. Real-time events are constantly at our fingertips. And now you can experience them perfectly for each screen. And the world is more connected with more personalized experiences. A couple can post a photo to a brand's website, and that experience can be transported from country to country. Digital technology is bringing us together, helping us all unleash the power of visual experiences. That's the power of Cloudinary.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and waste.
Okay, so today I'll be talking about, well, Svelte Kit. Before I start, who am I? Right. A front-end developer. At work, I'm a front-end developer at Shopee. Outside of work, yeah, as mentioned, I do a little bit of contribute a bit into Svelte. I have social medias like Twitter, but most importantly, I have a YouTube channel. Which I did try to make some contents to YouTube, some things that you don't find it of as much. For example, try to break down on how module bundles work, or how do you create a client-side routing library, right? If you're interested, do check them out. So I guess anyone here, maybe a show of hands, how many of you have used or heard of Svelte before? Woo! Okay, that's great. So how many of you have used Svelte before? Oh wow, that's amazing. Okay, so how many of you has used Svelte at work? Okay, that's great as well. Okay, so I think I probably can quickly skip this because because if this is my first video that I watched about Svelte, and that get me into check out how Svelte actually works. It's an amazing video. I guess most of you have heard about Svelte and probably know about it. There's another video that came out recently about Svelte. It's a Svelte documentary. You can search that online. So you want to learn how Svelte was created, about the Svelte community and stuff like that. And myself was kind of mentioned in the video. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to learn Svelte, I think some of you have used, some have heard about it but have not used it. If you want to know, learn more about it, there's a lot of resources out there. Still plug, I've made a lot of videos on YouTube about Svelte. You can check them out. But just to give you just to make sure that everyone kind of have a sense of how it feels like, this is a Svelte component. You see that app.svelte. So it's a single file component. You have everything. So it looks like HTML, right? And that's fair. The syntax is very much stayed close to HTML. You have a script block where you can write JavaScript. And then you have HTML elements. And then you have a style block where you can have CSS, right? And then do note within the HTML you have curly brackets where you can have expressions. So you can use variables that you declare in the script tag over here. So here you will probably see on the screen hello world. To make it interactive, you can add event listeners, right? You can add so you can have on click and then have you can pass in functions from the JavaScript that you declare. And what makes Svelte so cool and a lot of people like about Svelte is that it is so easy to make changes to your code, to the variables, right? So to modify the counter, you just plus plus, although decrement, I'm not sure why it's also plus plus, but you can make, you just make changes like how you would do in JavaScript. There's no other functions like set state or stuff like that. You just make change to a variable and it will reflect immediately. So how this works by, so Svelte itself is not just a framework, it is like a compiler-based framework. Within itself, there's a Svelte compiler that compiles your code. You write your Svelte code into JavaScript on the right. If you try to screen and zoom in, you probably will see it compiled to, still small, very small, but you roughly can see it compiles to DOM operations on how you create the button element, how do you set text content, and stuff like that, right? So this sets Svelte apart with other frameworks where some frameworks does virtual DOM. You render a certain a DOM tree structure and then you compare and then you update to a DOM. But what we have over here in Svelte is that it manipulates the DOM elements through operations, and all those has already been generated for you, right? So this is the code that you just send to the users, right? So yeah, and we'll try to generate as optimized and small as much as possible. So if you're interested about this process, I do write some blog series about how you can compile Svelte in your head, figure out how this maps to that. The Svelte code maps to JavaScript code. Yeah, you can check that out as well. So enough about all my things that I write and make. Let's talk about Svelte. Okay, so a lot of you have not used Svelte at work, right? And a lot of people have been asking how do you use? Is Svelte ready for production? Of course it is, but when we mean production ready in this day and age, a lot of times when we think about this, not just client-side rendering, you want to set up server-side rendering, and then maybe involves hydration, and then how do you do routing? How do you prefetching, lazy loading, all this stuff, right? Oops, sorry. All this stuff, and also say how do you deploy your Svelte application to the cloud providers? How do you use cloud providers to maybe render your server-side rendered Svelte application through say serverless functions? A lot of setups, right? Or maybe it just works on the block side. How do you do static site generations? A lot of this, right? And if you come from a world say from React, then you probably know that maybe you can reach out to frameworks like Next.js to do this for you, or maybe Next.js for Vue, right? So what's that equivalent of things, frameworks to do for Svelte? If you are a very early adopter of Svelte, you probably have heard about this, Sapper. It's it's the Svelte team's very first attempt on trying to solve this problem, trying to create a tool for you to build Svelte application. But it was created a few years ago, and I think if you've been in JavaScript, do JavaScript for quite a while, you probably know that I think recently there's a lot of advances and improvements, a lot of things that was trying out in the past few years in, say, server-side rendering, or maybe, say, like island architecture and whatever, right? So there's a lot of things that we are slowly improving and learning. And now, at this point in time, the Svelte team decided that, okay, with all the things that we've learned, instead of like introduce breaking changes and break this apart and do a new thing, let's start from scratch, right? That's what we love to do, right? Start from scratch. So that's where Svelte Kits comes in, right? That's the successor of like Sepper. So this is the thing that you will use in future. So before I move beyond this part of talking about Svelte Kit, I do have a word of warning, which is that Svelte Kit at this point in time is still like beta. What that means is that Svelte team cares a lot about breaking changes. It doesn't want to ship something as stable that will ship something to a stable version that will break your app, right? So at this point, we are still in beta because still from time to time we realize that actually there's to do all the things that we set out to do, there are things that we have to break, like some APIs that has to change or rethink about it. And along the way, we realized, okay, we need to do this and that. So that's why it's still in beta. So I realized that a lot of things that I'm going to talk about later about Svelte Kit may not hold true in stable version. So just like this, I guess today's talk is more of like give you a rough preview about like Svelte Kit, to know about the existence of Svelte Kit, what are the things that you can do, and yeah, so that you prepare yourself for the future, I guess. So yep, with that out of the way, to create a Svelte Kit app, you run npm create svelte at latest, right? So what this does is that, it will, when you run it, you will use the Svelte template generator to generate a Svelte Kit template. So it goes through a prompt where you ask you whether you want to use like demo app or create a TypeScript. You want to do linting? Do you want to prettier? Do you want to use Playwright to do testing? And you answer all that question, and then you just and then it's generated. So you go into that folder, you npm install. It takes a while. Sorry. Then when you run npm run dev to start the dev server, right? As soon as it started, it's quite fast. You have a working application over here, and then yeah, this just works. So how you notice that? So for the video, I didn't do any fast forward, right? I just pre-recorded it so that I don't have to do it here, So it's quite fast. Probably it's because it's small, but it's also because it's powered by Vite, which is like the next generation front-end tooling, and also paired with the Svelte HMR, which is you have like a very fast dev server startup as well as a hot module reloading, like instant hot module reloading. So I'm going to play you another video of like how that works, right? So here, you see on the left, as I click save, right, the thing on the right just changed immediately. So it's instantaneous, right? Change and then updates immediately. So I go to like a counter, maybe I try to, make some changes, say set the counts to some value. As soon as I hit save, it's updated, right? I can come here and update the increment, save, and it's updated. I can increment by 3, right? So that's the hot module reloading of Svelte Kit. So when you create Svelte Kit through the template, you have these folders, right? So the first thing is the .svelte kit folder. It's auto-generated, so just please don't touch it, but you can go in and take a look, but just, everything is auto-generated from there, so yeah, just keep it as is. And next thing is the source folder, which I'll be talking about it later on. Then if you look at package.json, you have dependencies like Svelte and like Svelte Kit. And if you look at the scripts, you have the dev and build to run the dev server and do the build. And it's just using Vite to build and dev for you. So there's no magic over here. If you look at Svelte config, this is the one file that you does configuration for Svelte. Yep. And then you have tsconfig, where if you choose TypeScript, you get this file. Do note that you see it extends from a TypeScript config file from the Svelte Kit folder, which means that if you make any changes to Svelte config, it sets some custom alias or different things, the TypeScript config will update itself because it extends from the file that is generated from the SvelteKit folder. Right? So that's roughly things that you get. So next thing we'll go into is the file-based router. So in this, in the file-based, what's file-based routing, right? It means that routing, like it is based on the file or folder structure of your project. Let me give you an example. If you try to build a Cityjs website, right, and you want to create a schedule page, so you want this page, then you go to routes folder, create a file called schedule.svelte, this component. Then whatever is in the component will be used to render that schedule page. If you want to have a ticket buying page, then ticket/buy, right? So you create a folder called ticket, you create a buy component, then that's your ticket buying page, right? And if you want to create speakers profile, you have speakers and /name, speakers name, right? If you don't, this part is dynamic, right? And you don't want to create each component for each speakers. So you want to have some sort of dynamic in there. You want to have some sort of like dynamic parameters. So what you can do is you create a speakers folder and name. You use a square brackets. Then this part is dynamic, right? And so when you render a component with this component, you get the parameters called like name equals to, it will match whatever is in the URL. Okay, so next is we have endpoints. So not just serving pages, because SvelteKit runs on server side as well. It does server side rendering and also lets you build endpoints, API endpoints for users. So it does the same. It is the same thing. Within the same folder, you create API speakers. But over here, instead of .svelte as component, you create a TypeScript or JavaScript file over here. And now we want to get a speakers list, right? This is like API to get a list of speakers. So it's a get endpoint and then return us a list of speakers. So you go into this file, you export a function called get, and then you return an object with like status and body. Then this will return you a list of speakers. So if you try to visit this API, then you get you whatever, in the response is whatever you have in the body. So so SvelteKit supports all kinds of different kind of HTTP request method. So a fun fact over here, right? This is something I just learned, is that HTTP request method name is case sensitive. And it's just by convention, all of us just like to use uppercase. So previously, like a previous SvelteKit beta version, all these are like lowercase because it's nicer to have a lowercase function name. But then, we do some normalization and then we realize that actually case is sensitive in HTTP request name, so we change them. So yeah, see, breaking change. That's why I tell you that a lot of breaking changes happening in beta. Yeah. So next thing I want to talk about is layouts. So you have like Cityjs website. If you try to navigate, you realize that the top part is the same, right? You have this site, and whatever inside over here, when you switch to different nav, it's changing only the bottom part, right? Of course, you can create two different routes and import the nav bar in both of the components, import the conference list, but you can have layouts. So how do you do layouts? You create a file called __layout.svelte in your routes folder, and in that folder you have your nav, your conference list, and then you have a slot element. So if you're familiar with Svelte, slot element is where you can pass in like the children content, right? So yeah. So when you have this layout file, all the files or children files within the same folder of this layout.svelte, the same folder, all of them will use this layout. And sometimes, what if I don't want to use this layout? I want to have a different layout. Then you can have named layouts. I think this is relatively new. So in name layouts, meaning you can have another layout file, but you dash the name, right? And then within your page routes component, you can choose which layout you want, right? If you don't, so you add full to use that full layout. If you don't specify, then you will use a default layout, which is the one without the name, right? Next, we're going to talk about is like loading data in SvelteKit. In Svelte, we have this await block where you can await for a promise, and then when it resolves, you render something. Right? Simple, straightforward, but it does not work on the server side. Because on the server side, we don't really wait for promises. It's asynchronous. When you do like the Svelte render function in the server side, it's synchronous, so we don't wait for promises. So it does not work on server side. And by default, you use fetch from the browser, so there's no caching, prefetching, or whatever, right? So in SvelteKit, you provide load, right? So if you're familiar with, say, I guess like Next.js, then probably that's like get static props or get server-side rendering props, something like that, right? So this is similar. So we have a load function, and then in that load function, you return object, right? So this can be synchronous, returns an object. I think you see props over here, which means that within the same component, you can pass the props to that component. So we will go one pass to call the load, wait for that promise to be ready, get the data, and then you renders that component on the server side. One thing to note is that the fetch comes from the load function. Okay, I will talk about that slightly later on. So what you get over here now is that if you are using, just compare, like if you're using await, because it does not fetch on the server side, so your site, when you load, it's empty. But if you're using load, we'll wait for it, call it API, get data, render with the data, right? And then later on, if you try to look at the network tab for the asynchronous requests, using await later on, because no data, right? Then you will await for that promise, you'll call that function, fetch data, so you'll see an API call. If you're using load, the load function will still call on the client side, right? Especially also when you navigate to different pages, the load function will call, and it will call in the initial rendering as well. But we have already fetched that data, right? So Svelte actually will reuse that data that you already fetched on the server side, so it does not make another network request. So there's no new network request being made, right? So that's where that fetch comes from. So if you're using that fetch provided from load, it actually has the same API as the browser fetch API, but it does return like cache response from the server side in the client side when you do hydration. So there's no actual, it does not make another network request. And if you are fetching directly like to endpoints, right, you are making API calls to endpoints that you define within your SvelteKit. Actually, in the server side, you will call that function directly. So there's no network request being made from your server to the internet and then get back to your SvelteKit container and whatever, right? So it just calls that function directly. So yeah, that's why you use that fetch function within a load, that provided from the load function. So just another example that we are in this speakers, we call a list of speakers, right? So you call fetch /API/speakers to get a list of speakers. So you have an endpoint and a component. So it depends on how you want to define your APIs, right? Maybe you always prefix as API. But then we kind of know that the list of speakers is always being retrieved from the speakers list only, right? This is how your application, you always get the list of speakers from your component only. Then maybe you want to co-locate them. You want to put them together, right? You put, this is your get endpoint to get list of speakers. You want to put them together, right? Side by side, something like that, right? In that case, SvelteKit knows that this is actually, this endpoint is always being used by these routes. Then we call this endpoint a page endpoint, which means that if you are doing that, when you visit your speakers list, you don't need to write the load function. That you can throw away. SvelteKit will load this endpoint, get the response, pass it to the props to pass to you, right? And yeah, on the server side. And even on the client side, when you navigate to a speakers list, you don't have to write the load function. Everything is done for you in SvelteKit. Yeah, so that's about endpoints and loading data. So for navigation, right, we talk about routing, but how do you navigate from one page to another? Well, you just use an anchor tag, do this, and it just works, right? Yeah, so you don't have to import like a link component from somewhere. You just use anchor tag, right? So how that works is that SvelteKit will intercept all the clicks events that's happening on the anchor tag, and it will use routing to navigate to them. So when I see, can I see my mouse? Okay, never mind. So when you try to hover under this anchor tag. You probably want to click it, and you probably will run the load function to load it and stuff like that. But that split second between hovering and clicking, maybe you can start calling the function to load the data and stuff like that, right? So if you want to do that, you want to do like prefetching, what you do is you can add an attribute called SvelteKit prefetch, and yeah, that's all handled for you. So we learned about roughly all, not all, but like rough idea of like how do you write code in SvelteKit. The next thing you want to do is to deploy. So to deploy, you probably will want to deploy to cloud providers like, say, Cloudflare, Netlify, Vercel, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, so what you do to build and deploy is you run npm run build to build a code and in your pipeline and to deploy them, right? So, but how, like, you write one app, but how do you make your output to looks like the format or like creates a file that the cloud provider needs for you to deploy? Well, you do this thing called adapters. So we provide adapters like adapter for Cloudflare, Netlify, and Vercel. So remember the Svelte config. Here you specify the adapter, right? So if you want to deploy a Cloudflare, you use the Cloudflare adapter, and then after it builds, it will transform the build output to fit whatever Cloudflare needs, like for Cloudflare pages. Yeah, and by default, I think just now what you see is the auto, right? So by default, if you use auto, it will detect from environment variables to know that where this build is happening. Is this in Vercel? Then I will just use the Vercel adapter. So all the 3 adapters that you saw just now, if you use auto, it's just done automatically for you. But what if you want to you don't want to use them. You want to deploy to, say, your DigitalOcean, EC2, like some node containers. What you do is you use adapter node. Yeah, just change that. Then after you build, you have a build folder, and then you just node build index.js or whatever you want to use to start your node process. And that's it. So a bit of recap of what we have talked about. We kind of talked through like routing, routes, endpoints, layouts, loading data, navigation, and deploying. Of course, there's a lot more about SvelteKit. There's a lot of cool features, especially for TypeScript. There's a lot of cool TypeScript support that's just like very magical to me. But yeah, you can. That's it about SvelteKit and about my talk. So thank you so much. Thank you.
He's going to tell you a little bit about Star Wars.
Star Wars. Yeah. Who here does not like Star Wars? Okay, that's good. Otherwise, I was going to have to ask you to leave. But I think you can all stay. So yeah, I work for Auth0. We're at the booth over there. I would love for you to come over and have a chat with us and find out how to win this. Essentially, we've got a login challenge. It'll take you about 5 minutes to try Auth0 for maybe the first time, maybe not the first time. And at the end of it, you'll go into the draw for the Lego set here. So we've got the Razor Crest. If any of you are into Mandalorian, you'll probably be even more excited about it. I know I am. If nobody wins, I do get to take this home, so please do come and try and win it, because as much as I would like this, I don't have space in my luggage to take it back. So you'll be doing me a favor by coming over. The other thing I'd like to talk to you about is the Ambassador program. So we've got this program that basically helps people who want to do more speaking, more community engagement. If you're interested in security and identity and things like that, we want to have a chat with you as well. So come over and have a talk to us about that. But most importantly, enter for the Lego. Think of the Lego. That's the most important part. So thank you very much.
Awesome. And then another way to get around dealing with auth is using SMS auth, I guess. So we'll have here Phil from Twilio to tell us about that.
We can use SMS to add more auth. I mean, that's a fun thing to do. No, so my name's Sonash. I'm a developer evangelist here at Twilio. We're standing over there in the corner. There's also my wonderful colleagues, KK and Ankita, just sitting there as well. We don't have anything quite as big and fancy as a Lego Star Wars thing to give away, but if you come over and play our little game Twilio Quest, which ends up teaching you how to use the API to send a text message, we are giving away some Twilio and JavaScript themed socks. So if your feet are currently cold, or you just need more JavaScript in your life on your feet, that's it. So come play, come see how the API works. Just come have a chat. We like meeting everybody. So, and I'll be back up here sometime later as well. So hang out for that too. Cool. Thank you.
Hey. That's actually great because socks and sandals is a very German thing, and so I think I'll pop by later and grab some. But now we're going to continue with our next speaker, who is Cel, and he is very much a Singapore JS and Singapore CSS institution who creates content to make the web a better place. And so even if you're using something like Auth0, Twilio, or even Supabase Auth, to do authentication, you should probably know what is happening behind the scenes. And so we'll have Cel here to tell us a little bit about understanding the use of OAuth in your front-end applications. Thanks so much. Yeah. We'll get you a microphone, no worries.
All right, just give me a second. All right, cool. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, my talk is going to be about auth, OAuth, basically. And the reason why we want to do, why we want to understand OAuth is because when you do any APIs, like REST or GraphQL or anything like that, the first challenge or hurdle you'll always come across is authentication, because, well, otherwise you can't even get access to the other APIs, right? So that is why I am focusing on auth today, and that's the topic I'm talking about. Essentially, what I'm going to do is to give you an understanding of what OAuth is and how it works. So you can do your own OAuth implementation without using libraries if you choose not to do so. Of course, like Auth0 makes things a lot easier. Supabase makes things a lot easier. But I'm more of a fundamentals guy at this point, and I want to make sure the black box, I kind of understand what's inside the black box. So I hope to bring that to you today. Let me talk a little bit about myself before we begin. I am Cel. I have a blog at zelwk.com. And I primarily write about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and some Node and MongoDB. Not much at this point, but these are the things I cover, generally speaking. And I take a lot of time to write huge-ass courses. So like Learn JavaScript is a course focused on vanilla JavaScript. It's 300+ lessons long, like for example, like huge-ass courses. And I have one focusing on asynchronous JavaScript, and OAuth part of things, because it's related to APIs, falls under one of the modules I teach inside here. So that's kind of what I just want to talk about at this point. And so what is OAuth and why? Why do we use OAuth in the first place and not just like simple username and passwords? So OAuth stands for Open Authorization. It is a protocol for you to do authentication and authorization. Authentication meaning, okay, are you who you are? You know, like Thai, are you Thai versus like am I impersonating Thai, for example? So things like that. And authorization is basically permissions. Do you have the permission to do the thing that you are supposed to do? If I do not allow you the permission, then you cannot do it. So that will be authorization. The good thing about OAuth is that it uses tokens instead of passwords. So the good thing about tokens is that you don't have to remember passwords anymore. That's one thing. The second good thing about tokens is that it allows for things like login with GitHub, login with Twitter, and stuff like that to happen. because we pack all the login information into a string. So a token is kind of like a string. You can see it over here like XX token, similar looking string like that. It contains information about the authentication itself. It contains information about the authorization as well. So that string is decoded and encoded, and nobody can understand what the hell is going on, so it will never be stolen in a way. Even if it's stolen, you can always refresh it, and you get a new one. So that's what it does. And just to sum up why OAuth is tokens are more secure, because people don't have to remember their passwords anymore, and then, like how people do, they always forget their passwords. So they don't have to write it down in a notebook and chuck it aside. No more of that nonsense. We just use tokens. Except the tokens are automatically generated, so they don't even have to care about saving it anywhere. Except we do. Like, all of the work falls on us, right? Then having a token allows you to log in with identity providers, and it allows you, the user, to specify whether you give them the permission to access your email address, whether you can access, like, allow them to post to your Twitter Twitter timeline, for example, things like that. So that falls under the authorization scope. And yeah, people don't have to remember passwords when they start logging in with Google and Twitter and all that stuff, and then they start forgetting their passwords. Good job, everyone. So how do you use tokens? The simple way is to use a bearer token. And to do that, you can use plain old fetch, the normal fetch, and you use an authorization header with bearer. So that's a boilerplate code that you kind of have to write every single time you write token-based, bearer-based authentication. So what I like to do is I like to reduce this boilerplate code. So I kind of came up with my own wrapper library similar to Axios. I call it ZLFetch for short. And it basically takes away the need to write another then call. It takes away things like setting content type to application JSON, because that should be the default at this point. It takes away the need to stringify the body content so that it automatically converts objects into JSON, for example. And the last thing is, well, I don't have to write bearer authentication, I just write auth. Awesome. So that's kind of like what the library does. You can look at the GitHub if you want to find out more about it. So today's talk is not about this library, so let me move on. Now, how do you get access to these tokens? We've been talking about tokens and tokens and tokens. Well, under OAuth, there are 5 ways to get these access tokens. That is client credentials grant, authorization code grant, proof key of code exchange, refresh token grant, and device code grant. Now, all of that sounds so complicated, right? Especially the word grant. It sounds like I'm giving you something so important. Like you're applying for a grant from Singapore for money or something like that. So the way I like to think about it is you cancel the word grant, you replace it with the word method, and it makes a lot more sense in English. So, but we like fancy terms, so let's stick with grant. That's the official language, so let's stick with that, all right? So the next thing you also have to understand when you do authentication is the difference between a public client and a confidential client. So a public client is that your source code will be exposed to the public. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript on the front end, it will definitely be exposed. Do not ever put your passwords there because they will be stolen and people do bad things with it, right? So that's kind of what falls under public client. Now, mobile apps also fall under public client because you can compile your source code and then someone can dig through the source code and find your secrets. I have no idea. I have no idea why or how or why someone would do it, but it is possible, so try not to do that. Now, the other side is confidential client, and then that means the source code is not exposed, which means practically it's just all your server stuff. It's all hidden from view. Nobody knows what the hell goes on in your server. Okay, so have an idea about the 2 of them at this point. Now, for all the 4 grant types, right? For 5 of these grant types, 4 of them can only be used with confidential clients. Client credentials, authorization code, refresh token, device code. So these 4 will be used with confidential clients. The only one that can be used with public clients is this thing called proof key of code exchange. So we'll cover each one of them and what they do. So I'll cover 1, 2, 3, 4, but I will leave device code grant out of this talk today because, well, generally we don't really need to touch that. That's kind of like, oh, if you have a TV and then you need to log in with the TV, that it's a little bit hard to use your keyboard, right? So that kind of allows you to transfer to your phone and then you log in with a phone instead and how that goes on and yada yada. We're not going to go into the implementation details of that today. But we are going to go into the implementation details of the rest of them so you have an idea about how it does or how it looks like underneath the hood of things. Let's begin with client credentials grant, which is the simplest of them all. So client credentials grant can also be called two-legged authentication because it is an interaction between two parties, your server and the API server, whatever it is, and then the two of them are playing games with each other. So nobody else is involved, that's why two-legged authentication. The idea is that you have a client ID and a client secret, so two values. Remember that whenever you see secret, always put that inside your server because you don't want the secret to be exposed as like your password. So what you do is you send the client ID and client secret in for an access token. And the good news is we don't even care about client credentials grant in a practical term. Why? Because if you're using like a server, you should probably be downloading some sort of client library from the server that you're working with. Like Stripe has its own client library, Google has its own client library, blah, blah, blah. So most of the time, the client library takes care of the client credentials grant for you. So you don't have to worry about it. And what you do is you initialize it with your API key and API secret, and then you call the methods done. And that's what it does. But for the interest of like figuring out what goes underneath the hood, right? So like this is how it looks like. Basically, you need to send a post request to a token endpoint, which usually is like authorized/auth2 or whatever, something like that. And you need to set the grant type to client credentials. You need to send in your client ID. You need to send in your client secret. And an optional scope value, which I will talk about in a bit. Okay? Now, this is the standard that is given. But, okay, lots of buts. There are always non-standard stuff going on in the dev world, all right? For example, Google asks for a key file instead of the client ID and client secret. So you kind of have to download that JSON file and add it to your project. Facebook uses a GET request instead of a POST request, which is interesting. And Twitter requires you to send in a basic authentication with a client ID and a client secret, but that values are being sent in the body as well. So things like that do happen. You kind of have to look at the docs in order to figure out what the API requires. So don't take it as this is a standard thing and everyone should or is already applying it in that standard way. So just a heads up when you're dealing with the lower level stuff. Now, here's an example where Google requests for a key file. So I just wanted to put it there just to show you. Now, so long story short for client credentials, forget about the OAuth part, just use client libraries. End of story. That's the easiest way to go about doing it. The story changes a little bit if you start doing three-legged auth. Three-legged auth meaning there are three parties to the equation, three interactions. There's the user, there's your server, and then there's the API server, like three people. And basically what happens is, you send you send the user to the API server to log in, and then they log in, the API server gives your app something, and then you kind of have to figure out whether that's okay. You send it back to the API server. So the two of you start talking, and eventually you say, okay, fine, you are logged in. Then it goes back to the user. Essentially, it's something like that, but we'll walk through the flow together. Now, three-legged auth allows you, like I said earlier, to log in with an identity provider. Identity provider meaning someone that allows you to hold an identity. Like GitHub, you can log in with GitHub, you can log in with Facebook. Each one of them has an account that says that it is you. So that's how it is. And you can perform actions on your server for the user's behalf if you use that kind of API. So those are the two main cases for three-legged auth. And to implement three-legged auth, you can use authorization code grant, you can use PKCE, or refresh token grant. But refresh token grant is I kind of lump them together, but it's not exactly like you can use it straight away. To do refresh token grant, you need to use either authorization code grant or PKCE first. Then you get the refresh token from that. Then you can use the refresh token grant. We'll walk by most of them step by step. So the first thing is authorization code grant. That's like the simplest to understand at this point. There are a couple of steps to be able to use authorization code grant. The first is to create an app with the identity provider. That's like a must thing to do if you're doing any OAuth related stuff. So what this means is you kind of need to go into the developer portal, make an app. Then you generate a login link, and then you let the user log in, and then it sends you back to a callback URL, and you do a post request. We'll walk through this with some code examples. So first, you create an app with the provider. So here is an example where that's the example for GitHub. And essentially, I place some random values in there. The important thing to know here is the application name, so like the name of your application. People will see that before they authorize it. And the second most important thing is this thing called callback URL. Because what happens is that when the person is authorized, the identity provider will send that request to the callback URL that you specify. So those are the two major things you need to take note of. All the other stuff are random values that you can roughly fill in, and it doesn't really impact things that much. Second is to generate a login link that allows the person to log in at the identity provider. Most of the time, this will be simple. You need the endpoint, which in this case looks like github.com/login/auth/authorize, something like that. Then you need a client ID, which tells GitHub that this is your client, so that it can show your login thing. And you need a scope as well. That's optional. Again, I'll talk about scope in a bit. Now, sometimes it gets really complicated, like the one with Twitter. You have the link, you have a response type, you have a redirect URI, you have like all the other stuff is related to PKCE. So this is an example of the link that you need to generate as part of the process. Now, the second step is to put this link into the HTML. You can either put the entire link into the href directly, or perhaps a better way is to link to your own backend and then redirect from your backend. Notice that we have to use our backend here anyway. Even if you're a front-end developer, you need a server because we will be handling client secrets. So we need a server, like it or not. So that's how it is. So we redirected the person there, and then they will see a page like this where authorize this, the name of the app. So that's why the name is important. And then if they click authorize, they will go back to this thing called to the callback URL that you specify. Notice that the callback URL is a little bit different because when I took the picture, I forgot what I wrote previously. So this should be the actual callback URL that you put in earlier, but the subsequent images use this one. So yeah, take it with that's a mistake I made previously. Okay, so essentially when GitHub or any other identity provider sends the information back to your callback URL, what you need to do is to extract the code query parameter. And you can see that it's here, like !, code, blah, blah, blah. So you can get the query parameter in there. Then you use the query parameter to send a post request to the identity provider again. So there's a lot of ding-dong back and forth. And this time around, you send in the client ID, the client secret, and the code. And they will, at this point, give you back the access token that you're looking for. And at this point, you can use the access token to log in and perform any API request with this access token as on behalf of the user. So you can use that. And you want to save this access token somewhere on your computer, somewhere on the user's computer. And usually, it is going to be in local storage or cookies. Now, if you have read stuff about this related to security before, you know that there are lots of opinions about whether you should save in local storage versus you should save in cookies. One is easier, one is more secure, blah, blah, blah. I've done my research, and both of them are fine. You just have to know the different constraints about each of the platforms and why. I do intend to write an article about it. I have no time at this point, but if you want to get the article when I release it, you can go to my blog, sign up. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Then the second thing is, how do you store this inside the app? If you want to store it in local storage, how do you convert or transfer that information from the back end to the front end and save it? And if you want to store it in cookies, how do you save it directly like that? So I'm not going to cover that detail because that is not strictly OAuth related. So that information is covered in the asynchronous JavaScript course. So if you want the implementation detail, let me know. I can point you to it, and I can show you some examples as we go along. Right? But not at this point right now, not in this talk. We want to focus on OAuth because time is very tight for this talk. Now, I promise I'm going to talk a little bit about scope. And scope is basically permission. Permission allows you to authorize something. So how each API determines scope is slightly different. Like, for example, Google has this very interesting way of using a URL to determine what the scope is. So you kind of, when you specify a scope in Google, in Google, you kind of have to specify the entire URL. And then GitHub uses something like that, where, like, for example, a repo status is a scope, which allows you to do certain things. And there is a parent scope called repo that encompasses all the scopes below. So like different ways of specifying scope gives you different permissions. And the thing is, when you specify the scope, they will ask you, like they will show you, in this case, I added a gist and a repo scope. So GitHub actually asks me and highlights it that this app is asking for this sort of permission. Do you want to let this app have it? Facebook has this toggle where you can do like on-off thing, which is also interesting. So different companies do it differently, but essentially they will still ask and highlight that the app is asking for this sort of permissions from you. If they say yes, then that goes into the whole core URL thing, and everything will be fine. Now, to make this link, we can use something like URL search params to make things a lot simpler. Then you don't have to manually add the question mark, add the end sign on that stuff, and it creates a link like this. So that's the easiest way to do the link. Now let's move on to proof key of code exchange. That's the second method on top of authorization code grant. The easy way to understand PKCE is that it is an improvement over authorization code grant. And the good thing is that it allows you to do OAuth with a public client. But this also, you also have to make sure that the API server supports PKCE, which not many do at this point. Most of them are doing just authorization code grant, and that's the end of the story. So for PKCE to work, you need to add 3 additional parameters. One is called code verifier. The second one is called code challenge. The third one is called code challenge method. A code verifier is a random string between 43 to 128 characters. It should be random because then different people logging in from your app would have different strings and they will not be confused with each other. If it's random, nobody can guess the string and nobody can hack it, which is why it is considered to be secure. Now, for code challenge, it's going to be a SHA-256 hash of the code verifier. And that is the only hashing algorithm. You cannot use any other hashing algorithm. And code challenge method is going to be 256, S256, which stands for SHA-256. Well, there is an alternative, which is called plain, but then code verifier and code challenge will be the same value, so there's no point doing plain. But plain is good for testing when you're starting out. And once you get the idea of things, how things go, you always have to do S256. So that's what PKCE is. And then the question is, okay, how do you generate this random value for the code verifier? Well, it turns out that you can use the crypto from both browsers and Node, except the API for crypto on browsers, API for crypto on Node is slightly different. So in one you use get random values, the other one uses random bytes, and here you need to do a uint32 array kind of thing. The other one you just convert it to base 64 string straight away. Right? These are some of the API differences that you have to watch out for. Now, to generate a SHA-256 code challenge, it is also quite hard, as I noticed. You kind of have to use text encoder in the browser. Then you do encode, then you do like what crypto subtle digest, whatever that means, and you convert that into the base 64 string with this BTOA and replace some values. It has to be URL something something base 64, I can't remember. Yeah, base 64 URL encode. So that makes things slightly more complicated. And in Node, well, the funny thing is when you create a string, you create it differently and you have to do a different thing to the hash. I'm like, okay, fine. So I did that, and then I realized that this is too hard. This is too hard. So what I did is I grabbed all this code that I wrote together. I put it into a library called PKC. Basically, you can import npm install zelwk/javascript, import the PKC library by adding the /pkce, const pkce await pkc, end of story. And then you get the code challenge, you get the code challenge method, you get the code verifier, you get an extra state variable, which is used for making sure that the whole thing is secure. So like state is also available in authorization code grant, and it's also a security measure. Yeah, I'll talk more about this in the course. Like, just focus on giving you a rundown of what this is at this point. So like this is the super simple way of doing PKCE if you ever need to do it. Now, then you need to make a link, right? Because like there's additional stuff. So in PKCE, when you make a link, you need to add 2 additional variables, and that is the code challenge and the code challenge method. So in addition to all the other parameters that you already require for the link. Then what you do is before you send it over, before you redirect the person over, you need to save your code verifier in a cookie. This is a bare bones version. You should probably use HTTP only cookie flag so nobody else can look at it and stuff like that. Talk about it more in the course itself. This is just bare bones. The idea is if you save it in a cookie, when the URL, when the API redirects you back into the callback URL, you can grab this value from your cookies. Right? So when you grab the value from your cookies, what you do is you send it to the token to exchange for to the endpoint to exchange for access token. And that, in short, is what PKCE is all about. Basically, you add 3 additional variables at different times and how you manage that to make sure that, okay, if this value is there, it should be sent by someone legit and not by some random stranger, and that is safe in that way. So now the final thing I want to talk about is the refresh token grant, and it is used to generate access tokens when access tokens expire. And access tokens do expire. For example, Twitter gives you an access token for 2 hours. So imagine if you use Twitter and then 2 hours later you need to log into Twitter again, and then 2 hours later you need to log into Twitter again, and 2 hours later that is going to be bad UX. So essentially what you can do is to request for a refresh token, and when the time is up or when the access token seems invalid, you can use that refresh token that you got to request for a new access token, and the user doesn't know that the access token has expired or anything like that. They are kept away from all of this implementation detail, and they just get happily logged in and continue using your app without any interruptions. Okay, so to get a refresh token, the first thing you need to do is to set an offline scope. So this is usually either offline or offline.access or something offline related. And that is the first step when you generate the login link. When you do that, send it over the authorization code grunt or PKC flow. You get the SX token back. If that happens, if you set the offline scope, you will get a refresh token as well. And what you need to do is to save this refresh token in your database so you can query it when you need to. Keep it somewhere safe, not in browser storage, not in anywhere that it can be compromised. So database is the best place to put this stuff. Now, then, what you need to do is when you need to use it, you send it to the same token endpoint. It's usually the same one, unless they decide to write something different. Then the body grunt type, you need to set it to refresh token. You need to send in your refresh token, and usually you need to pass in the client ID. That is the standard spec thing. But sometimes people will request for something different, like, again, Twitter has this habit of asking you to get the client ID and client secret and put it together in a basic authentication, and you have to convert it into the whole basic authentication style header in addition to this. So this is the standard one, but again, some APIs would request additional things on top of it. And that's all I have to share with you for today, which is, I think it's quite simple now that we've gone through the whole, what's actually underneath the whole OAuth thing. It's not as scary as what most articles make it seem, once you really get to the nitty-gritty details of stuff. So thank you for being a good audience. Thank you for listening. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to just take 2 minutes. We're testing some audio changes, but then we'll start back up with our next speaker. Yeah, so just hold on for a few minutes while we just test out this audio.
Maybe are there any questions in those 2 minutes? No, it looks like everyone has to run to the loo.
Everyone's escaping.
Should we get Ty to test it out? Ty, are you? Yeah. Sweet.
In order to understand a headless CMS like Storyblock, let's break down both the front end, or the head, and the back end of development. Front end refers to the development of the visuals. In other words, it's what the client sees on web pages or applications. Back end refers to the functionality. It supports the front end and ultimately allows the visuals to load and work smoothly. Storyblock is a headless CMS, meaning we cut the front end out of the equation through the utilization of application programming interfaces, or APIs. An API is an interface or method of communication between software. Storyblock uses a variety of APIs to store, manage, and deliver content at extremely fast speeds. By this point, you may be thinking, what's the point of cutting out the front end? Storyblock uses an API-first approach to create and deliver content wherever you need it. This approach can be used to optimize performance and user flow on a website, e-commerce, mobile apps, or any other platform you can think of. Unlike traditional CMS software, with Storyblock, it is now simple to make even the most monumental of changes to your website or app. It allows marketing creatives to design using our integrated visual editor. Developers can now focus on their own work without handling the bugs that come with using an already existing stack of technology. There is no 100% correct CMS for every use case, but we at Storyblock believe chopping off the presentation layer to make your content accessible to any platform is the approach to aim for. Try out Storyblock for free at storyblock.com.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
In order to understand a headless CMS like Storyblock, let's break down both the front end, or the head, and the back end of development. Front end refers to the development of the visuals. In other words, it's what the client sees on web pages or applications. Back end refers to the functionality. It supports the front end and ultimately allows the visuals to load and work smoothly. Storyblock is a headless CMS, meaning we cut the front end out of the equation through the utilization of application programming interfaces, or APIs. An API is an interface or method of communication between software.
Okay, my name is Thai. I'm at DTINTH on Twitter and GitHub and other places. I come from Thailand, and right now I'm currently working as a software engineer at Open. It's great to be back here in Singapore. Yeah, I've been stuck in Bangkok for about 2 years due to the pandemic. And during those 2 years, there are a few events in person, and then I start experimenting with different formats of talk. So what I started experimenting a bit was like making some part of the talk pre-recorded. So we are going to have like about 15 minutes of pre-recorded video, but I do some intro live. I've done this with a few other talks, and if you're interested, you can look at it at my website, dt.in.th. It's built with WillPlace, by the way. It's the default theme. It's like really, really flexible. And today, I'm going to talk about my topic is amazing flexibility of the Web MIDI API and its surrounding ecosystem. Anyone here play music? Anyone? What kind of instrument do you play? Guitar, bass, violin, piano. Oh, yeah. If you play piano, keyboard, or maybe even bass, you may find this useful. I hope. So without any further ado, let's go to the pre-recorded video. I'm so nervous about this. Oh, by the way, if you have any feedback about this talk, please feel free to tweet to me at DTINTH. And let's start. Okay. So this is the web page.
Hello everyone. This talk is about the amazing flexibility of the Web MIDI API and its surrounding ecosystem. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Thai Pangsakunyanon. I'm a software engineer, but I also enjoy playing music. What I don't particularly enjoy is having to carry musical instruments around. Still, when I'm outside, I want to be able to play music with friends using just my laptop, plus a few equipments like a speaker. So I built my own web-based setup. I call it WebMIDICon and I show it at JSConf Asia 2016. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and in 2021, we were in lockdown. During that time, I found a software called Jamulus that I can use to play music with friends online in real time. So I and a few friends started jamming from our own homes and live stream it. This attracted more people to join our servers, and our online jamming community started to grow from there. And we got to perform at a few virtual events, such as PyCon APAC 2021. It had become my new favorite hobby, and it gave me a lot of motivation to explore about making music using web technologies. And today, I want to share my experience with you, in particular about the Web MIDI API. So let's start with the basics. What is the Web MIDI API? The specification tells us that it provides a means for web developers to enumerate, manipulate, and access MIDI devices. But what is MIDI? Well, MIDI, or Musical Instrument Digital Interface, is a technical standard that describes a communication protocol, digital interface, and electrical connectors that you can read about on Wikipedia. So for this talk, let's see what it lets us do. I'm going to use my browser to demonstrate this. But remember that WebMIDI API is used to access MIDI devices. First, I need to hook a MIDI device to my computer. This is a MIDI cable, and it would be plugged into a MIDI device like an electric piano. As you see, there are separate connections for input and output. Then, using a MIDI to USB adapter, I can connect it to my computer. However, many modern keyboards, such as this one, no longer comes with MIDI ports, and instead just use the USB port. So I'm just gonna plug that into my computer. Now, on the browser, I can access my MIDI device first by requesting for a MIDI access. Again, inputs and outputs are separate, so let's look at the input first. MIDI.inputs is a map-like structure, and I can use the for-of loop to enumerate all the input ports. Now I have the port ID. I will use the get method to obtain the port object. Then I will listen to the onMIDI message event. And when I press enter, I start seeing MIDI messages from the keyboard showing up in my console. These messages come as a byte array. Some messages are just a single byte, while some other messages are 3 bytes long. The MIDI specification has a table that shows what each of these messages mean, but they are written in a hexadecimal notation, so I will have to adjust my code to format it accordingly. Now that's better, and we are seeing a bunch of FE. Looking at the specification again, FE corresponds to the active sensing message, which is basically a heartbeat message. So I'll change my code to ignore that. I'll try playing again. When I press the keys, I see status 90, which means note on. And when I release, I see the status 80, which means note off. Let's focus on the note on messages. The specification says that there are 2 data bytes. When I press the same key, The first data byte stays the same, but the second data byte tells me the velocity of hitting the key. And as I play different notes, I get a different first data byte. And with a bit of code and some help from the library webmidi.js, I can create a web application that visualizes the MIDI data in real time. Okay, so we've seen MIDI input. Now let's try MIDI output. Again, we start by getting the port that we want. Once we have the port, we can call the send method to send MIDI messages according to the specification. And now my keyboard is making sounds. Let's make it play more notes this time. And that's how we can communicate with a MIDI device. What happened here is when a web app uses the WebMIDI API, the browser will then use the MIDI framework provided by the operating system, which in turn communicates with the MIDI device for us. So, with the WebMIDI API, I created WebMIDI-Con, a collection of web-based MIDI control surfaces. Since it's a web app, it can be used on a variety of devices. And by editing the source code, I can customize it to my liking. Most often, I use it to play notes using my PC keyboard. I have set up the key mapping to allow for playing 3 octaves of note at the same time. It also gave me quick access to the transpose function, so I can switch to a different key without having to adjust my fingering. This web application sends MIDI signals but couldn't generate a sound on its own. I need another device that receives these signals and generate a sound. And right now, it's the electric keyboard that you're hearing. But as you know, I don't want to carry that around, so something has to be done.
Oh, sorry.
Fortunately, macOS has an IAC driver. IAC stands for Inter-App Communication. To access it, first I go to the Audio MIDI Setup app and open the MIDI Studio. Then I select the IAC driver and create a new bus. This creates a virtual loopback MIDI cable, which shows up as a new MIDI device. Then I can open an app like GarageBand and send MIDI messages to it. As you can see, there are many ways that applications and MIDI devices can communicate with each other. And this brings us to the second part, ways to connect MIDI. So far, we have seen 2 ways. First, using a USB cable to communicate with a physical MIDI device, and second, using the IAC driver to communicate between apps on the same computer. In this part, I'll show you more examples of how different devices and applications can be connected together to exchange MIDI data. And here we go. Here, I'm running GarageBand on my iPad. I can go to Advanced Settings and select Bluetooth MIDI devices. Then on my audio MIDI setup, I can click on the Bluetooth icon here and pair them up. Once they are paired up, I can now use my iPad as a synthesizer. Next, there is an iOS app called WebMIDI Browser. This is a web browser that provides support for the WebMIDI API. Here, I can use my iPad as a drum pad. Next, when I connect an iPad or an iPhone to my Mac using a cable, I can go to Audio MIDI Setup and enable the Inter-Device Audio and MIDI mode. Once it's enabled, my iPad becomes a MIDI device, and this lets me play with even lower latency. Now, let's look at Android. Google Chrome on Android supports the WebMIDI API out of the box. Here, I plug in the Casio keyboard to my phone via USB, and it just works. Next, on Android, there's also an app called Fluid Synth MIDI. When I launch it, it creates a virtual MIDI device, and I can use this setup to play drums with just my phone. And thanks to the Web MIDI API, I can experiment with different control surfaces. Next up, here I just plug my phone to my computer. Now I can change the USB mode to MIDI. And as you might expect, it shows up as an output port. One more example. MIDI data can also be exchanged over a LAN or a Wi-Fi network. On a Mac, support for MIDI over networks is built into the operating system. And on Windows, you can install the RTP MIDI driver. To set up, first create a session and type in the name. And once the session is enabled, the two machines can now see each other. And then one machine can connect to the other machine, and then they can start exchanging MIDI data. In this example, I'm running Logic Pro on my MacBook. I use my keyboard to play the piano part. My Surface joins the network MIDI session with my MacBook over the Wi-Fi connection, and I use its touchscreen to play the strings part. So, these are some of the ways that MIDI devices and apps can be connected. As of writing this talk, I haven't found a reliable way for Windows and Android devices to exchange MIDI data over Bluetooth yet. But still, I think what we have right now is extremely flexible and allows for a lot of possibilities. I think the web platform is also very flexible and can do so many things today. Imagine what we can do when we combine the power of the web platform and the MIDI ecosystem. So here are some examples that I have experimented with. So the web has a gamepad API. It lets web applications receive input from game controllers. Here, I use a PlayStation game controller to create a sustain pedal for my keyboard. And if I didn't bring a game controller with me, using the Pointer Events API, my iPhone can also become a sustain pedal. Let's look at a few more examples. Using the device orientation events, I built a modulation wheel with my iPhone. As well as a turntable. I haven't used them personally, but this is just to give you some ideas of what's possible. One last example. The web has a WebRTC API to facilitate real-time communications between browsers. Earlier I said that I couldn't reliably set up a wireless connection on Android and Windows devices using Bluetooth, but here's one way that I worked around it. I created a web application that uses WebRTC to transport MIDI data between connected peers. Here I plug my Android phone to a Casio keyboard. I open the same application on my Windows device, and now I can control my keyboard wirelessly thanks to WebRTC. So, these are the examples that I wanted to show you. When I build front-end web applications, usually the experience is confined to a single device unless I set up some kind of a back-end service so that different devices can communicate with each other. When I learned about the Web MIDI API, it totally amazed me. Now, web apps can exchange musical data in real time with different devices over USB, Ethernet, Wi-Fi, and even Bluetooth, without having to write any back-end code. And with the Web MIDI API, web applications can themselves become musical devices. In this talk, I've shown you several examples of using a web application as a MIDI controller. But there are web-based MIDI synthesizers as well, thanks to the Web Audio API that provides support for low latency audio in the browser. For example, WebDX7 from the Web Audio Modules project emulates the vintage DX7 digital synthesizer using WebAssembly.
Anyone remember this song?
WebOBXD emulates the OBX analog synthesizer. And there's even a full-on digital audio workstation on the web built by BandLab. So, if you're a web developer and you play music, I hope that this talk may give you some ideas or inspiration for you to play with. You can find the links to all the references and resources that I showed on this talk at dt.in.th/webmidi-talk.html. And that's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, that's the pre-recorded part. Thank you. And oh, I need a singer. So anyone who can sing? Oh, on. Maybe you can help sing. Okay. So this is totally unplanned. Yeah. Okay.
I'm confused now.
Yeah, I didn't. Let's try this one.
Is it on?
So this is the web MIDI con that I showed earlier. I think it's on. อะไรดีแป๊บนึงนะ อันนี้ได้ไหม how about if I got you I think you can do that so I use my keyboard like my MacBook keyboard this time and I'll have to turn the volume down a little bit the synthesizer that I'm currently using is the web-based one called WebDX7 so this is actually like a web app yeah and it emulates a vintage synthesizer so I can play something like this One, two, three. Okay. You count. We haven't. Yeah. Now I can get the struggle of doing a talk live. Okay. Go.
Some people want it all, but I want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I didn't got you, baby. Some people want diamond ring, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I didn't got you. If I got you with me, baby, there's nothing in this whole wide world gonna mean a thing. If I got you with me, baby.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, On. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Cheers. Okay. So I didn't plan to have any extra. So any questions? So we have a group called Music Jamming TH, and as said earlier, we are using the Jamulus application, and you can like launch if you have like a Mac or Windows, you can launch Jamulus, and then you can join into our servers. So usually I usually play on Jamulus. So yeah, if you find me on the connection screen, then you can come and say hi. Yeah, there are a lot of servers like in Singapore and in Thailand. Yeah, so when there are people inside, you can like join in and then listen to what they're playing, and then you can send your own sounds into the session. Yep. Latency, it can be as low as 18 milliseconds, which is good enough for playing music live. Yeah. So, okay.
Wow. Any other questions? I'm just blown away. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
have.
Thank you. Your products are really, really cool. And I happened previously to work on a web-based audio workstation. So when you should find out we're using web audio APIs, the offline rendering is really slow, particularly if you're trying to render the sound have hundreds or thousands of media nodes, then it's gonna take a minute. Or if longer than that, they could be crashed. So when you're doing like live performance and recording in a web-based audio workstation, have you encountered such a situation, or do you? How did you just offline rendering the audio?
Oh,
yeah.
I think, thank you for the question. And thank you for sharing. Yes, web audio API, when you're using the offline mode, is pretty slow. And sorry, I don't have an answer to your question. When I play live, I don't use the web-based synthesizer. I just use Logic Pro because I already paid money for that. And yeah, it's easier to use a little bit, yeah. So if you want to make it faster, one way that I can think of is to render different parts in parallel, similar to like a render farm, but I'm not sure how good it would be, yeah. But thanks for your question. Sorry.
Brilliant. Yeah, and I think at that point, another big round of applause for Ty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I think it's actually completely impossible to follow this talk, so we're going to have a break. And in the break, enjoy some coffee. The coffee is sponsored by Prisma. Prisma is a next generation ORM, making that fabulous connection between your database and your application. And it has a pretty awesome DX. So give that a go. But not just the DX of Prisma is sweet, so is the coffee if you put the sugar in. So have some, and we'll see you in a bit for some more talks.
Hello, hello, hello. If you want to know what your thoughts were like in the past, look at your life today. If you want to know what your life will look like in the future, look at your thoughts today. Welcome. This is a phrase that I love that I took from a book of Deepak Chopra. He was talking about how your mind shapes your body. And I was thinking, what if we bring that phrase, but to our entire life? Deepak Chopra talks about that too in different books, the power of your thoughts. So, welcome everyone. I am going to start sharing my screen. Welcome everyone to the human behind the code. My name is Fabiana Godínez. I am connecting from Mexico. I am a mental coach dedicated to create leadership skills and career development programs for developers at Turing. And for the past 15 years, I've been working in corporate communications, marketing, and soft skills development with leadership roles in the tech industry. I'm very specialized in women in the tech industry or women entrepreneurs. I'm very happy to be here. Many thanks for the invitation to us, and hopefully you enjoy what we have prepared for you. First, I would like to start sharing what's our mission at Turing. Our mission is to unleash the world's untapped potential. And every time that I say it, I get goosebumps. Imagine that, unleash the world's untapped potential. Turing was born in 2018 with a very clear purpose: to connect developers in the world with the best software companies in the US with the power of AI. Giving developers the possibility of having a high-quality life where they can be present with their families, taking care of themselves with life-work balance, meanwhile working with the world's top industry. And, of course, for Turing partners, it allows them to connect with talent in geographies that they may never have connected to generate their products and services. Every day we see developers from Nigeria, India, Africa, all parts of the world working with top US companies. Boundaryless, unlimited. It's our favorite hashtag because that's our culture. Our culture, it's exploring all possibilities and always looking to ask ourselves, what else can we create for our developer community and for our customers? How can we impact further their lives, both for developers and our customers? With Turing's Talent Cloud, we give developers to global opportunities, long-term jobs, not short projects or short gigs, mentorship, upskilling, access to global community, and easy lifelong matching. What else? Well, let me tell you something. I am part of the developer success and community team at Turing, where we interact with more than 20,000 developers every day. And that is why we have come to know that not everything is coding. Not everything is programming. Behind a great developer, there is a human being with desires, aspiration of fulfillment, satisfaction, development of personal skills, professional skills, and improve the quality of life of their family, etc. But how? Where to start? We also see that. We see the developer, very smart developer with a lot of desires, but sometimes they don't know where to go or where to start. Or how? Do not forget, when they are so passionate about programming and coding, but also their personal lives, what's important to them in other areas of their lives. We know that there are fears there's imposter syndrome, there are mental limitations, there are also physical limitations depending on where they live. And all of them may not allow them to advance in the way that they want. Well, at Turing, we are career partners. We're actually business partners of our developers because we want to develop their long-term career. And with that, it is important to us to constantly give them tools to develop as an integral and complete human being. Today, I am going to share with you one of the baselines that we take for all the soft skills training that we conduct with our developers. So, for you who are watching this, I hope that you also benefit from this tool. And if you like it, share it with your team, with your family, with everyone in your life. One of the bases of the programs, it's about to be shared now with you. Okay, so let's go. Let's get it started. Before we start, I would like to share with you 3 simple rules for the next half hour. We're just going to be here for half an hour. First of all, it's don't believe me. Yes, exactly how you are hearing it. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Don't believe anything that I say until you try it for yourself and you find out this is for you or not. Always try it before believing it. Secondly, welcome to the buffet. Today, I am going to share with you different concepts, theories, personal experiences, and some experiences from the leaders and developers that I work with. However, I would like you I want you to be like in a buffet. You know, when you go to a buffet, you see a lot of options, food options. And then you start trying some of them, and then you get to pick the one that you like the most with a bigger plate. That's what I would like you to do today. Try everything that we are going to talk about today, and then just pick the one that you like the best, but try it. And 3, just half an hour, dedicate this time for you. It's just half an hour, come on. Try to put your cell phone in silence, everything that you need. So this is a time dedicated only for you, okay? So let's start with one question. What is the main key to achieve your goals and progress in your goals? What is the main key and baseline to achieve them? Usually, when I ask this question in my workshops, I get very good answers such as perseverance, consistency, planning, upskilling, action, etc. And all of them are very important to achieve your goals and progress. But we usually see in social media and some coaching philosophies that action is the key to success. And yes, it is important, but there is something more important before the action. Something much more important. And look, Anthony Robbins, a very well-known life coach and author of several books in the US, says that he has found out that 80% of a project or business depends on the mentality of a leader. Only 20% to his action. Why? Why is that? Why 80% of the mindset of the success of a project depends on the mindset? And let's see another number. According to the Carnegie Institute of Technology and Sciences, 85 of your professional success depends on your skills to communicate, lead, and negotiate. Only 15% depends on your technical knowledge. And this is very important for our developers and for everyone who's in the tech industry. Not everything is about technical skills. only 15%, it's about technical skills. But 80% of your success depends on other skills, communication, leadership, and negotiation. So with that, I would like to introduce to you tier. This is the baseline that I was talking to you about. Tier, thoughts, emotions, actions, and results. Various authors, psychiatrists, neurologists, philosophers, spiritual leaders, etc., talk about this set of words that simplifies one of the main keys for your results. This simple word brings together what happens before we generate results in our professional lives, personal lives, health, and any other area that comes to your mind. With our thoughts, we generate emotions, right? And with our emotions, we generate energy, the certain type of energy to get into action or none of the action. And with that, we generate specific results. We create what we think. We create what we say. We create what we focus our attention on. Simple. We create our own reality through the thoughts that we turn into beliefs about our lives, skills, environment, and possibilities. So let's imagine a current or regular situation that a lot of developers face. Maybe if you're a developer and you're hearing this training right now, maybe you have been working a lot in a project, coding and finding ways to resolve a bug. And after long hours, you find a solution and present it. Then the solution you created is rejected. That's one situation. And another example, another regular situation that everyone can relate to. We are in pandemic. A lot of financial crisis might be in your country after the pandemic or regular financial crisis. There are different thoughts that could be running through your head. Thoughts that empower you or thoughts that can bring you down. Let's see some examples, okay? So, examples here. So thoughts on the left. Thoughts like, I am not enough. When the project gets rejected, when your solution gets rejected, I am not enough. He or she can, I can't. This is the worst moment to do something different. Let's stay where we are. I don't know enough to start. I don't know enough to do something different. What if I fail? Or I always fail. There's crisis everywhere. I shouldn't take risks. And some other thoughts on the right. I don't have that skill, but I have other 2, 3, or 4. Very different from the thoughts on the left. There are different possibilities for this challenge. How can I boost my creativity? How can I find those possibilities? There are different possibilities. I admire that person. I want to learn from him or her. This feedback, it's about my code, not me. Let's get more solutions. What other perspectives are to this challenge? How can I find them? With the thoughts on the left, we generate emotions like fear, impotency, frustration, anger, sadness, anxiety, which brings your energy and vibration down, which later block your creativity, your actions, and of course, your results. Are you following? So we generate fear, blocks our creativity, and with that, our actions do not create the results that we are looking for. But if we focus to generate the thoughts more to the right side, looking at possibilities, what is actually there for us, we can generate emotions like hope, happiness, self-confidence, trust, inspiration, motivation. You can start thinking, yes, I can, and start generating some adrenaline which enhances your energy, your creativity, your actions, and your results, right? So At this stage of the presentation, sometimes some people start asking me, okay, Fabiana, how can I control my thoughts? I want to control them. Okay. Then I tell them, this is the answer. You cannot control your thoughts. Imagine, we have around 60,000 thoughts per day, and usually 80% are negative. Also, generating thoughts, it's an automatic action, just like your heart beats, without your control. So here the challenge is not to observe your thoughts every second of your life, but your focus should be to observe and modify the recurring thoughts. Those thoughts that actually repeats constantly, because with them you create a reality in which where you live. Constant thoughts. How? Okay, your recurring thoughts are called beliefs. Beliefs about you, beliefs about the people around you, the country where you live, the possibilities that you have. Then those beliefs generate constant emotions that create your attitude and regular energy, right? And think about the attitude of a person who's always optimistic versus the pessimistic, and the thoughts that each of them regularly generates and the results that they have. Then constant action that you repeat every day will become habits, which will generate the results that create your lifestyle. So remember that at the beginning, I told you that visually we heard that the actions are the most important part of achieving a goal. Well, see where we have the action here. It's in the third place. Third place, the actions and habits. First, thoughts and emotions, because that's internal. That's internal, and then we can bring it to the outside in actions. All right? So where to start? Okay. Maybe at this moment you're like, okay, Fabiana, and how? How do I do it? How do I apply these to my daily challenges? Where to start? All right. Well, we have two hemispheres of the brain, right? We have two hemispheres. The left conscious part of the brain, it's the one in charge of language, motor functions, analytical and logical part. This part, it is much more related to conscious actions. With consciousness, the rational part. This is the part where we use the most, the humans use the most. Consciousness and rational part. And then the right part, the subconscious part, is related to creativity, art, emotions, and images, memories. This is the part where we form the perception of the set of experiences and sensations that we live. So if you want to communicate with assertiveness, with impact with yourself, then communicate to your both hemispheres in the way that they will understand you. How? Well, images and language. Images to the subconscious part, and language to the conscious part, the rational part. How? Okay, so now I am going to share with you an exercise so you can bring this to practice, and you can practice it every day. Pay attention. First, you gotta drop everything that's in your hands. Drop it and put your hands here on your legs. And just bend on your chair, like very, very comfortably. Not so comfortably that you get sleepy, and not comfortably. Okay? Close your eyes. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath and exhale strongly. Once again, inhale deeply. Hold your breath and exhale very strong. Exhale all the stress or anxiety or anything that's there. Once again. And exhale. Now, I want you to think about the biggest challenge of the week that you have ahead, the biggest one. You have it? Do you already have on mind what's the biggest challenge for you? Okay. Now, I want you to imagine yourself in 1 week when you have reached successfully that challenge. You successfully achieve it. Imagine yourself in 1 week achieving that challenge. Imagine you are there and how you want to feel when you reach it. Imagine that you're feeling like that. Keep closing your eyes. And now that you are there with your goal achieved, think about the key actions and decisions that took you further on that challenge. What decisions did you make during the week that push you to achieve that challenge? Imagine also the feelings and emotions that you want to feel. And feel them now. How do you want to feel and feel them right now? Because you already achieved it. Now, there, remember another challenge that came to you during the week that almost prevent you from reaching your goal. Something that happened. What could be possible to happen? And think about how you resolved it. Connect again with the feeling. How do you want to feel? Feel it. Okay. Now I want you to imagine you're a friend. You have a friend with you there. Feeling like that. Your friend is next to you and you're feeling satisfied, empowered, motivated. How do you feel? You feel the excitement about sharing with him how your week was. So start sharing with him or her. How do you feel? How were your challenges during the week, your decisions, everything that happened during the week, so you could overcome all those challenges and be where you are now. Start talking to him and her. Tell them, or her, tell him, what were the main baselines for you to overcome it and how you are feeling by now. I am going to give you a few seconds so you can think about that and imagine yourself sharing it. Now deeply, breathe. And continue sharing with your friend. Deeply breathe. Get aware of how you want to feel when reaching all of these goals and sharing them. Inhale. Exhale. Again, inhale. Exhale. And open your eyes. Great. All right. So this tool is very simple. Can be used anywhere at any time. You can use it to create your thoughts and emotions you need in order to move to the results you want. Something that I would like to quickly share with you, it's a very, very, very accurate suggestion, is write 3 immediate decisions or actions that you can take right after this workshop, so you don't forget what you just did. And if you get the chance, if you have the time, write also what you just imagined and read it as many times as you need it. That's going to help you to boost your creativity. That's going to help you to create more possibilities and to create the thoughts and emotions you need in order to reach the results that you want. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed this session as much as I did. And the best of it, I hope you apply this tool starting today. Boost your creativity and possibilities and move towards the dream job and life that you want. If you would like to get more workshops like this and also in technical topics, join our community at community@turing.com. And here are our social media handles, so you know further about our events and you connect with us. My name is Fabiana Godinez, Soft Skills Program Lead at Turing, and I hope to see you very, very, very soon again. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the invitation. Bye-bye.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment, with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
I love sport. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects.
It is so good to be here. Let's start with a little introduction. I like to introduce myself too, just to make sure that I say all those words too. My name's Sean Ash. I am a developer evangelist at a company called Twilio. That's us over there in the red. Say that's us. There's no one sitting there at the table, but they're waving from the back. It's fine. Twilio, if you don't know, is a whole set of communications APIs that you can use in your applications to do anything from sending and receiving text messages or emails or WhatsApp messages, all the way through to making phone calls, making video chats, and sending two-factor authentication things. Anything communications that you could think of that you want to do in your application, we've probably got an API for you to do that with. I'm not obviously here to talk to you on this stage. Come and talk to us over there if you want to talk about that. Or if you have questions, burning questions afterwards, find me online. I'm Phil Nash pretty much everywhere. Or just drop me an email at philnash@twilio.com. Happy to chat anytime. And again, it is incredibly great to see you all in person. But what I really want to talk about today is video chats. Because, look, I think it's important, and I think the thing that we've realized over the last couple of years, that whilst it is in fact amazing to see people in person, you don't need to go in person to a whole bunch of things if you don't need to. And so what we ended up with a bit of our lives on the screen over the last couple of years. But we shouldn't be throwing that all away necessarily, because we can now meet again in person. And then, of course, I titled this "You're on Mute" because that's everyone's biggest complaint, everyone's biggest shout. You might be wondering, we're talking about WebRTC here. WebRTC is our inbuilt API on the web for real-time audio and video. And one of the first questions anyone will ask is, like, why would we need this? We've got Zoom, we've got Teams, we've got Cisco WebEx, I guess. I've used it. There's somebody out there making me use it. And that's a reasonably good question. But what I think is important about this is that those applications, those apps that maybe we have downloaded, probably because our business made us, especially if it's WebEx, possibly if our business made us do it, is because that is great as a general, everyday, everybody has already agreed to talk on this one application kind of thing. It's great for work. It's great for, in the case where we were locked down, friends or family. And still, it's great in my case. I live in Australia, but I come from the UK. And so being able to chat to my family on a video chat when I want to, as long as it's not too early in the morning for them or late at night for me, is great. But those applications are not good for the world of, say, one-off applications. If you need to prove your identity to a bank that you're signing up to online, you can do that via a video chat, but you don't want to have to download Microsoft Teams to make that happen. If you can do that in the web browser, then that's brilliant. And if you don't have to go and visit a bank, brilliant. It's not so great for specialist applications either. If you're thinking of, I don't know, e-learning, learning online, remote learning, I think is a better way to put it, being able to build an experience that a teacher can control and use with students, the amount of customizability we have available to us on the web is so much more than just the generic buttons that something like Zoom or Teams gives us. Another example of this, and I think it's a particularly good one, is that there are developer recruitment tools out there that now have online interviewing as part of it, and built into that is an online pair programming situation. Now, sure, in Zoom or one of the other applications, you can share your screen and show them what you're doing, but in an online, specially built interviewing application, you can both be in charge of that keyboard, as a pair programming kind of thing would be. So specialist applications like this would also be great. And so WebRTC is for all those other applications outside of you're at work and you need to have a conference call, or you're with your family and you want to have a conference call. I don't know. WebRTC is for all those other things. I think it's just very exciting. And it actually moves beyond video chat as well. WebRTC allows us to have real-time video, audio, and data experiences. And one of the interesting parts about that is the data part. You don't have to make when you make a WebRTC application, it doesn't have to use video and audio. We can just do a real-time data thing. And that's quite cool as well. I'll get onto some of those bits in a bit. So today, as part of this talk, I'm going to give you a very quick overview of the basics of WebRTC and how things kind of hang together. And mainly, I'm going to spend the time talking about controlling the user experience and the things that we have access to in the web platform that allow us to customize and control a WebRTC experience. Some of the fun kind of edge cases of it, and some of the more useful things. And then finally, just a couple of tools and takeaways that hopefully excite you about going to use WebRTC things in the future. So the basics of WebRTC, how does it all work? Well, these are my diagrams, my people that are going to get in a WebRTC chat. I have somebody on a laptop, somebody on a mobile device, somebody on a desktop PC. Ooh, yeah. And in the middle, there's a server there. And what we need to do is connect these people together. Now, WebRTC is great because it's a peer-to-peer protocol. You can actually connect those peers, those people who want to connect directly to each other. But in order to do that, you kind of have to tell them that the other people are there. And for that, we need to do some signaling. We need to use a server to do our serverless thing. This is serverless not in the other people's servers thing. This is serverless as in peer-to-peer. Anyway, you do need that server to start with. You need to be able to signal to say, hey, this person is here, this person's in this room, this person can be connected to. And once you've done that via the service, that's where you can then connect people directly. That signaling and the sort of discovery stage allows each peer in this network to generate for themselves kind of an IP address and port number on which their browser is available to receive incoming connections from other browsers who also implement WebRTC. And once they've shared those addresses, that's when you can connect directly. Now, this is great. It allows you to pick basically the closest possible, or the shortest possible path between those peers. And so it's really good for performance in small groups of people. However, once you get more than kind of 3 people in a peer-to-peer conversation using video, or more than about 10 using just audio, it can be really difficult on your devices, particularly the mobile device. And it's not necessarily a bandwidth problem, though it could be a bandwidth problem, but it's more likely to be a processing capability problem, especially on low-powered mobile devices. Being able to stream in audio and video from each other peer becomes harder and harder. So the second option for this is to use what's called an SFU, selective forwarding unit, at which point this becomes the peer to everybody else in the network, and receives all the streams and then streams back out to the other parties in the conversation. This can be a nice big beefy kind of media server, and allows you to kind of boost the size of your rooms, boost the size of your video chats a bit more. So that's really useful. That's kind of how it all hangs together. I'm not going to kind of cover the APIs for this today, because that's something I like to talk about, but it's not the fun part of this talk. So I'm going to run on through to talking about improving the user experience, because that, I think, is the important thing here. What we're trying to do when we build a WebRTC application is make a great user experience for the application, the thing we want to do. So we'll start with media. In terms of media, hopefully, has anybody played with kind of the Get User Media API before? A couple, right? Yeah. This is how we get access to a camera and a microphone, the video and audio inputs from our users, and it's wonderful. You can use this. This doesn't need to be used in a video chat. This is the sort of stuff that you can use in order to maybe even just take a picture of somebody, like to make an avatar for them on an application. You get access to the audio and video inputs. You don't need audio for a picture, but you know what I mean. We get access to the audio and video inputs from the browser, from the device they're on. And this is kind of the simplest version of dealing with it, by just saying, yes, I would like audio and video. This, of course, being the browser, being the web, requires a couple of things. It requires you to be on HTTPS to ask for this. And funnily enough, this is one of those APIs that actually didn't originally require HTTPS, and that got changed as browsers went, no, this is a good thing. Making things happen on secure context is important. So you need to be on HTTPS, and then you still have to ask the permission of the user. And so our happy path here is you ask for permission, and we go straight to the promise resolving. But the sad path is we could catch a permissions error. And so it's always good when you're building anything that requires WebRTC like this, Get User Media like this, to make sure you handle permission failures, especially because sometimes people just fat finger the wrong button anyway and block access to the camera microphone. And so you need to be able to say, you can't join this call now because you turned your microphone and your camera off and you didn't let me have it. So that's good to do. Second up is just asking for, is this object in the middle bit here? This is actually a really interesting object, not this one, but the things you can put inside of it. Because here we're just saying, browser, give me whatever the default thing is for audio and video. But we can do better than that. If, for example, we wanted to build this thing, build a video chat that's going to work on a mobile device, we probably want to describe which video, which camera we want, because this one's got, well, that only counts as one, I think. But also the one on the front, we've got a forward and back-facing camera. We can't necessarily know that, but what we can do is give the browser hints to say, this is the kind of stuff we want. And so you can start passing options instead of just a Boolean true here. And in this case, like getting that front-facing camera on a mobile device, if you ask for the facing mode of user, that tends to give you that camera that is facing the user on the front side of the device. You can give it other options as well. What I think is funny about this is two of them are completely useless. The other options are environment, which is the back-facing camera on the back of the device, and left and right, which like one on the left and one on the, I don't know. I've never seen that work. I have no idea what that means. So environment and user are the facing modes that you might well care about. So in this case, if you're building like a camera application where you want to be using that back camera, ask for the facing mode of environment. That's useful. Sometimes you want to ask for an exact device, though, which you can do. If you have the ID of a camera that is linked to the system, you can say, hey, I would like the exact device ID that happens here. And you can't just make this ID up. If you ask for an exact ID that does not exist, this will fail. This will fail immediately this will throw an error. So we can find those IDs of the devices by calling on enumerate devices API, which runs off of media devices the same as getUserMedia does. And this allows us to kind of list out the available devices, both video and audio, and then kind of, in this particular example code, just log them, but we can put them in a drop-down menu for selecting from. Now, it's important to know at this point that some browsers are very privacy conscious. They don't like people to be able to fingerprint devices, browsers, and kind of giving all the names of your devices is a real clear fingerprint of who you are. In browsers like Firefox and Safari, when you call enumerate devices before you've accessed the camera in the first place, so before you've done the permissions for just a regular getUserMedia, these do not come back with labels. They come back with nothing. They won't we won't the device is there. We'll tell you nothing about it. And once you've got permission to see the devices, that's when you can. That's when you get the actual labels from them. Right, that's what I'm saying there. You don't necessarily. The device.label may well be blank until you've asked for permission. Once you've got that list, you can then. The device has an ID in it as well, and that's where you use it in that in the device ID exact constraint. Other media constraints you can use is resolution. Most browsers, when you ask for the, at least on desktop, when you ask the browser for the video input, it tends to come at 640 by 480 resolution, and those cameras can do better than that. And the cameras on devices can definitely do better than that. And so it's good to actually ask for something that's better than that. Weirdly enough, of course, asking for a width of 1920 and a height of 1080, asking for 1080p resolution is sort of still asking the browser to hopefully give you that. You might not get it, but it's a hint. You can do better hints, though, saying that you'd be happy to take a resolution between a minimum of 320 and a max of 920, where the ideal is 920. We want the 1920, sorry. We want the biggest thing we can have. And giving that kind of things gives the browser the most opportunity to serve that to you. A bad idea is to ask for exact resolutions, because if the browser cannot give that to you, it will fail with an over-constrained error. And that's not that much fun, so don't recommend that. And you can't know ahead of time what the browser and what the device resolution could be. So this kind of, give me a range, and here's ideally what I'd like, is probably the best way to deal with this. Media constraints then get weird. My favorite part of this, there are some advanced video constraints where you can pass an array of objects, and they are very, very browser specific, but you can turn the torch on using this. And I do actually have a little example here. Oh God, there's all my background things. Anyway, let's see this. This only works Chrome on an Android device. And if I just run this right now, I can get hold of the camera. I've asked for the environment device there. And then we've got a little toggle torch button at the top there, which works, right? That's cool. Can't turn it off again, though. It doesn't work. There is no way, I don't... it's not toggle. It does not toggle at all. The only way to turn it off in this particular case is to refresh the browser in this app, or indeed to turn off the video stream itself. See, the torch in this case is actually linked to the video stream, and that's why it's not really a torch, but it's actually giving you light for your video, I guess. I can see use cases for this being like if you're building a barcode scanner using getUserMedia, and you want people to be able to scan barcodes in the dark. And then once you've scanned the barcode, you can turn off the video stream, which does turn off the torch with it. But I don't know. I kind of wish we just had a media devices torch toggle function or something, because, why wouldn't we want to play with the torch in the browser. It's quite fun. When you're working with these media constraints, if you've already gone through get user and you've got access to your camera, your microphone, and you want to change the constraints on it, when you realize that you've asked for 480 by 640, 640 by 480, and you really wanted 1080p, you can actually pass the constraints back through using apply constraints as a method on the track object itself. This is really useful to be able to change that, and particularly like if you're working inside a video app itself and you find that the network is degraded, then getting a smaller video would be a good thing, or if it turns out the network has recovered, you can go back to that full high definition kind of resolution. This is a really useful thing to do. One important thing to do there is not try and apply constraints and give the video track a new ID. That doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to say, this video track now needs to come from this other camera, it doesn't like that. So instead, if you're going to change cameras, the best plan is to stop the first one and then ask for permission for the next one. It's particularly important on iOS devices to stop the first one, because iOS is very much not interested in you having access to both cameras at the same time. And if you try and ask for permission to look at a new camera without stopping the previous one, it won't let you. Other devices will, but in general, if you're building for all devices, then iOS will want you to stop the video track first. Fun times. Let's have a bit of a demo that's a little more useful than the torch, I think. So this is just a thing where I'm asking for different constraints and different use cases. And so in this particular case, in this browser, I've actually given permission to get access to my cameras beforehand. You can see I've got 3 cameras. I don't. 2 of them are virtual and don't actually show you anything, but I'll turn on the real camera for now. And if we ask for that, I'm asking for it in 720p, and Chrome in this particular case is happy to give it to me in 720p. That's nice. Hello. I just like getting my face on screen more times during a talk than necessary. I can go and ask for it in a smaller 640 by 480 and go get access to that, and that'll actually move it into like 4.3 version as well, which I think is cool. It's useful. We can also ask for other cameras, and this is where I'm going to stop the track and ask for the new track. And this is a virtual camera that doesn't exist, so it's not very useful. But it at least shows that we can change camera successfully. And the final thing is 1920 by 1080. I think Chrome is happy to give that to me normally. No, I see. In this particular case, I asked for 1920 by 1080, and Chrome went, but your camera only does 720, so that's all you can have. Thanks, I guess. But this is done using those kind of ideal constraints as well. Like it can be between things, but like the browser is going to do its best effort unless you specify exact, and then it will fail if it can't do it, and that's fine. So cool. Being able to apply different media constraints to the things we have access to is really useful. So recommendations here when you're building something like this is always to provide a way to check and change those inputs. Super important, because sometimes people have loads of cameras. I know everybody I know has now got several different fancier cameras attached to their home setup at least, so that when they're doing their Zoom calls, they look a bit fancier, because the FaceTime camera on one of these at least is rubbish, as we've just shown on screen. So allow people to check and change those inputs. Chrome always, with me as well, changes its defaults all the time. Earlier today, it was defaulting to just the wrong microphone. Again, a virtual microphone. I've only got one microphone on here, so it was just always silent. Brilliant. And the other one is just to understand those available media constraints. There are many, many more media constraints, and you can query your browser to say which constraints are actually available, so you don't turn the torch toggle button on for devices that can't do that. And you get rid of the torch toggle off button. It just doesn't exist. It's fine. Second up is screen share. Now, I've been working with video and WebRTC on the web for sort of since about 2015. I'm a massive fan of it. I say that. I actually, the first time that any browser implemented Get User Media was the Opera browser back in the day. And I was so excited by it, I downloaded their sort of experimental branch version so I could be like, oh my God, me on a camera on my own browser. It was cool. So maybe I've been working with this since 2012, really. But for much of that time, screen sharing, which of course is super useful, in any kind of video chat, when you want to show somebody something you're actually working on or something you need support with, something you need help with, screen sharing is great. You used to have to do this via a browser plugin. It was a pain. You had to build your own browser plugin, and that's not the web experience that we ever want. The web experience is give somebody a URL, and they can experience the app as intended. And so having to include an extension as part of that, it's a bad idea. Ultimately, there was a point where the Chrome browser decided they were kicking out this a form of installing extensions that only required sort of a one-click thing, which was kind of useful for people doing screen sharing. And then they said they were going to stop that. And that sped up the rest of the browsers to implement the actual screen share API, which looks like this. Also lives on the media devices object and is simple as calling get display media, which pops up the permissions to say which screen or which tab or which browser would you like to share. And once somebody agrees to share it, you get another video stream, much like the camera stream. This doesn't work on mobile devices. They don't tend to like screen sharing for some reason. But on desktop devices, it does. And I think it's very cool. I'm just going to show you that working right now. I have a little video application that I've been working on. It's my own personal Zoom. And this is another example of that kind of give people access to their media before they jump into a call so they can change stuff. I'm also going to talk a bit about the microphone stuff there, but like being able to change these things to a virtual microphone that makes no sound at all is just useful. Let's dive into there. I'm going to join a room. The room is called Cityjs. And inside this application, there's me again, hello. I can share screen, and that's just going to call and get display media, giving us access to, I only have one screen to share right now, but I could choose a different window. I've only got one window open. Or a different Chrome tab. So you just share a tab. That's quite cool. I'm going to share the whole screen for now, because then we get the infinity screens off into the background. Bit of fun there. So you get access to that stream. You can also listen to the video track that this has. So I can either stop it sharing by clicking on my stop sharing button down here, or you can listen to the browser it stopped and handle that. Really useful. Yeah, sharing screens, it's cool. And of course, you can combine this kind of thing with something like the Media Recorder API if you wanted to build a browser-based application that could do just like little screen videos or something. Brilliant. You can build Loom browser. I don't know if anybody likes Loom. I don't. Some people like it. So the recommendation there is just like, we've got this in the platform. The platform is giving us so much. Extensions are terrible. There was a funny point when Firefox actually had implemented an API like this for screen sharing, but it was whitelisted, so you had to be on their friends list in order to screen share. But now it is available for everybody, and it has been for a few years now, so it's good stuff. Next up is the Web Audio API. Web Audio API is one of my favorite things on the web. We've seen a bit of like creating audio with the Web Audio API today, and that sort of makes me very excited. In this particular case, I think we should use it for the other side of things that you can do with Web Audio, which is to process the audio and know what's going on. And so Web Audio API is not part of WebRTC. I just think it's an important part of like displaying audio to the user and then doing other things based on audio like that. And so if I go back to the demo, that's kind of where I am here. This is just a visualization to show that basically the microphone is working before you try and jump into a call. I think that's great. And it does obviously show that if for example, Chrome was still picking a virtual device for me, that there's obviously something wrong there. And that if I join the call, I will not be heard. And I'll have a bunch of people screaming, "You're on mute" at me. So that's cool. But that also becomes the next part of it. Like, how do we beat that problem? How do we beat the "you're on mute" section? Because even if somebody has picked the right microphone and then muted themselves because they're in a big call together, we are 2.5 years since everybody had to learn how to use these applications, yet still people will start. And everybody else in the call, you're in a call with 50 people and nobody wants to press their mute button to say, "You're on mute," and then 3 people do it at the same time, nobody knows what's going on. So can we handle that in the browser using the Web Audio API? Yes, we can. And so I did an implementation of it. And what it basically does is take, that is just a visualization of the different kind of slices of If I now try and talk, it's going to say something like, "Are you talking? You said you're on mute." The browser shouts, "Are you on mute?" at you. Still making noise at it. Yeah, okay. We'll unmute for now. I'll disconnect from there. So we can do that, and it's I think that's 20 lines of code. It was like 10 lines of code after I did build the volume visualizer. And so it's super simple to do. The browser gives us so many APIs to do this with. It's wonderful. Now, I just want to close with a couple of useful tools if you do go about building something like this, tools that are going to help you build some of these recommendations that I've mentioned. And I say tools, I think there's just one tool. Twilio has, I mean, we obviously make a video product, which you can use to do the kind of back end of this stuff a lot easier. But we've also provided an open source diagnostics library, which allows you to much easier build out those tests, testing both the capable bitrate of the browser, the input audio, and output video as well. And so I can show you, I just kind of implemented it in a very basic way. Like the API itself, the library itself gives you a bunch of simple APIs to do this. And so I can start, say, a bitrate test, which is actually going to connect to a WebRTC peer and sort of check the currently available bitrate as it kind of ramps up. There we go, that's not bad. 16,000, 20K, that's all right. I'll stop that for now. It gives you the average over the time and the measurements. It gives you a volume meter for an audio input test, so that can be visualized as volume, cool, and tells you like what the volume was over that time. You can test audio output, which is also useful to know that somebody can hear that as well, something I don't even cover in my thing. And then testing the video and kind of reading the basic resolution that you're getting from a video. But that's relatively straightforward. So that is a free open source library that you can go and use and explore under Twilio's RTC diagnostics. Really very useful. So that's kind of it. We've spent a lot of time on screen over the last couple of years. WebRTC, so you can play from across the room. Amazing stuff. I love using a little app called Snapdrop, which is like Apple's AirDrop, but just across browsers. If you're on the same network and open Snapdrop in 2 different applications, you can just pass files back and forth between them. Really cool. It's just data-based. There have been applications. Some of it's 100% better to have people real in person in a room together. But the best meetup online I ever went to over the course of the pandemic included a little virtual world where we all got to choose little characters and run around in sort of 2-3 dimensions. And using spatial audio allowed you to sort of join conversations by sidling up to them, which looked cuter when it's a little animal that you were playing as, and have conversations elsewhere because the audio would kind of fade in and out depending on how close you got to people. Because if you're on any regular video call, the loudest person talks longest and loudest, and you can only have one conversation, so spatial audio allows you to do more than one at a time. So WebRTC is everywhere because it's in browsers, it's on our devices, it's in our pocket. This is a tool that the browser gives us to build these experiences. It's powerful because it's on the web, and every one of these things can live behind a URL. It can be a one-off experience, or it could be something you use daily, but not having to download another app and sign up for another service is powerful and possible because we're on the web. And we have, as developers, the tools to build great WebRTC experiences. We have the tools in the platform, and there are plenty of open source libraries as well that can be used and relied upon to do this. So that's all I've got for you today. Again, my name's Phil Nash. I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. I'd love to talk to you about the exciting kind of real-time things we could build using this, or if you just want to talk about Twilio stuff, I'm also over there for that. We still have some socks available. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Phil? Any questions from the audience? If not, you can find Phil. I think Phil will be over there.
Be right there.
In the Twilio booth. But thank you so much, Phil.
Awesome, thank you. Get out your way.
So we are almost done. We have 3 more presentations left. So next up, we have Yuanro. Yuanro is actually from my team, Open Government Products. So I mentioned earlier that my team is an experimental tech team in the government that's responsible for products such as Parking SG, the COVID-19 vaccination system, Redeem SG, and Form SG, which Yuan will be talking about today. Yuan, who in another life was a data scientist before becoming a full-stack engineer, will be sharing about Form SG and how we make sure to protect citizen-government interactions with Form SG's end-to-end encryption. So, round of applause for Yuan.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yeah, so firstly, super happy to be here. It's been like, some time since the pandemic. And, I'm just really excited to be able to give a tech talk again and meet all of you guys. I think there are many new faces in the community as well as many familiar ones. And yeah, it's really, really cool. So today I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about end-to-end encryption on Form SG. But before I do so, I just want to give a quick intro to myself. My name's Yuan, or Yuan Roar. You can look me up on LinkedIn or after the talk. I'm an engineering manager at OGP. I wonder how many of you have heard of us, Open Government Products? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so that's about half the team. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, we're an experimental unit, like Sarah said, mostly made up of engineers, designers, and product managers. And what we want to do and achieve in Singapore is to adapt the best private sector and tech company practices to build technology for the public good. And like all of you, live in Singapore or have been in Singapore, and one thing you have to do in Singapore is you have to transact with the government and use government services. So here's like a huge laundry list of all the services that my team of about 100 people have built over the years. Today I'll be talking about Form SG, which is the logo in the top left. But we also have a whole slew of other services, including like mc.gov. When you go to the polyclinic, you get a digital MC. Redeem SG, which is a preferred way for the government to put $100 in your pocket when the budget comes or when the election comes, right? Scam Shield, which is using like on-device machine learning to filter out scams, vaccinations. If you got your jabs in Singapore, you would have booked your appointment through our systems, and many, many more. But today I wanted to talk about Forms. Forms is one of our biggest and most successful products in Singapore. It's been around for about 4 years, and throughout this time, we've actually gotten more than 171 million submissions. But as a government, of course, or in the public service, we're collecting like all of this data, from Singaporean citizens and foreigners. And of course, what's really key is how can we protect this data? Because this data does not belong to us; it belongs to all of you, right? And although this product, the moment we wanted to make this product go up and hit scale, what we needed to really do is to make sure that if ever there was a data breach, right, that all your data would always be safe, right? Your security and your data safety comes first, right? And the way we decided to do that is to use end-to-end encryption. So just to give a bit of context to how the product scaled up, right? Because the Singapore government, we pride ourselves as being super efficient, but the reality was that the pandemic really forced 200,000 public servants to truly become digital. So what I mean was during the pandemic, when we were starting the Forms project, for about 2 years, we collected 3 million responses, right? And after the pandemic, you can see there was this huge acceleration, this huge trend where basically the public service had to digitize overnight. And all of you, when you were applying for grants, applying for various services with the government, yeah, all of that moved to Form SG overnight. What we saw in our data during the pandemic was that from 3 million responses over 2 years, we went to collecting 3 million responses per week, right? And effectively, we 100x'd our scale the moment the government announced circuit breaker. Because just like all of you, public servants have to work from home too, and then they needed a way to collect data, and it's not going to be Google Forms, right? It's going to be the official platform, right? And now that we're sort of in steady state, we're collecting about 1.5 million responses per week. And for a country of 5 million people, this is like a huge deal for us. So Form SG, it's kind of, well, I like to explain it like as Google Forms on steroids, because it's actually super featureful. Got a whole load of like form fields available, and which is, you can kind of see on the left. But really, what's really interesting on forms is that we don't actually store any of your data in plain text ever, right? Zero knowledge, essentially what that means, right? Or end-to-end encryption, what that really means is that when a public officer creates a form, they receive actually a cryptographic private key that is actually never seen by backend servers, and therefore never seen by system administrators. And so all of these submissions, they're encrypted in your browser before being submitted to the cloud, right? We use AWS, but it doesn't matter. Like, we are the system admins, but we have absolutely no idea what is being encrypted. And when the public officer accesses your data, because you applied for something, they actually provide that cryptographic key and then decrypts that data on the other end of the browser. And this is extremely challenging to implement, so which is why we have a talk for it. But let me just step you through like what the UI looks like. So this is when the public officer, they create a new form, they give it a name, and they actually get to choose like 2 modes of how they want to receive responses. So the old way was an email, right? So you fill in a form as a citizen, our server send an email, and then we never store the data. It's like in secured email service. But then as our use cases got larger and larger and got to national scale, right? It's not just like maybe 100 responses for like a public event, right? It's not like going down to your CC for like, I don't know, like line dancing or something. It can be very large, like hundreds of thousands of responses. We started to realize, okay, we actually needed a way to store this data and help our users, help our public officers like manage this data. So we have Form SG, the Form SG mode, or storage mode as we call it. And our public officers, they're not like cryptographically trained. They're not cybersecurity trained. They're not techies. So we tell them, okay, please download this form password, and if you ever lose it, you will never be able to get the data back. So like, please store it super securely. And this is actually the private key to all the data that they encrypted. And so yeah, they go ahead, build the forms as usual, and when it's time to decrypt the responses, they supply the private key, right? And there's like an upload function where they just upload the key file. And this is kind of what it looks like in the back when, let's say, you have about 20,000 responses, they'll be listed out in a table. But it turns out that implementing the export CSV feature, turned out to be extremely challenging. Like, from a user perspective, this looks deceptively simple. Like, yeah, download the CSV, right? It's a file of text. Like, what could go wrong? Right? It turns out that because end-to-end encryption, because cryptography can be expensive when you scale it up to hundreds of thousands of submissions, that it really pushes the bounds of browser performance in terms of memory, in terms of CPU, in terms of even like device setup. And it can take a really long time to actually download all the responses. If your device was a bit older, a bit smaller, maybe it's mobile, then you actually get these like crashes and even battery life drain. So it was like terrible UX, and we had to like figure out how to fix all of that. So I'm going to share, like, for the rest of this talk, what goes on under the hood, right? So the first time we designed this in about 2019, we were thinking, okay, how can we build this feature? What does end-to-end encryption look like? So it's usually implemented as an envelope encryption scheme where you use public key cryptography such as RSA, right, to mediate a key exchange. And then once you have that key exchange, you can then use a symmetric key such as AES to implement. Now the challenge was that it actually took 2 hours and 40 minutes on 100,000 like form submission records, and each submission record was like really slow because you had to do this key exchange like 100,000 times, and this was unacceptably slow. We're going to add a lot of latency to what the government is, which is like a big bureaucratic machine. So we're just going to add so much latency, and we couldn't push that out. And so we looked across the cryptographic landscape, and we figured out that, okay, if RSA is so slow, what are the alternatives? And it turns out elliptic curve cryptography was the answer, right? If you look at the table on the right, the US government, the NIST standards actually did a comparison and says that the comparable key length of elliptic curve cryptography is on par with symmetric curve cryptography. So that's to say, when you switch to an ECC cryptographic scheme, the amount of compute, the amount of cryptographic operations you have to do, right, is far lower than compared to RSA. You're like talking about like an order of magnitude. So this was going to be our preferred approach, where we could, pick much smaller key sizes for equivalent security and reduce the computational requirements. And this is supposed to go like much faster. So we tried it out. We built. This is all implemented in the web browser, right? Where essentially what happens is 2 steps, right? After the public officer like uploads the secret key, the browser the cryptographic operations is a split between a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, where you mediate a public-private key pair, and then the stream cipher. And one part, like I said, was really slow, right? And if it was RSA, it would be much slower. But when you switch to a Diffie-Hellman key exchange with elliptic curves, it was a lot faster. And the stream cipher, which is something called X-Delta20, it's not super important, but that always runs very quickly. So what we did was that we switched our implementation in the prototype, and the same amount of data went from 2 hours and 40 minutes down to 8 minutes. And so we thought, okay, this is great, right? So could we get it to go even faster? Now the issue with JavaScript, of course, is that it's single-threaded, which means that anything you run on the main thread blocks all of your rendering, it blocks all of your user interactions, right? And so we had to actually, although it worked in theory, we had to offload it to a web worker. And actually, when we did that, it went down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And of course, when you use one web worker, then the next question is, why don't you use more, right? So we scaled up our web workers. We actually used the window.navigator.hardware concurrency variable to detect how many web workers or how many threads your web browser could support. And we'll always pick that number to make sure that we maximize the parallelism out of this implementation. So that actually brought down the total duration to 45 seconds. And so at this point, we thought, okay, this is great. We can launch for a nationwide use case. So I don't know how many of you guys remember like this bicentennial notes thing, where basically we all pat ourselves on the back and said, okay, we made it to 200 years after Sir Stamford Raffles like landed in Singapore. And we had like this big national use case to support. And we thought it was going to go off without a hitch, right? And when we look at the form, it says, okay, it looks like a simple form with 6 questions. Until we actually got our users to call us and say, hey, we can't access our data. We only have 120,000 submissions, but our browser's crashing. So what on earth is going on, right? So it turns out that because FormSG has this like complicated like logic structure where the form builders wanted to make sure that you don't get overwhelmed by the number of bank branches you could go to pick up your bicentennial notes. They implemented this 50 form fields, right? Where if you selected which region of Singapore you lived in, and then you selected which bank, and then the relevant bank branches would show up. So in theory, although from the user perspective, it looks like only 6 form fields in the form, in theory there were 50 because of all the bank branches in Singapore and all the tree branching logic that went into like building like a good user experience. And so that meant that we actually had to like deal with like high volume and also really big forms all at once. So we actually had to do this like debug and fix all this in like 3 days so that we didn't like crash a nationwide campaign. And yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Like there were over 50 fields that were hidden by form logic. So we had to like massively improve decryption performance in like half a week. And so what we started doing was actually performance profiling. So we actually observed that there were kind of 2 main areas that we had to fix. First was the sawtooth memory spikes that were causing runtime crashes. So this stuff is in like Chrome like profiling tools. You can go to performance and like just record the performance of the application, and and do a playback, and you can see this. So yeah, apart from the sawtooth memory spikes, we also saw like our web workers idling for long periods of time. So all the blank areas is where actually our web workers are not doing any work. So that looks a bit suspicious. The first thing we looked at is our implementation, and we said, okay, the garbage collection pressure was too high. How can we, improve the memory footprint that our application was taking? Well, it turns out that the garbage collection pressure was traced to a stream parser library called obo.js. We tried to be like extra smart. We tried to decrypt the moment like the network stream came in and not wait for the entire network stream, not wait for the entire like JSON load to land in the data before we started decrypting, because that was how soon we wanted to decrypt, and that turned out to be quite challenging because stream parsing itself requires a lot of like, string operations are expensive from a CPU cycle point of view, and we were using quite an inefficient library. So our trick was we were just going to return a new line delimited JSON instead. So it's not actual proper JSON, but it just means that you send multiple JSON records, not in the form of an array, but in the form without the array boxes, right? And that actually turned out to reduce our memory footprint by about 10 to 20x, right? And we also fixed like some various like code flaws that we had. So for example, one of the frequent causes of the memory spike was we tried to do this like array string concatenation because we didn't pay attention to what the blob API actually was. So when you have a blob, it turns out that the blob constructor takes an array of whatever it might be, but the point being that it holds pointers to all the data. You don't have to concatenate it to put it in a blob. So by a more careful reading of the web API, we managed to like simply reference the existing data and not actually build up this like single huge object in memory, right? This string in memory. Yeah. And then we started looking at the thread profiling, and it looks really weird. Like if you ever see this really strange performance profile where you think your code is supposed to parallelize something and it turns out to be just like this staccato patches, you should be concerned because that's not parallelization. That's just that just looks like random execution. And it turns out that we had a bug in our round robin scheduling where we were not distributing. We were distributing the work, right, of decrypting each payload, not at a point when it first received, but at a point where the worker had completed it. So essentially, our round robin, this like, and by round robin algorithm, I really mean like a modulo function, that's computing the modulo. Even something that simple had a bug, and after fixing it, we saw that actually there were like clear areas of parallelism now, where all the web workers were executing before handing back execution to the main thread, and then there was this like back and forth where you had clear blocks of parallelism and then clear blocks where they're not doing anything. So this was also a bit strange. We were like thinking, why is there such a long wait time of I think it was about at least 100 milliseconds between the workers executing and then the workers idling. So what was going on here, right? And it turns out that for every 15 milliseconds we spent decrypting, 266 milliseconds was spent parsing and like performing various stream transformations. And so how do we fix that? Why was it so long? It turns out that when you encrypt data, and it can be represented in a base 64 string, which can be represented in ASCII, but the library was catering to UTF-8. So it made the parsing extremely expensive. So what we did was we did like what any good software engineer would. We copied, pasted the code into our own repo, and then we tore out all the unnecessary features. We just made sure that we simply cater for ASCII parsing, and that actually like incredibly like sped up our decryption down to 13 seconds. And I mean the test case is 13 seconds, but the amount of time spent in main thread we actually reduced from 266 milliseconds to 35 milliseconds. And after we did all this, which was like in a span of just a couple of days, and it was like the most stressful days on the team, our users showed up and they're like, hey, we want to get access to our data now. Can I use this thing to download my data? And you know, all of us, we are probably on like really high-performing laptops and MacBooks and so on. It turns out, you know, this is the public service and the government, and they have to wait for their like periodic tech refresh. So they were still running on Windows 7, Internet Explorer, like 4 GB RAM. But you know, it went off without a hitch. We actually got this technology to work on that old device. So that was like sweat off the brow, right? Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so long story short, like we did a whole bunch of engineering optimizations, and we tried a lot of things. But this is just like the overall summary of all the improvements that went into making FormSG great, right? From the performance optimization point of view, all of these improvements actually went into a 33x speed up and a 10 to 20x smaller memory footprint. And compared to our very first prototype, it was actually 600 times faster compared to RSA. Yeah, so always go elliptic curve if you can, and if you're building a high performance end-to-end encryption for whatever system you're building. Right. Yeah, we also had like a whole ton of learning points that I thought it'd be really cool to share, because this is like, it was learned from like sweat, blood, and tears. Yeah, so here's a chart that basically shows you the marginal performance improvement versus input effort. And essentially what the main takeaway I wanted to share with you guys is to avoid premature optimization whenever you're building something. So the very first switch we made from RSA to ECC actually gave us huge amounts of performance improvements, but every subsequent improvement we made was at ever increasing cost, increasing expertise, and now we actually have to maintain this code, right? And so I just wanted to share that this was extremely obvious that to us, that if we had a chance, if we didn't have to do like all of these optimizations, we wouldn't, and it was only driven by necessity. So don't over-engineer, don't prematurely optimize. The second thing is, like, when it comes to performance bugs, like, never speculate, just performance profile, because you never know what the issue could be. So these are like all the things like we discussed internally on our team to try and make the app go faster. Like, not all of them make sense. So for example, like some of them do sound on the surface like it makes sense. Like, say we need WebAssembly, but when we looked at published manufacturer, like actually it was going to be the same speed as the high performance cryptographic JavaScript library that we were already using, right? Someone suggested that, hey, maybe we need to look at the performance of string appends, and that didn't turn out to help. Someone suggested, oh, we can pre-allocate arrays by just calling array.fill. Like, that's not how memory allocation works. And certain things that that seem to make sense, like moving embarrassing parallelization into your web workers instead of on the main thread. Like, it seemed to make sense, but it turns out only you achieve only like marginal performance gains. So yeah, always performance profile. So yeah, actually that was all the engineering work that we did. I just wanted to say this has been rolled out and it's been stable in production for a couple of years now. But we're always excited to share this story from the Forms team and from OGP. We are open source, so if any one of you are excited by this sort of work, come and look at our repo, come and look at the issues that we're tackling. Most of our products at OGP is actually open source. So yeah, just feel free to come visit us. And if there's any one of projects that excite you, we'll be very happy to get your help and support or input, right? And lastly, this is the current team that's working on this and making it all possible. We're actually working on a big front-end migration. So you guys are going to get like a great UX improvement soon. When that happens, I'm sure you guys will see it, and I'll let the team share more about that in the future. But thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? While we do questions, we will head into our raffles giveaways. So if we can get maybe Ben, if you're ready, I can get you on stage. Any questions before we get the Star Wars Lego out? Yes, very nice.
Hello.
Hi.
what about the subtle crypto APIs? Have you all considered that?
So the subtle crypto is it a native web crypto?
Yes, it's a native web crypto API.
Right. So I think back in the day we were looking at that as a possible option. I don't believe it was completely supported on all the browsers. So which meant that we had to have a JavaScript implementation instead of a native implementation. But if we didn't have to support Internet Explorer back in 2019, that would definitely have been on the cards. Yeah.
Thanks.
Sounds like a good experiment someone can contribute on a feature branch since it's open source. All right. In that case, Ben. Well, first of all, thanks, Yuan Ro. Thanks so much. And yes, now.
Thank you. Alrighty. So the moment of truth. So for those of you who came up and had to go at the login challenge, thank you so much. For those of you who didn't, you basically missed out on playing with Auth0, which is an identity as a service provider. Makes it really easy to add login, single sign-on, intrusion detection, all of these things into your application, so you don't need to worry about that side of things. And essentially, those of you who did take part, you spent 5 minutes actually doing that. So thanks, everyone.
Oh, maybe we should have invited Stripe, and then he could have.
In order to understand a headless CMS like Storyblock, let's break down both the front end, or the head, and the back end of development. Front end refers to the development of the visuals. In other words, it's what the client sees on web pages or applications. Back end refers to the functionality. It supports the front end and ultimately allows the visuals to load and work smoothly. Storyblock is a headless CMS, meaning we cut the front end out of the equation through the utilization of application programming interfaces, or APIs. An API is an interface or method of communication between software. Storyblock uses a variety of APIs to store, manage, and deliver content at extremely fast speeds. By this point, you may be thinking, what's the point of cutting out the front end? Storyblock uses an API-first approach to create and deliver content wherever you need it. This approach can be used to optimize performance and user flow on a website, e-commerce, mobile apps, or any other platform you can think of. Unlike traditional CMS software, with Storyblock, it is now simple to make even the most monumental of changes to your website or app. It allows marketing creatives to design using our integrated visual editor. Developers can now focus on their own work without handling the bugs that come with using an already existing stack of technology. There is no 100% correct CMS for every use case, but we at Storyblock believe chopping off the presentation layer to make your content accessible to any platform is the approach to aim for. Try out Storyblock for free at storyblock.com.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
And I'm really happy that the Singapore tech scene is coming back alive after COVID. And so I wanted to present to you something I've never talked about in public before, which is why I'm exploring data engineering. And I call this the data blind spot, and it's based off of a discovery or tweet that I made that really surprised a lot of people. So I'll give you some context. The first context would be one of the most interesting applications that I've seen, or one of the most interesting side projects that I've seen. So this is Archive on the left, which is an open repository of a lot of research papers that people have come to really rely on. On the right is Archive Sanity, which is Andrej Karpathy's layer on top of it that adds a few interesting things like recommendations, search, better search with interesting recommendations on top of that. Actually, let's just go for the feature list. So keep track of recent papers, search for papers, sort by similarity, see recent popular papers, add papers to your personal library, get personalized recommendations. And he made it for himself essentially because there was just too much going on in the regular archive for him to keep on top of it. He needed the help of data to make sense of it and to make it more usable. And I think a lot of people agree whenever you see comments about Archive Sanity, they'll say things like Archive Sanity is a lifesaver. And that's something that shows that you really have some kind of traction there. And I think this is a generalizable principle of web applications that if you add some kind of intelligence on top of existing data, you make a much better user experience over and above just UX and accessibility improvements. And this is something that I think the traditional web development discourse is completely missing. So let's talk about that. Obviously, Andrej is head of machine learning at Tesla. So he is very motivated to talk about the benefits of machine learning. But his whole thesis is that this is the next generation of software in general. Like Software 1.0 was able to create a single point in time where the amount of complexity that we can handle is the amount of complexity that we can code. Software 2.0 is limited by the amount of data that we can feed into our programs for them to figure out what to do with it. And that is just categorically a much larger space of program complexity than Software 1.0. Obviously not entirely suitable for the same thing. They don't have an overlap there, but it is a whole new space for people to explore. So use cases that he laid out in his blog post, you should highly recommend reading it. Visual recognition, speech synthesis, blah, blah, blah. But I think the thing that has caught the public attention recently and that he didn't anticipate is text and image generation. And that's something that's really useful as well. There are also some really interesting underlying principles that make machine learning more tractable as a problem than regular computing, which is very interesting. But this isn't a machine learning talk. This is just his take on that, which is one application of enhanced data. The domination of algorithms, I think, is perceivable throughout our existence. Obviously, everyone is familiar with Netflix and their recommendation prize that they launched in 2006. But for them, everything is a recommendation. TikTok defeated Google by being a better recommender of content. And even the way that we date and form relationships is driven by algorithms as well. How much of our lives is driven with interesting usage and application of data. So I want to talk about our mental models when we talk about tech. I want to talk about how we can expand our discourse in conferences like this one to better match what is more useful to users and to work on more interesting and hopefully profitable problems. So a lot of the times when we talk about different models of web development, we're really debating relative sizes of the client and the server. Like Web 1.0, maybe server heavy, maybe a bit more on the client. Ajax, smart clients, Jamstack, Edge first. Sometimes, I think there's really good benefits and merits to a lot of different architectures, but ultimately, if you're constrained to a two-body problem, then you are essentially limited to just discussing different percentage mixes of that. What then evolves is, all right, if you want to make it a bit smarter, throw a database on top of everything. There was a really interesting conference recently called Have You Tried Rubbing a Database on It, which is just a fascinating application of that. And I think, yes, in general, most applications become more interesting when you can store some of my preferences or my information and make use of it, right? So everything just becomes more interesting when you just add a database. Things also become faster sometimes if you want to use an embedded database, which is something that people are really exploring, just bringing the data closer to the client and maybe cutting the server out or syncing with the server as an afterthought rather than a critical path issue. But even that is still not entirely good enough for me. So when I think about types of applications, I often think about Jason Miller's blog post on application holotypes, where he really went through the sum total of the web and said, like, all right, what are the main use cases of the web that we have landed on over the past 30 years? And it's social network sites, social media apps. I don't have to read all of this to you. It's clearly pretty diverse, and you probably want to use different types of technology to solve these problems. So this may not be the best categorization, but it's the best one I've seen so far. If you have a better categorization, or if you see a major category that is missing from here, let me know. But basically, I want us to grow beyond just blocks. Anyway, so. So I went through this list and I said, which of them require intensive data? And it pretty much is the largest use cases by market cap. Anything that uses intensive data is inherently correlated with very, very high revenues and valuations and money. So I think that's one motivation for doing this. And I think if you re-examine the data paradigm, the client-server paradigm, to include a client-server data paradigm, you start to have a different conception of full stack. What we usually mean when we say full stack is client-server or client-server with a smattering of database. But really, there's a category of applications that are growing and that we were not really discussing because we don't view it as our job, that is data intensive, that has a much bigger chunk of data to it than we've been led to believe by the relative proportion of discourse that we spend in conferences like this one. And I think the reflection is borne out if you look at the relative interest in job markets. So, I think as successful as front-end engineering has been over the past 10 years, back-end engineering has also grown in a lot of traction. Full-stack engineering hasn't really, has surprisingly not caught on as a term. But relative to all of those, if you just chuck in data scientist, data engineer, they all pale in comparison. It's just so massive because, partially because of the enterprise. Maybe it's a meme in the journalism, but clearly there's something going on here that we haven't really captured in our regular discourse. Data intensive also undersells it. I pictured them here as relatively equal boxes, but really when you want to get really data intensive, you can get very, very data intensive. And that's something I'd like to explore here. So you have the client, you have the server, and then underneath that iceberg, you may have a whole ecosystem of first-party data, post-process data of the first-party data, and third-party data that you pull in from other sources, right? And I think once you start exploring this universe, it is a very, very deep rabbit hole. I've only just begun exploring it, but it kind of looks these are a few of my favorite images about that. So one of the ways you can think about it is that you can ingest data or collect data, put it in a warehouse, organize, visualize, and present it to other people, but then also automate it by putting stuff up in terms of automated posts or feeding data into the ultimate destinations that you want to do. You can organize it by use case. So again, this is another image that I found online where you're pulling in the data using data warehouse like Snowflake, and then applying it into your web applications or enterprise applications or data science or doing reporting, and then feeding into machine learning. If you want to have a much more machine learning centric kind of application, you're gonna probably build it right into your hot path. And so these are just different architectures, right? This is the most comprehensive, where it's really given a label to each of the components of the workflow that you might want to have. And ultimately, my goal here is not to teach it just because I don't myself know it fully yet, but I think there's something here. I think that it's something that we don't discuss as web developers. And I think my message is not to try to go for everything right now. Start at the basics. Start by collecting data, creating data pipelines, understanding how to structure data and to model it, and then to do things like spam detection, anomaly detection, cleaning data, recommending, and then doing recommendations, A/B testing, and all that good stuff. So this is not a machine learning talk. This is about data. This is about however much we talk about improving user experiences through better UI. We don't really talk enough about improving user experiences through giving them more data than a better view of data than they can possibly have on their own. So I'll end it off with this. If you're a front-end developer, or if you're primarily front-end, you're very familiar with the concept of V equals FD. It's on a lot of React talks in 2015, 2017, and here's me in 2018 talking about V equals FD. It states that view is a function of data. And I think as front-end developers or as UI and UX developers, we're very used to improving the F given a set of D that a backend developer might provide to you. But really, if you have a lot of skills on the F, maybe it's time to work on the D. So that's my talk. I hope you really enjoy it. I wish I could be there to hang out and explain more about why this field is interesting. But basically, I hope that you start thinking about your data blind spot. Cheers.
I have 3 more unicorns, which I will give out. Since this is last minute, I need to now think about questions. Which country is Cloudinary from? Yes. Okay. WebP or AVIF? Just say something. Okay, last one. I'll just do a random. That way? Should I do that way? Which side is which left? My left. All right, yeah, so we were Cloudinary. Thank you for doing the exercise and listening to my talk. And there's my colleague as well, Eric, who helped me. Give him a clap. And another clap for all these wonderful people organizing the conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Tomasz. So we have one more speaker today. Our last speaker is Raja, who is a product engineer and founding member of Kula, a recruitment automation platform founded here in Singapore that automates outbound hiring. So actually, on my team, Open Government Products, we use Kula.ai to help us automate our sourcing and recruiting efforts. It's been a big help in helping us find and ping potential candidates without dropping the ball or missing messages, as well as help us work through networks of our employees to find potential candidates that might want to work at OGP. So it's really exciting to see more and more startups being founded and built here in Singapore, and have Raja give us an insight look into how they built Kula's front end and release an alpha version in less than 120 days. So round of applause for Raja.
Am I audible at the back? Okay, thank you. Yeah? Sure. So today I'm going to talk about how did we build Kula and take it to our customer hands within 120 days. And what are the tech choices we have made, what are the trade-offs we have made during the process. So before that, I am Raj Shekhar, I am the founding engineer at Kula. So previously I worked for HelloFresh at Bercel. I moved to Singapore recently, like 3 months back, to build the front-end team at Kula from the scratch. So before talking about how did we build a product, I wanted to talk about what Kula is solving actually. What the problem is and how Kula is solving the problem. So everyone in the room, I think you might have gone through some recruitment process as a recruiter or as a founder who's looking for an engineer or a candidate looking for a job. So I want you guys to think about one thing which is changing drastically in the recruitment industry. So I wanted you guys to think about, you went and applied for a job in a company portal versus a recruiter reaching out to you through email, LinkedIn message, connection request, asking for, come and join our company versus, getting a job through referral. So the inbound recruiting is completely decreasing when compared to the outbound recruiting. What inbound recruiting is candidates going to a website applying for a job. So it's drastically decreasing when compared to recruiters reaching out to you to join their company. Basically, recruitment became like a sales. They wanted to sell their company to the candidates to come and join to them, right? So now a typical recruitment process is like there will be a requirement to hire 2 or 3 engineers. So recruiter go and source the candidates through various platforms. Here I meant recruiter as he can be a real recruiter or a founder who acts as a recruiter as well, because in early stage the founder does the job of recruiting as well. Also hiring manager who wanted to recruit people for their team. They candidates LinkedIn. If they are recruiters, they source candidate from GitHub, they source candidate from through Stack Overflow, wherever the developer communities live. Now once they build a pipeline, they wanted to reach out to the candidates now, right? So they reach out to various medium, right? Example, they reach out through email, they reach out through LinkedIn again, they make connection request and they ask them to so they ask them to join the company, right? So okay, so now there are a lot of, and then the actual interview process take place, and then they have to do the debriefing, and then they have to release the offer. There are a lot of tools in middle, right? There is no single tool which helps recruiter to do the job. So there is a lot of gaps between each space, right? So Kula is here to fill the space. So we wanted to build an end-to-end recruitment automation solution which helps recruiters to do the outbound recruiting very easily. So what are we doing? This is all about Kula. So let me take through 2 different modules which we have built, and we get to a customer, and I'm going to explain what each module is doing. So this is called Circles. Circles helps you to unlock the power of internal networks. Example, let's say you are a team of 5-6 engineers, so you started building a company, right? So imagine each one in their connections. So totally, like 5 into 200, totally there are 1,000 connections in your networks. So you can able to search through the networks out of the 1,000, and you can able to build a pipeline very fast, right? So not only that, you can build the pipeline, and we have the next module called outreach. So how do you reach a candidate? Through email, through LinkedIn, through LinkedIn email message, and you give a connection request. So we automate the entire process. How do you reach a candidate? So you have to configure the steps here. Maybe the first day you have to send an email, and then if they didn't respond, you have to send an email request, and then the third, if they didn't respond to the email, give a connection request. So you can able to set up all the automation in the outreach, and you have to just start adding candidates, and Kula will take care of everything. We will give you the stats of each and every steps, how the things is performing. Let's say whether the candidate opened the email, whether they click the link in the email, and whether the email is bounced, whether they're interested or not. We will give you the stats of each and every step in the outreach. So before start talking about how we build the product, so I want to talk about the product principle which we built before deciding the tech choices. So we wanted to delight our customers in each and every way. So also we wanted to move fast and reflect. If you see our design, we gave very high importance to the design, because recruiters are using 4 to 5 different tools for their day-to-day life, but we wanted to bring everything in a single product, right? So recruiters are going to use this product day to day. So we want them to enjoy using the product. That's why we started giving a lot of importance to the design. So the next set of factors which we consider when we make the decisions, right? So we wanted to check how good is a team, let's say if we choose any framework, how good our founding team in that particular framework. How much you are confident on releasing that particular framework to production. Also, let's say how much community support you can get from the framework. So these are the 5 principles which we thought of before making the decision. So based on the decision, based on the principle which we have, we choose this as our tech stack. So we choose React and Redux for building our framework. Why? So all our founding engineers has a very good experience in building React application in production grade. And we chose Chakra UI as our design system. Chakra UI gave us a flexibility to customize the design for our need, which helped us to move things fast. And we used Playwright to write our end-to-end test cases. We gave very high importance to Playwright, writing end-to-end test cases from our early stages. So there is a general myth stating, if you have end-to-end test case in your workflow, it will slow down your workflow, but that's not really true. The benefits of end-to-end test case will compound over the time. So it's advised to have test cases in your early stages, but you will start feeling the advantages when you start adding a lot of modules. Also, it gives you the confidence of releasing the product to production. So even in the early stage, we started having a proper dev, staging, and production environment. Though we wanted to move fast, but still, even in the early stage, we started having this kind of setups to make sure we don't want to stuck at end of the life. So whenever we make any changes, we test it in dev. Once that passed, we move to staging. We run all the end-to-end test cases in staging. If everything goes fine, we make a build and we keep it ready for production build. The production build is a manual one. Till that, everything is automated. So we heavily used CI/CD. We heavily use GitHub Actions to configure our CI/CD. Next. So our engineers are not just building the product, shipping to production, but we own the outcome of what we built. So we measure the impact of what we have built over the time. So we used Datadog, Microsoft Clarity, and Sentry to measure the impact of what we have built in our product. So we have to know when things is not working as well as when thing is working, right? If something is not working, You have to act on the things, and you have to, if something is not working right, so you have to get in touch with the customer. You have to know why this thing is not working, why you are not using this particular feature, and you have to come up with an alternate solution. Executing fast is a very key thing for any startup to get succeed. As I said, we wanted to move fast. At the same time, we made some trade-off during our process. So we had our 5 principles. We chose our tech stack, but still during our process we felt we need to change our tech stack. So this is also very important. You have to be open to make changes to a tech stack. So 2 examples. So the initial choices were to use Tailwind to build our product, but within a week we came to know that Tailwind is not going to help us to move fast, because Tailwind is a utility CSS, but we wanted to build each and every component on top of it. Definitely that's going to slow our process. So the moment we felt it, we just shifted back to Chakra UI, and we customized Chakra UI heavily for our design system, and which helped us to move fast. Also, one more advantage, if you wanted to build a component using Tailwind, you have to write all the unit test cases for the components, but Chakra UI had a very good test coverage, so that which helped us to remove the unit testing part from our the components from our development workflow. And the second thing is using Redux for an extension. So we have a Chrome extension which run on top of LinkedIn, Gmail, GitHub, which helps the recruiter to source candidates very easily. So initially we thought the extension was going to be very minimal, and we don't want any state management. So we went with bare minimal React state. But in the middle we came to know that we need a state management for for the extension. We got a lot of feature requests from the recruiters and from the customers, and we started adding a lot of features on top of it. Later we realized we need a proper state management tool for our extension also. So the moment we felt that we need a state management tool, we just went ahead and we added Redux for our application. Yeah, with this we took 120 days to ship our product to live, and we gave to customer, and customers are using it. We are regularly collecting feedbacks and iterating on top of it. So what we wanted to do next? So we are moving out of beta and we are going towards GA, which means we wanted to give our product to a lot of customers. So we wanted to think back and what we wanted to do for our 0.5 to 1 journey. So we are looking forward to do a lot of steps on top of stability of the product. So what is the thing we wanted to do? These are the top items. We have a lot of things, but these are the top items which we wanted to do immediately. So we want to have a unified design system for web, extension, and mobile. So though Kula is a single product, but recruiters use this in 3 different platforms. So 1 web, 2 the Chrome extension which helps to serve candidates in different platform, and a mobile application which we are going to build in next quarter. So we wanted the recruiter to feel that they are using a single product rather than using 3 different products, right? So we wanted to have a unified design system so that recruiters feel that they are using single product. And we wanted to invest heavily in our front-end platform. Front-end platform includes, we wanted to have a proper CI/CD setup. We have a CI/CD setup, but we wanted to have a very mature CI/CD, and we wanted to invest much in our testing infrastructure, because our test cases are getting increased. It's getting delayed in the CI. So we wanted to improve the testing infrastructure. Also, we wanted to have server-side rendering for our application to improve the performance. Of course, we wanted to give back to the community. We took a lot of things from the community to build the product from the scratch. Without community, I don't think this is possible. So we want to give back to the community. So to keep it simple, what we did, define your product principle. So this is for any product which you wanted to build from 0 to 1. Define your product principle, take decision based upon your product principle, keep your tech stack very minimal, and build things fast, and measure the impact of what you build from the customer, and iterate over things. So once you start iterating, once you have a lot of customers, then you can bring in a lot of tech things on top of it. And with this, I'm ending my talk. So we are shaping the future of recruiting, and we are hiring engineers. And if any one of you interested in to know more about Kula, what we are doing, what's our tech stack. So I'm here and my CTO is here. Just come and say hi to us. Thank you guys.
Thanks so much, Raja. Any questions? Okay. Maybe one question from me.
Yeah.
What are you using for sourcing candidates?
We use sourcing. I mean, can you reframe the question?
No, sorry. What are you using to find candidates when you hire?
Okay. So, Kula.
Yeah.
So we use our own platforms to source the candidate. So yeah. So through our own internal, circles, and even our customers like OGP, they made their first hire, using our product. Yeah.
That's great. All right. Thanks everyone for making it to, I think, the end. Yeah. Big applause. Big applause. Oh, I'm speaking German now. Jesus. Yeah. Big round of applause for Raja. Thanks so much. Also, please, one big round of applause for all our sponsors, Twilio, Auth0, Cloudinary, Vonage, of course, Superbase, Prisma for all the coffee, and really, really big, applause for Aris and folks from Cityjs for just wanting to come out to Singapore and do some cool stuff. And so it's been really nice to see folks in person again. Yeah, maybe actually should we take a picture all together, round it off, and then I think we have to leave the venue by 6 p.m., but we can go down to, there's a bar called Tipsy Bird, so I think we can just hop down there and maybe whoever wants can grab a drink. But yeah, let's maybe take a picture. Yep. Whose camera are we using? Okay.
And the talks, we're going to put them in a drive, and we're going to, all the talks, the slides, we're going to put them in a Google Drive, and I'm going to say it on our Twitter. So Cityjs Conf is our Twitter, so follow us, and you're going to find all the talks. We have a nice YouTube channel with all the talks from all the conferences, and we're going to add all the talks from this conference. So if you want to recap with any of the talks, all those talks are going to be available for you in about a month or so. So you can go back and view them. And yeah, I think there is a possibility that we're going to do it again. So thank you very much. I'm really excited that you turn up and you supported me. I'm going to have to thank also Michael. Michael, come here. And his other AV guys, come up. Thanks so much. Michael helped us to find this venue. I didn't know anything about Singapore. I want to thank Thor and Sarah as well, but the open government products, correct? And Dasibase for the pizza. Thank you guys. You are the heart of the meetup. And I want to thank everyone, basically, because it wasn't my work. Everyone helped, even Thomas. Even the Thomas. But Thomas now probably he's much more into doing a JS Conf, right? Isn't it? Yeah. Come on, Thomas, do a JS Conf, yeah. Yeah, after every conference I'm doing, more conferences are coming up, and they do, because the people, they start getting motivated. The audience also start getting motivated because they want to come out. It's hard to get people out. It's much easier to get speakers out because they are tired of watching their screen and they just want to talk to the real people.
And then maybe have Michael say Geek Brunch.
Actually, yes, thank you. Michael has another great event that's happening tomorrow. More events. Go, Michael.
Okay, hi, I'm Michael, and I'm an organizer for this event called geekbrunch.sg. Brunch as in eating breakfast and lunch brunch, not the brunch. Anyway, geekbrunch.sg is happening at Wheeler's Yard. It's it's a bicycle cafe somewhere in the heart of town, around Whampoa, Balestier. So check it out, geekbranch.sg, the website. You can find the links there. If you don't have Facebook, the RSVP is fine, just come anyway. I recommend coming for the afternoon session because we have because of space constraint, we wanted to break up into like 2 sessions. So it's one in the morning that starts at 11 to 1, and another session that is from 1 to 3. Yeah, so please come and join us.
So geekybrands.sg, right? Yeah. You all heard it?
Not Greek, but geek.
Not geeky, not Greek. Not because I'm Greek. Don't come to Greece. Just go to geeky.
Without the Y.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Should we? I think we can. On stage. Let's see if the stage is going to break. No? Okay, we can do it. I doubt it. You need to test the stage. Come on, all on stage. Can I have the flowers? Sarah, this flower is for you. This is the flowers for you. Okay.